جوا قمر كيف نسانية بنية قيافة النجمة نجمة بنية جميلة النجمة نجمة قمرية بكوري في الشجرة بقول بنية قمرية بنغنم في الشجرة بقول بنية دولة بتاعنا دولة هنا دقنا باب لماما كل فتالنا هنا قلنا سلامات لمريم هي سلم علينا هنا قلنا أكيفو كل وقفوا لنا جنوب يا نانا يا نانا بابا بفكر في الشجرة عشان يربي يالو ماما بفكر في الدنيا عشان ما يشاف بنية بفكر في قلبها عشان محبة جنوب يا ماما يا نانا بنية قيافة النجمة بنية جميلة نجمة قمرية بكوري في الشجرة بقول بنية جنوب بنغنغ في الدنيا بقول بنية جنوب يا جوا قمرة هي جنني جنوب يا جوا قمرة كيف خلانية جنوب يا بابا جنني كمان 3 بنات انا لقيتهم في السكة انا شفتهم ماشي لمدرسة حبيبية 7 بنات انا لقيتهم في السكة دي انا شفتهم ماشيين كنيسة كله جيرانية بنية بيسلي لربنا بنية بمجد ربنا شوف بنية مسؤولية الواحد في الدولة يا نجمة مسؤولية 2 في الدنيا يا بنية مسؤولية 3 في الدولة دي يا بابا ماما جنوب يا ماما عليزا يا ودي شباب جمجمة جنوب يا سيستا يا مغلظ مشوار جنوب يا ماما يا مدوى وبني مسؤولية واحد دولة يا نجمة مسؤولية 2 دنيا يا بنية مسؤولية 3 دولة يا بابا ماما
السلام عليكم. سلام يا سيدوم. سلام
عليك
لك في
السلام.
كندا. أسبوع طويل يا راجل. والسلام للمشاهدين والمشاهدات who have just joined us. Welcome. This is your prime time. This is the ZööMTV. This is the place to be. Of course, we do have things to discuss every now and then. Hajat Helwa, Hajat bi Zail, Hajat bi Said. You know, this is where we are. Brother Grikoju, I know you said you have some technical issues that I hope you have fixed them up by now, or you're still working on it. And just look at that background. What is the background that we just came up with? That was my background when I was doing something earlier on, testing the studio. So doing something.
Are you sure we are not in the same studio?
Yep. Anyway, جات على كده يمكن ذاته جات صدفة لأنه أنا ما كان ده هذا background for حاجة تانية برا لكن that was something I was doing earlier في your studio but I trying to get my lights okay and everything but جات على كده المهم طالما جا قدام ناس كده نمشوا كده يا عم ما مشكلة. Now can you say hi to your viewers and let's hit this one on.
Sure. Greeting to you, Brother Ndirinda. Good to see you, and a special greeting to our ZööMTV viewers. We appreciate your presence here. Familiar faces, familiar name every now and then. Yes, I was having some difficulties, as a matter of fact, but it is a commitment. We have to push it. We have to be here. So, zemaino ahli ndogo bigulu andabi kotimbo abaka krawa. So, fi haja tanin biamulu krawa, but then it will work. So yeah. That is good. So. Yeah, I don't know. We got to the studio late, but it is a commitment. Zoli shal fi bas wala yamel ayya haja ala asas innu to make sure, this is a work. So, greeting to all of you. We wish you well, regardless of the hardship, regardless of what everybody is going through it. We have to stay put, we have to push it and undust yourself. And, let us borrow our neighbors in the north, in the south, the American in the south world, they said, American, they never fell down. When they fell down, they will, undust themselves, get up and keep going. And this is something that we need to learn. We need to learn that, several times you will fall down. As a child will never give up when they start walking first. They will drop, they will fall, but they never be scared to make a second attempt and third and fourth and fifth. So this is life. We are happy to be here and good to see all of you. I will leave the recognition to my co-host, Brother Ndirinda, because he's very good with the name and our topic tonight. It is, you have seen it clear, so I will give him a chance so that he can practice and to brush on that skill of calling and recognizing our beautiful name with that for Juba, Sudan. So if you want to play something to entertain our viewers, or you want to start to recognize those who are here before it get overcrowded, so please, the podium back to you, brother.
Yep, that's correct. But I'm not the best one in pronouncing all these names, like you put it so eloquently. Yes, let me, the few names, like we said, by the way, this is an issue that is going on through all Facebook, whereby all the live shows now is getting it, some are still functioning properly, some do not. And what I mean by that is some live shows will show you every single person that has started watching it, as it used to be, that's the normal way for it to do. But some get impacted, and I guess we are one of those who got impacted, whereby names comes to us truncated. We don't get to see all the names, and we see some names and not other names. But that's all fine because Facebook is aware of it, and I'm saying it because I know what is inside there, and I've been there. And if they're talking about it, they're talking about trying to fixing it, especially with all the streaming softwares vendors. So it's not the issue of a software. If you're running a software, streaming software, and you're so not seeing people as you used to see them with their names, even though you might have 200 people, but you only have 10 names. that is on your screen. That is the issue. So the people that I can see right now, and I'm quite sure, Grikuju, you'll be able to see some names there that I don't see.
Yeah.
I have my Sidomis Tina Romano, Rahmo Bitwao, my aunt Dita Yenga. I have Mr. Sadal Laban. I have, on this one, that's what I have. And on the screen, who do I have else? I have Brother Dong Malwal. I have Sister Christina Jubara. I hope I haven't missed anyone here. So these are the names that, for the time being, I can see. But while the names comes up, we'll try to figure them out and we'll give them around. But in order to go, not to, be too late for all of you, I know we started on time for you guys, and we've always tried to maintain that status quo to keep coming on time. Even if there's nothing going on, we still have to come on time because it's a good habit. So what we would do is, what I will do now is I'll play a praise song that I hope it will be great for all of us this Saturday and this Sunday while we gather some other stuff on. Thank you.
Hata lo tabani deke
that was that. And of course اي زول عنده مشكله يجيبوا ليسوع. هو الوحيد اللي بيحلوا لك مش كجور وشويه حاجات اللي شغال في الدنيا ده والحلو لك. عندي هنا اتشوم مدود، عندي ماثيو كوكون، عندي عمر علي. عندك ناس تانيين ظهر هناك يا سيدامي؟
I think it is the same name that you got. So
okay. ما مشكلة. المهم الناس اللي بيسمعونا, you can write your name in a comment. That's all fine. I'll be able to say it. But like I said, it is not our issue. It is something to do with Facebook, and they are working on it. And because لحد امبارح I still got that message that they're still working on that issue. So some of not everyone is impacted with this issue. عشان ما تنطلع تقول لي قال كيف باقي شهور تانيين اسماء ناس كله ظاهر. That is actually what they have recognized, that it will impact some customers and not all at the same time. Brother Grikuju, yes, it is our time. Probably if you go on with our decorum, we will then be able to decipher the secret behind what we are trying to say here today.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. And then a special greeting to those just who join us. And we decide to adopt something a little bit just to put some human factor to it, to our decorum. It is not all about our protocol, about how we conduct ourselves through ZööMTV, but we decide to inject a message of humanity. And the message is, please stay in touch with your loved one. Stay in touch with your friend, with your relative, schoolmate, whoever, used to know them, because Corona is beside its, the health impact that if you caught it, it affects your respiratory system, but it causes a lot of psychological trouble to people, and people are living in isolation. And this isolation is a killer. A lot of us are dying in silence from inside, and you don't know that you are killing yourself. And because you are locked, specifically inside your place. Like now, in my province here of Alberta, we are back to lockdown again. Schools are on a lockdown for 2 weeks. Gatherings are limited, and I believe across the province today they recorded 4,000 cases or something. This is new, with the exception of the main town across my province. Only 2 villages, village of Medicine Hat and village of Brooks, are the one not under lockdown. But even the school in Medicine Hat, they call kids back. No school. So Corona is causing a lot of impact. And it comes with a lot of emotional stress. Forget about the financial, forget about even the isolation itself. That is why people tend, and we keep to make joke about it, people tend, you make a social distance between you and human, but you create a new distance between you and the fridge. لو إذا الثلاجة بتاعك فيه أكل ولا الثلاجة فيه مريسة ولا فيه whatever. So now you visit your fridge very frequent. Overeating, over drinking, انت لو إذا زول بتشم حاجة ولا بتشرب حاجة تاني. Also, you find yourself, you are doing it too much because you are not connecting with your people. Lakin, if you stay connected with your people, if a friend call you at 10 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning, وصوتك كده مش ولا بد زي صوت زول الأكل زورية, he will ask you, hey brother, what is going on? Are you okay? انت شربت حاجة ولا شنو؟ That will alert you. لأنه في حاجة بيسموه what do you call it? It has a good name. Yeah, they call it correction. Okay. Gallo is our data tagil balel. So the first thing when you wake up in the morning, you have to have a good shot. They call it correction. So if you used to doing this correction, this is dangerous. It is not a joke. So many of us are dying slowly. So our message at ZööMTV, please, just a friendly reminder on ZööMTV, and let us talk. We will continue to do this. When you have a chance, think about a family member, a friend, or even a child of yours, or a mom, a father, an uncle, Jiddo Haboba. Think about them and try just to check on them wherever they are. If there is access to communication, please get connected with them. La'anno, this is part of our social support. We need it. We need to stay in touch. We need to encourage each other. Regardless of whatever it is, when you talk to a friend, you will get a sense of relief. When you talk to a family member, an uncle, to an auntie, to your loved one, will elevate you. So please, we encourage you. Let us get restore our humanity. Let us restore our social fabric by calling on each other. And it is not as expensive as it used to be. Even people in Raja, they have access to WhatsApp. They have access to Viper. They have access to Messenger. So please, this is our gentle message for the sake of humanity. Don't think about they are going to ask for money, because even to stay in touch with them, they don't have to bother you. These things is going on. That's the first part of it. With our Zoom decorum, we just encourage a healthy debate. We encourage a healthy conversation. Make your argument stronger. You don't have to be yelling. You don't have to be abusive to nobody. We never claim that the topic that we bring them for discussion, we are the expert, and we will never do that. We are just a facilitator. So we encourage each and every one of you. We'll give our perspective. And sometimes my co-host and I, even we differ, we have a different take. And this is a healthy thing. It is something for discussion. We give our perspective. We allow you to come in, bring your perspective. You don't have, to belittle nobody. We will not tolerate it. We are human. We encourage each other. We will give you the podium. We will allow you, we'll give you some room, because maybe sometimes انت دخلت استوديو متوتر أفكارك ما جمع نفسه, but you will be able to get a glimpse of it, or on the second round and so forth. So therefore, we encourage people to come in, be a participant, because without you, this conversation will never continue. And specifically in such an easy or topic that touches us all, which is tonight's topic. The Matthew Siyasa, Matthew blameless Al Fakir, nobody going to say anything against Riek Machar or Thomas Cirillo, or whoever those, or Tutkew. Maybe we'll make fun of Tutkew name a little bit, but this is our direction. When you are coming in, also monitor your comment. If you disagree with somebody, please don't abuse them. Ask them question. We share those comments, because sometimes this comment will open a segue for our conversation. That is why our team are monitoring those comments effectively. And a lot of comment also, even sometimes it changed the direction of conversation completely, because somebody decide to be a participant behind their keyboard. So that is why very important we have to monitor those comments, which are related to the topic. We share it. Those are offline, we monitor them. We warn you. We block you. We delete it. So let us have a healthy conversation. Also, if you are going to be a participant, you are going to come through the screen. please wear something appropriate. حاجة شوية reasonable. We are not telling you to suit up and, you know, tie it up or whatever. No. Just wear something appropriate. This is not a place, because people come to the show. We have seen them with you know, the vanilla cut. This is not a place to show your six-pack. This is not a place to show you are, you know, a good, beautiful thing your mom gave you. You know, if it is natural, you have a beautiful something your mom gave you, but Lebanon, this is not a place to show it عليك الله. بلبس حاجة المحترم, لكن not to puff it. You know, whether it is a plastic or it is a silicone or it is a real one. We need what is in your mind. This is not a place to show your cleavage, because we are family oriented, and now it becomes destructive. Even it may distract us as the host. So, you know, this is bad. We have a different conversation. This is not a place for it. Also, if you are coming, please come sober. It is still weekend in North America. واعتدوا شمس قاعد يكتس في أمريكا, في كندا, في مكسيكو, ده قريب صباح في أفريقيا وأوروبا وجنوب السودان. Sunday afternoon already in Australia. Please come sober. كان أنت أكلت لك زورية ولا زي ما أنا قاعد أقول كلام بتاع قبل, you made several trips to your beer fridge, or أنت أكلت كاسين ثلاثة أو كلامك مش ولا بد. Please don't come and embarrass yourself and embarrass us with you among the viewers. Those video, we record them, we post them on YouTube, you know, and we will never delete any video, regardless of whatever the situation you came in. That is why when we come to the studio, we make sure على أساس إنه زرار بتاع قميص مزرر كويس, you see it straight, and also we alert you when you are coming. Be extra careful, because this is a history in the making. This is part of us. في يوم من الأيام عيالنا will go back على أساس إنه our grandfather will say, oh, look at what kind of technology our grandpa they used to use. That is the time, because we archive it for reference. So please come in, come prepare, and we look forward to have a healthy conversation. Not by belittling me. You will sound زول فاهم أكتر من غريكوجو, ولا فاهم من دريندا, ولا فاهم من دكتور جون, ولا فاهم من أسونتا الجات ويتكلم أتخارم باري ما عندها موضوع. I'm just speaking some random name. ولا هيكون أحسن من معليش, ولا مسكين, ولا ظروف, ولا whoever جا قبل. So therefore, we encourage you to have a healthy conversation, and we look forward. Let us make something out of it. And especially with this topic tonight, I encourage you, get prepared, talk to family member, friend, relative, nas uncle, حتى لو إذا حبوبة فيه, try to get hold of her على أساس إنه كده. Let us make a book. Let us make something tangible. Okay, على أساس إنه it is there available للناس بتاع الدنيا كله. كان تشاينيسي ولا أمريكي ولا فرنسي ولا زول عربي عايز want to pick some African name, so they can go into that موسوعة on Google. When it is loaded with enough name, we will make it open. People can access, but specific people will have access to edit and add. People who are contributing. So therefore, خلينا نساهم في هذا الموضوع على أساس إنه أسامي بتاعتنا ذاته نكتب برا هناك. أسامي بتاع نيجيريين we are familiar with it, لكن في النهاية what is it؟ كله تشوكو 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 تشوكو. لكن when you look at أسامي بتاع جنوب السودان, they are very colorful. كان بأسامي بتاعت الحيوانات مفترسة المتوحش, and or it has a meaning, or even a hierarchy بتاعت النيم. Okay, this is something we have to be proud of it. We have to present it للدنيا. لأنه I don't think في التسمية بتاع خواجة ذاته بالتعليم بتاعه كان في الأسامي الإنجليزية ولا أي حاجة. الجنة اللي ولدوا مثلا ورا جنة مات ولا جنة ورا تيمان or whatever, ولا بيت البكر والثاني والثالث or whatever. They don't have this hierarchy في الثقافة بدام. So this is something beautiful. We should be proud of it, to say, hey, this is our culture. This is who we are. So with this little note, we look forward. We look forward على أساس إنه to have a healthy conversation. It is gonna be a smooth ride, and please هوك رقبتك شوية. كان أكلت سمسم بعسل ولا حاجة كمان، تعالين and قول لنا كلمتين. Let us make it interactive. The podium is back to you, brother Nderinda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Grikuju. Before I say anything, welcome, Brother Hakimu, Loani Uruke, Sister Sarah Srisio. والله sister انت عارف عشان انا بعرف امك كل مره نقول ماري سريسيو كل مره، لكن it's all good. ما قالوا الخلف عمره ما مشى، عمره طول الوقت بيكون قاعد. So I keep looking at you. So you're welcome, my sister Sarah.
We used to live together in the same compound with her auntie Mahandisa Teresa Srisio.
Okay.
If she can remember, I am Hayusif Mahatehnin. They used to come for a visit.
Yeah. So also sister Favor Na Mujule, brother Simon Abui, you're here. Who else do we have? Sister Rita Lugali, Sister Veronica Darofo. Okay, so these are the people that are here. Thank you for being here. Well, the names. We talked about these names before. بالتحديد كان يوم كم 11 ولا يوم كم هناك في November last year.
Yeah.
Where we talked about these names and we said how does these names impact the children or the owner of the name. يعني لما تنادي جنا شنو مثلا ظروف والجنا ده هيقوم عمره كله وعايش كله عنده ظروف وما بعرف سبب اساسا because هو زي ما تقول يعني الاسم ذاته كده the impact is so negative on the child, so the child is طول ظروفه كله عمره كله ظروف. Yeah, thank you, sister Sarah. Yes, that's the thing. These are the simple thing. Let's go for tanin dongora ده عندنا بيقولوا بلاندا لجنة لما نسمي جنة دونغورا جنة ده بصراحة كده يعني جنة ده بقعده كده مشكلته طويل كويس. ليه؟ لانه جنة ده هيكون قاعد لك ده انه جنة اي صحن فات اي حاجه صحله كده بس ماشي بس في خشمه بس بلملم اي حاجه. سو دونغورا نزول القبي يلم زي لما يربى هيكون شغال شنو يعني؟ ما هيشتغل. ممكن يطلع شحات يطلع بيجا يطلع بس لافي من كوشه لكوشه زي بظروف البلد ده هيكون من كوشه لكوشه بس قبل لقيت اي حاجه في الشوارع بس في جوا اكياس في زباله في اي حاجه. ده شويه صعب.
يا اسم ثاني عندك في سكرين ساوث سودان واتش دوغ. ده نسيبك ولا نسيبي انا ما بعرف.
انا ما اعرف والله. South Sudan watchdog, I'm not quite sure whether it's Unesib Mununa, I'm not sure. But it's all good. كويس تعبان معلش زي السيستر كريستينا قبل خطو ديل انا تعبان معلش شينا بشتنا لوفار زي بياتريس اللوفار يعني ده جناك يا اخي عشان كان ولده صغير خالص بريماتشور يعني وبقى صغير خلاص ما شبهته باي حاجه الا فار كمان مش اي فار له جوجو عشان كده بنصغروه كله اللوفار. هي مصيبه اصلا لما نسمي اسماء النيجاتيف ده كويس. اللو ده هيطلع بتاع اصواتها اصلا ده ما عنده اي حاجه اصلا في حياته كله. كان طلع معلش يا سيستر كريستينا انا كان داير نقول له طلع بيت ظروفه صعب يعني ده هيشربك لك الدنيا وما فيه. ولو طلع راجل ولد يبقى مشكلتنا عينه ده النوع اللي بيعطوا لك اي حاجه كويس يعني ما هيخلي كله حاجه. So yes, troublemakers, interesting troublemakers like Wani, yes, but to some extent when you say يا ريت كان وانيجا كان بالضبط in the troublemaker.
Oh,
Where is that name? So
this
that's
is
Tongjang.
Dr. Tongjang,
Okay, so
by
you
the
come
way.
up as a watchdog, man. Yeah, welcome, brother. Yeah, okay. So these are the things, and these names, when we started it, we meant it. We did not go on making fun of names of Bagijunubin, because we went on for our own tribal names. Guys, I can say I'm proud. My name is Ndiranda. Ndiranda means ours. And Ana Hakelekum Gisaptat, how that name came about. Because that name came about as a solution. Between the two families, the family of my mother and the family of God, may God rest her soul in peace, and the family of my father, there was this between the two grandma, may God rest both of their souls in peace. Had this little bit coming in. You know, one gave me a name of her own brother, late brother, and the other grandma is like, if I just go quiet with this, and that name is going to take place, and it's going to be the only name going on, and that means and by the way, Nasna Zaman, Ajdatna, they take so much pride into the names they give to their children, regardless of whether it's negative name or a positive, it has a positive impact. Guys, so عشان كده الفاميلي ما بفيك اسم ساكت الا والاسم ده شفته بين الاسرتين بتاعت ابوك وامك. It's going on. Otherwise انت هتلاقي نفسك عندك 2 اسم. لما تمشي عند ناس اهل ابوك بينادوك باسم ده، تجي عند اهل امك بينادوك باسم الثاني، ويلا يا ويلك تمشي في مدرسه عندك اسم ثاني براه في مدرسه، جاي الدفعه يعمل لك كله زي ما هم عايزين، وعندك ذاته اخوانك في البيت عندهم ذات اسم ثاني لك. لكن ما علينا الثانيين دول، بالنا في الاثنين دول بتاع الاسرتين دول.
عليك الله. في بيت كان بينادوك منو؟
الناس منو؟
في بيت كان بينادوك منو اللقب بتاعك؟
ماكنزي.
ماكنزي.
انا ما بعرف سيسترات جابوا من وين ماكنزي، انا ما اعرف من وين اصلا. هم يعرف انه some of them are here. They have to come up with that name and explain to me what it meant. It didn't take long because بعد كده لما كل زول فات بسكة بتاعه nobody is calling it. My mom never called me, may God rest her soul in peace. My father never called me that name, but it is my sisters, they call me that name. Guys, so that but the reason that we're talking about these names is because we are trying to come up with we're revolutionizing this idea, the idea of when you try to give a name to your child, all right, give the name that is has a positive energy to it, you know, like in the Randa, ours, you know, few nomen pride wala grikuju. انا ما اعرف نسيت معناها يا سيدي، متى بيجي تشرب عليك بعدين. yes. او ما تقوم تدي اسماء يعني مثلا اوغاي يعني الجهمان، معقول ولد ده يعني معقول يعني، او اغاي للبيت، معقول زول ده هيكبر يكون نصيح. اوغاي يا جهمان that's it. يا دشمان ده زول مشاكل اصلا. كويس. سو اوغاي ده هيفضل اصلا طول عمره هيكون جهمان. مين ما هو قايم اصلا كده جهمان يا زي تعبان زي انت قاعد تقول لك كمان يا ريتا، زي ما كريستينا قالوا قبل، تعبان ده هيكون كحيان اصله ماشي اصلا في بين اخوانه، ما عنده اي برنامج، you know؟ مهما لو كان كويس، وسجن في اسماء كثيره. So this is where we sort of going like لو جربين ما دارين نفكر كويس في الموضوع. let us think about something else. معلش يعني معلش شنو يا عوريتا جاي يشيل لك هم دنيا كله في راسك، you know؟ انت بس قاعد بس اي حاجه في حق بتاعك يطلع وينك تقول معلش، مع انه بيقول يا اخي يا ابو راس ابو عناف، you know؟ ابو هين اجدل كله، you know؟ all of these names are negative. They all have negative impact for كويس. برنجي, is that correct or that's just me seeing this? برنجي انا ما اعرف برنجي ده شنو، لكن maybe you'll come back later and let us know. ما بقدر نقول سيجاره لكن لانه I believe the name has always been there long before سيجاره برنجي وابو نخله وسبورتسمان وكل الحاجات دي ومارلبورو. I'm not مدقن لكن we know the names. مسكين يا جانا ده بس هيكون مسكين. اخير لما جانا يكون دي اسم تاني لكن طبيعه بتاعه بتمسكن في الداو جايبو داك ده yeah that person is a why هو بيكون بمسكن لكن they are looking at everything لكن لما اسمه اصلا مسكين God help us all. So all of these names, and you guys will come up with other names, you know, like envious, sister favor. Yes, all of these names really حتى لو انت خدته بانجليزي and يطلع negative, you have a problem. انت خدته بتورطان لكن معناه is negative, it's still gonna impact on the child. People don't see it. People think يعني هقول لك اقرب حاجه ما في جنة في مصر او زول في مصر اسمه بيليا وإلا واصله نص صبي ميكانيكي ما عنده اي حاجه. في دكتور بيليا في مصر ممكن يلف مصر ده كله ما هنلقى دكتور بيليا ولا استاذ بيليا لكن باش مهندس بيليا مش باش مهندس من كليه لكن من ميكانيكا من بدا صبي في جوهره وشخص صبي ميكانيكي لما كبر ولما علم كويس علم الصنعه زي ما هم بيقولوا وبعد كده بقى باش مهندس بيليا. ليه؟ شو اسمع الاسم براو ما هو ده سبب المصيبه في الاسم اساسا. الاسم اصلا له ايفكت. عندك الاسم تاني معناه شكله كويس لكن it has a negative impact. we see that in Egypt مثلا جمالات يعني جمالات ده جمالات يعني جمالات يعني جمال لكن لملموه بقى وده في قرنه لكن النية من وراه ما بالمعنى. عشان كده انا لو قلت 90% ولا 80% من الناس اللي عندهم اسم ده في مصر كلهم نسوان وشغالات وكلهم من الاسره التعبانه ومعليش يعني مش كلام بتال وفي الاغلب تلقاهم شينات كمان. ده المصيبه هنا. so the name بيمشي في راس زول بيكون اصله تابع حالته في محله لكن المعنى الاسم حاجه ثانيه. ده فرط. لكن هنا مشكلتنا كبير. مشكلتنا فينا خلينا في بتاعنا بتاع الجنوبين دل في كل قبيله يعني عرفنا انوي عند دينكا يعني انوي ده مرفين يعني في شنو الخلاك انت ما لقيت اي يا اخي تسميه نمر مثلا على الاقل نمر شرس سميه اسد لو يتكادر لكن انوي عديل كده ليه يعني اذا زعجان من جنة اللي درجه ولا شنو كان حصل لانه اذا الاسماء بيسموه نتيجه لانه اما مرتبط بامكنه محل الولاده او مرتبط بالزمن او بالساعه بتاع اليوم ولا حاجات دين انوي ده مرتبط به شنو يعني مرفين كان جاي يعني ولا مرفين كان بيحاجم والام خافت وولدت. طيب لما الام خافت وولدت مرفين ما له مشاكل جنة رفعت به. It doesn't make sense. But it is a lot of things that we need to really look into it. If we are never proud of our own names the way we are putting it, maybe one of the reasons is because we have come. Some of us have realized that some of these names have different. Yeah, Shahata. Yeah, Peter Mangeth. Yeah, Shahata. يعني ده اسم زي يسموه في راس جنة ده ما جنة ده خلاص هيكون ده كان عند المصريين بيكون لافف في جوهره شايل معه جوفه بتاع ربابيكيا من عماره لعماره كويس ويمشي في حاره الزبالين يكون عايش بهناك كويس. يعني الرياك ده انا نسيت معناه. انا عرفت انه الرياك ده كان عنده معنى
رياك ماتشار
انا كان عنده معنى كان someone gave us the name
ما رياك خراب وماتشار اسود ده خراب الاسود شوف الاثنين مع بعض.
تركيبه مش تقول لك كوكتيل بتاع تي بي ده يكون كوكتيل بيطلع عينك كويس. So these are stuff. All these names, if we have nice names with has meanings for it, ولا أنا ما عندي مانع نسمي اسمي باسماء قبيلة في جنوب السودان provided that the name has a positive energy meaning. So these are the things. I'm saying all of this just to refresh our memory. كلنا المشاهدين to refresh ourselves إنه this is what it is. This is why. لأنه في زول هيقول انتوا ما عندكم شغل ولا شنو؟ نتكلم كلام اسماء ما له اسماء. لا عندنا شغل ونص يا راجل. لا ده عندنا شغل ونص كمان. لانه الشغل ده it will impact your own children your احفادك واحفاد الجاي. بدل ما جانا بس يودر برا يفوت من جمع اسمك كله اسم البلد كله يطلع باسم خواجات كمان اسم خواجات اللي ما بعرف معناه لانه انت ذاتك ما عملت الريسيرش في الاسم اللي قدرت تدي لجنا انت بس اديته اي اسم لانه you thought it sounds nice. And قبل كده انا قلت Cecilia. Did anyone remember the meaning of the name Cecilia? See, it's so silly. Cecilia حبيبتي. What is the meaning of Cecilia? Go look for it, find the meaning of it. You know, things like that. So before you get it out of your hand, you need to get into it, know what it means. Yes, you can go fast map خواجات ولا whatever حاجات دل وطو ممكن تمشي في اسماء دل يتبلغ اسم عنده معنى. But should you continue with that? You can find some names بتاعك بتبلغ اللي عنده معنى كمان كويس تخطه.
ناكوشا.
Yeah. ويتكتب في باسبورت كمان. ده ما جريمة. نازنيا ورقة مثلا حاجات دل. يعني أنا ما أعرف ظروف ده في زمن ده الحاصل شنو في زمن ورقة كان موجود في شنو اللي حصل. So these are the things, you know. So we are not we have شغل هنا. If you think we don't have شغل, we really مسمار. Yeah. كويس. عندنا مثلا منقاس ده مقاس. أنت بتسمي جناك مقاس عشان شنو يعني؟ مقاس الواحد ده أنت بتسمي جناك مقاس عشان شنو؟ ما جرى ده هيقوم قايم كده على بطش أساسا. اي حاجه قدامه هيبرجل فيه وانت ما عارف ولما يكبر هيبطش في الناس. ممكن يكون بلطجي. يب جوجوت. دانا يعني ده هيقعد يفجر في كل قرن مع اي زول يعني. كويس. So these names are not jokes. It actually impact. عيال ده هم صغار ما عارفين but as they grow up it start impacting. فهم كويس. ابو شاكوش حاجات ديل انه اسماء ديل really you're not going anywhere. بلاش as اسم جنا. You might have been venting your anger back for whatever reason, but have you ever asked yourself what it means to that child لما هو يكبر? How is it going to be negative my child? ما يمكن زار جنا ده هيقلب يرجع فوقك. انت سميته لو انت لسه قاعد هو هيقلب فوقك. And you will at that point in time you will have no way of explaining to that child what was the reason, because who high منطقك لما راسك يجيف. Yep, رصاص is one of this name. مرزب.
مسمار جبال.
So the جريمة, you know, the جريمة. Yes, I know there is someone with the name جريمة. Really, can you imagine كده؟ يعني انت زول راجل كبير ولا مرة كبيرة يقول لك يا جريمة. يا ريت كان عندك ركب مع زول كل حاجة خليك ساكت جريمة يا أخي.
أخوه اسمه سجن.
وأخوك اسمه سجن في نفس الوقت. ده ديتو يعني بيت كده صعب يعني معلش ما دار نقول لكن سجن وجريمة وكله ده جريمة. كويس. No, brother Lamanyo. Some of these names are not even nickname. We've come across people who have these names. ده كان نشوف زي nicknames ده مكتوب في جوازات في أوراق رسمية بتاعهم. ده المشكلة هنا. We are not talking about the nicknames. الناس بتاع nicknames ده ما أنا قبل ذكرنا من ده كوم تاني براو البدولك في مدرسة ولا في شباب في بينكم ولا شابات في بينكم. كويس. ده حاجة تانية. لكن we're talking about the names that are given to you by side to your family, mom or dad. Some of them are uncles or aunties coming up with all these names.
Like our brother, Mr. Limaza, with the nickname
Limaza. They're Facebook. Yeah, Hakimu. Yep. So that's a menal Limaza. I know they have a Facebook. The baptism by him. So this is what we are talking about, because those names are negative. It has negative energy on these children. حتى هم كبروا. كويس. عندهم نيجاتيف نام انت حتى لو هم يكبروا هم كبار وظروفهم لسه كبير. الظروف لما تيجي تراجع اقعد اعين في كل زول لما الطريقه لو بيتصرفوا في حياته قالوا حاجات كده شوف what exactly is their name. لو بقول لك انا ما عندي اسم يقول اسمع كده انا داري اسم بتاعك بتاع البلد امك وابوك سماك في بيت اسم ده شنو. Try to find out. If you find out you might start going like I'm crossing T's here and I'm dotting I's here. So this is why this is important. And for us, because of the importance of these names, that we needed to document our own good names أسماء بتاعنا الجنوبيين الكويس بتاع قبائل دول كله whether هم 80 قبيلة 100 قبيلة 300 قبيلة ولا 40 ولا 50 we're trying to make a document that is each and every one of you will have the pride to go into it online and even work on that document بتاع اسم بتاع قبيلة بتاعك ده put the names there don't worry انه هيدبل نفسه ما هو بس a little bit of vigilant انه كل زول لما نيجي طب انت بتشوف اسماء دي كله تراجعهم كله انت كان لقيت فيها اسماء ما في ده then you add them up you add this اسماء you have a space to give your own little bit of explanation for what is that name what does it mean وحاجه كده so that's why we are launching today لأنه كنا ذكرناكم في زمن ده قلنا لكم we will launch the names document Google Doc sometime in the near future so that we all can participate in it and كلنا مشاهدين زوم تي في بكره بعد بكره حتى لو بيجينا عجوز كلا زول ما قادر يكليك لان دفرو بيجي خلاص ما قادر بيشتغل ما قادر اي حاجه we should all be happy that there is a document online that continues to live بأسماء بتاع الجنوبين the names that has positive energy in it all right that has positive energy in it and the next generation people can start picking names out of it زي ما قلنا I don't mind اسمي جناي باسم بتاع باري ولا باسم تلوتوكو باسم if it sounds beautiful and it has a beautiful meaning you know I would have no problem عشان قاعد نسمع اسماء الناس جون ناس دانيال ناس منو انا عارفين بتاع القبيله هناك انا ما عارفين probably it sounds beautiful لأهلنا and then they put it on us now it becomes the onus is on us now to find out what does the meaning of each one of us names that was given to us what does it انا متاكد في ناس ثانيين هيشيل اسمه من برا you know في ناس هيشيل اسمه من برا can you put that comment up with yeah Nesimo no we have had that experience they wouldn't they wouldn't spell it correctly when they spell it in Arabic it has different meaning altogether so no they wouldn't spell it correctly and even if you try to spell it correctly for them لسه هيجي يقرأ لك باستهجار يقول لك يعني انت عملت ايه يعني خطيت النقطتين في الثاء وحاجات دي 3 نقاط ما اعرفش ايه اصلا هي كده وانت لو ما حسبت في الزمن ده قاعد تسجل في الكليه مثلا امال هيقوم يكتبوا بس كتاب لو انت ما فتحت عينك في زمن تسجيل لا هيقوم يكتبوا لك زي ما ده يكتب اصلا وبعد كده يطار لك طبعا مين ما كتبوا لك زي في الكليه ما انت هتتخرج بو انت هتكون معروف بو انت ما هتعرف الا لحد تيجي تغير الشهاده بتاعك ده بعدين تقدر تغير الاسم اللي فوق ده والله صعب شويه so that's the thing
tell them the story of this guy Mading Wada Manyel and when he came through Aswan من أسوان البحري طبعا بينادوا أسامي بتاع طلبة فالمصري شاف listen to this name Mading Wada Manyel سوى المصري بس مدينة وادي النيل مدينة وادي النيل and then nobody ده منو مدينة وادي النيل and then they put it aside بعد ما انه قرأ الأسامي كله مدين ودا مانيال ده آخر زول اللي فضل he look at the picture ما انت هو مدينة وادي النيل مدينة وادي النيل يا عم قال أصلا باباك وماماك هم ما يعرفوش ينطقوها يقولوا مدينة وادي النيل ده السبب انه الاسم مدين ودا مانيال او مدينة وادي النيل look at this one yeah this is just carry on finish your thought and I will come in and zoom from a different perspective.
So these are the issues that we have so this document will continue to live because now as we launch it if you find it in yourself that you can compile names min Gabila Badak all I would ask you each one it's not restricted أي زول منكم send your email address that you use frequently. Okay, send it to our inbox, ZööMTV inbox. It's on the page. You click on it. You send the email there. Say, myself, my name is Joseph. But just send your name, the email there. I'll pick up all these emails and I'll give you access to this document. But عشان كلام ما يكون شكله شين وبس كلام. Let me show you how it looks like. Sorry, my brother.
Sure.
Yeah, just let me put this up for us, but then we can then put it back for us, for everyone. Now, this is when you log into when you use that email address as I've given you the access, and you go to Google Drive. This is what you get to see. Now, you get to see this. Now, as you see, let me see if I can sort of blow it up a little bit for us so we can see it. Yep, I think so. Yep. Can we see it now? Yeah, I believe so. This is what you see. This is what you're seeing on the top here is just an example of, not example, it's just what you have opened recently. But actually, this is the folder you want to go to. We're about to rename this folder. This is a temporary name because during our show last year, we dedicated this Mosua, or this whatever you call it, record to the name of one of our grandmothers, the grandmother of our brother Dominic Akwe, because there was a situation that happened at that time. So we decided quickly with Wujud Bata Mushahidin Khan, to dedicate the name of the Mosua to her. So I'm not quite sure, Brother Griguji, you've got the name of our brother or not yet. But the name, this name will change, but the name is, for the time being, as a temporary name, South Sudanese names. If you click on South Sudanese name, what you get to see, all these documents. So let me put it in a list form so that you can see it. You can see Azande names, Balanda names, Bari names, Bongo names, Dinka names, Golo names, Kakwa names, Keresh names, Mangaya names, Ndogo names, Pojulu names. By the way, this is not the end of it. I'm just putting some file up so that people start coming up. I know there is a Lotuho name. You will come in with a file, you create a file within this, and then you start putting the names up. You start putting your names in, the names of, and I can give an example as to how it will look like when you actually have a name up. Say if I select the Balanda one because that's the one I was working on, this is the Balanda name. That's how it looks. Okay. So let's see, where is it? Are we still in that file? Why is it not selecting the Balanda names? Anyway. Oh, yeah, I see why.
Yeah, anyway, they have the idea.
Yeah, they have the idea. So when you do that, now what you do is you start getting the list, and you can start edit, because I'm adding you as an editor, which means that you can actually add the names in as you can. You can add the names that you're able to see, and that's where everything start working out. And I'll just put it back for you so that you see what it looks like, because that's what I was trying to mention earlier. You have the Balanda names, Kale Tanjoviri. That's a little bit of something that I'm putting on, but you can see the names now. Of course, I put my name. I know I don't what the Badri mean. I don't want to forget my name, and I put it up. Ndiranda is a male name, and it means the remarks. It means ours. Masalan, Uku is a male name, and it means someone who has been frequently sick as a baby. So that's how, or the mother was so sick while the mother was pregnant with him. So, and Aku is a female name which has the same meaning, and so forth. So you can see I've got few names compiled up, and I keep going, and I'm just doing my bit every going. So as you start putting, it's a simple thing, what it means. So it's now up to you to start thinking about it. Like, okay, if my wife was sick all the time, now the question is, should I be putting all this name up, or should I name the child Aku or Uku, or should I be picking up the next name? Because within these names, then there is other names that are really, we put it out as good names, as to avoid all the mashakil in the Fogo. So you've got the sample of what is happening there, and that's the gist of what it is. And if you actually happen to bring in, you send us your email address, you will have all the access to all these names. Even if you have access to your own, to have to edit your own tribal names, to put it in, you can have a look at other tribes' names. If you happen to remember one of them, put it in there. And when a person from that tribe comes and have a look at to edit the names also, they will go through it. If you misspell it, they will correct the spelling and they will keep going. So it's a living document that we're trying to make sure that it survives. So that's Brother Grikuju. That's in a nutshell is the program that we're trying to launch here. And we are looking actually forward for everyone to see a lot of emails coming in through that accepting to participate in this. The microphone is with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Nderinda, for outlining everything. For those who just joined us, yes, to Brother Hassan, precisely, we are advocating for the positive name that have a good connotation, not name that would bring misfortune. Like when you name your child Zuruf, I don't think, if you can recall, 5 years old with the name Zuruf is doing well off, or somebody with the name Taban. When you think about them, have you thought about Bushmahandis Taban or Dr. Taban or business entrepreneur with the name Taban? So there is so many things that impact. It has a negative connotation to it. And also, we have to retain our culture. We have to retain our values, because those names, there is a sequence and there is a meaning attached to it. مرتبط بأحداث معين. So حتى إنه when you think about those biblical names, you go in, always those names, it has a meaning, and most of them are in Hebrew. Okay, so why don't you not to get the same, the positive biblical name for the Christian, and get what is equivalent in your native language, instead of picking those Western or Hebrew name and somebody's going with it. And I will share a simple example. On my official document with translation and everything, things got messy in Egypt. So Moses is my baptismal name, and Benjamin is my dad's baptismal name. But Grikuju is the name that I am proud of. Bubu is the Baya name for my dad, and the family name is Marodama. So during the translation, Marodama name was dropped. So Benjamin became my last name, and Moses became my first name in official document. I came, settled in British Columbia in Canada. The name been published in phone book. Every now and then, burung, people from Jewish community are calling me. They start talking about whatever is happening in the community. Because when you look at the name Moses Benjamin, 100% ده اسم من أسامي بتاعت Hebrew. Okay, now you get yourself into حتة لأنه ما بيعرفوك. لكن if you came up with the name Dirinda, أي زول بلندا سمع الاسم ده, حتى ما بيعرفك. And I believe, as we are having this conversation, somebody have approached Brother Dirinda here al asas, hey, you are a Viri, okay, because from your name they will know. Somebody with the name Ladu, 100%, that guy must be Bari, and so forth. So it is very important. It will identify you and will tell who you are, will make a connection. Those what so-called biblical name, please just take a step back. Nothing wrong with it. I am a proud Christian, but those names are, most of them are Hebrews name. Okay, why we have to force ourselves? Have you heard by any chance في كواجة سما نفسه دين سما نفسه لادو سما نفسه غريكوجو ولا Hebrew guy سما نفسه باسم not belong to their society or to their origin to identify themselves? No. Englishmen عاشوا في هنديا عاشوا في أفريقيا all the way. Have you found any Brit guy with the name, with an African name, al assassin, oh, you know, I will name my son about this great African king or great African leader? ما في. لكن إحنا ياهو بس ماشين. Okay? Wara other, and we don't believe in our name. I is all proud al assassin. No, my name is Johnson. My name is Michael. My name is even Sunday, Friday, Monday. What is this? في شنو يعني؟ طيب لو إذا الأولاد كله ولدهم يوم السبت ولا ولدهم كل يوم الجمعة هيسموهم كله Friday, Friday 1, Friday 2, Friday 3, Friday 4. Come on, what is this? Do something better. Oh, my name is Friday.
Friday 2.0.
Friday.
2.0.
What is this? Oh, but then for Sunday, and Sunday go bus. Inta ma bta'rif innu Sunday for a man or Sunday for a woman. Let us pull ourselves out of it. That is why we want to have a reference. As my co-host mentioned earlier, if I found Bari name, wala Baka name, wala you know, Zande name or Nuer name that it has a good connotation, it has a good meaning. I can name my daughter or my son after with the same name. What is the meaning? It is, this is what it is, okay? It means so and so. نفس حاجة بنفس المركبة بتاعت النقص، okay? مع احترامي شديد لأخواننا بالذات أهلي بتاع راجة بالثقافة الإسلامية وما شابه ذلك. Come and look at our name. يعني even those Arabic name when we pick them, okay? We pick الأسامي الحابتة, okay? خدم الله, عبد الله, Kamsur, Maksur, you know, like those lower name ياو بتلاقوه في غرب السودان وفي الدارفور. حتى when you go to those Arabic country, okay,
You don't find it.
they don't use them, okay. Atrun, yes, you know, you don't find it. تمشي مصر, تمشي السعودية, تمشي قطر, تمشي you know الامارات, بتلاقي الاسامي لانه ناس خدي, خزي, شيماء, you know, like those clean Arabic name. لكن how often you get those name in the جنوبين ولا in the حالنا في دارفور بالذات؟ ياو انتهى عبد الله وخدم الله وخمسور ومنصور وعطرون و you know عيسى وموسى. Okay, why? So something is wrong. We need to pull ourselves على اساس انه ناتي الاسامي ذاته عند امانه. حتى لو انت سميت اسم عربي خليه يكون حاجه كويس, مش بس انه ينتهي في ناس عبد الله وخدم الله و you know. And it is a little bit fishy. We need to pull ourselves. نسيب انه always to be a second class. لأنه when you think about it, about your friends اللي انت بتعرفهم كان نوبة ولا فور ولا زغاوة ولا من وين في غرب السودان, حتى أهلي في الراجة ولا حتى أخواننا المسلمين في على النيل في Greater Equatoria, you find all this name, those الأسامي الحابتة, okay? في حسن, في حسين في حسنين في حسنية. seriously
في حسينة
الواحد
في
حسان
حسينة في
كله بس
حسنات زي ما انت قلت.
في الحتة ده. So our message, you know, it is very important على أساس إنه we have to pull ourselves. ما في حاجة على أساس إنه بيجبرك باسم جريكوجو ولا باسم درندا أنت ما ممكن إنه تقدم الشهادة بتاعك على أساس إن أنت تبقى مسلم. ما يعرفوا في غرب أفريقيا ده هم ماشيين بأسامي بتاعهم ناس تشكو منو وحتى ذاته ما بيعرفوا أي حاجة في الإسلام لكن حفظوا القرآن. سو في شنال بيجبرك على أساس إنه البيت لازم إنه يسموه إنه بأسامي بتاع النسوان بتاعة الرسول. Does it bring blessing? Seriously? مش you know, I'm not criticizing the Islam as it is, لكن ده مسألة ثقافية. Okay? So with the name Grikuju, ماذا لبط بتاعت خواجات. When they came first with Christianity, they start pushing our people على أساس إنه you must have a baptismal name. Okay, that is why if you look back بتلاقي أبوهاتنا كلهم زول عنده اسم بتاع بلد وعنده اسم تاني زي اسم ما أبوي بنجامين. Okay, عندي عم باسم رومانو، عندي عم باسم فكر. Okay, like أي زول بيكون عنده اسم you know فكر. This is الاسم بتاعه ادو اسم رومانو so that to be baptized. I have Fatran, they name him Joseph. You know, like كل زول انت بتلاقي انه عنده اسم double. So it is about time على اساس انه ما هو تحرير ذاته بيبدا في مراحل مختلفه لانه احنا حررنا انفسنا من what do you call it من الاستعمار البريطاني التركي المصري والعربي السوداني واحنا لسه ماشيين بالاسامي الاستعماريه. موزيس بنجامين، Daniel Jacinto, and so forth. No, we resisted. That is why we decided to enforce and to go with our original name, that it is very distinct. Okay, because now, for example, if you pick a name Dirinda, you Google it, will take you to this only one Dirinda only. It is a unique. Okay, you Google Grikuju, will not take you anywhere. Well, link something, story, I made it somewhere, or my profile on Facebook or something. But put Moses Benjamin, or put John Michael, or whoever, you will see Afarid bita Zaman Bimrugulek. So we have beautiful names, and we have a very, very rich name. Okay? لأنه الأسامي المثلا, when you think about English name, it is ده كتيب صغير قدر كده أسامي ده كله انتهى فيه ياو بين جون مارغريت لويس مارك ريتشارد. اوكي انتهى في الأسامي دي. لكن when you go into تشيل أسامي بتاع بايا you put them in a package. شيل أسامي بتاع مورليكو تجنبه بتاع لاتوكا بتاع باري بتاع باندا بتاع زاندي. We have a very rich culture. بيختلف تماما يمكن انه ما يجي مثيل لها في اي دولة من دول افريقية لانه ناوى الاسامي ده it start to disappear. You go to Kenya نفس الشيء بتلاقي even اسامي from Swahili which is اسامي من أصل فارسي عربي and a little bit of the Bantu. لكن people start to feel more great. تلاقي زول أفريقي كر بيشيلوه اسم بتاع عرب بس على أساس إنه to elevate himself. ويمكن ده في مرحلة من مراحل كان حاصل عندنا في السودان. أوكي أي زول عنده أو بتلاقي في كل family حتى if they are whatever جنوبيين بتلاقي ولد في بيت اسمه his baptismal name is Isaac وعنده اسم something يوسف or عنده اسم عمر ولا باسم أكون أنجلو منو
Manda. Bilal.
Bilal. For example, Angelo, he got the name Bilal. Isim ma betarjumu, like I am Moses, but I will never allow somebody to call me Musa. Okay? Because if you write Musa and you write Moses, those are completely different name. So we need to encourage our people, let us go back to our origin. And also, let us compile something. Make it tangible out there for a reference. Fiominalayam, if time went by, you empower us to put it in a book. So this book will be available. Digital copy is available out there. And also we can make it in a booklet. Those are South Sudanese names. And on that note, I encourage each and every one of us. It is a good idea. Our computers now, they allow you to use those vowel characters. Okay.
The accent.
Ja, be, whatever. So please, when you are compiling those names, get some reference. If you are not sure about the spelling, get somebody who is with some reference so that we compile those names, we spell them correctly. Okay? Because specifically, I will give you an example, like by a name. It is those vowel character. If it is double dot, if it is the broken line, or, it makes it changed the meaning. Okay, it changed the meaning completely. So very, very important. And I believe it applies to so many other languages. So those vowel later, it is not just for the look, but it changed the meaning completely. So let us do it correctly. Make sure about the spelling and use the correct character, because I came looking at the bias name, like if you write it with normal English character, it will not give you exactly the same meaning, because it will be the same, now you have to do a wild guess. What is it? What does it mean? Okay, so therefore, for example, when I use a O with the 2 dot, it sounds completely than a dot with a line on top of it, and so forth. So we have to make sure, do your diligence. There is no rush for it. It is a long project. Let us work on it, compile it, put it out there for reference. We have our youngster, indana awladna, indana banatna, wildom fil mahjar. They start, having babies. They are making us grandparents. So if there is something for a reference, instead of they buy this book, okay? They go and buy those books. Now, they can go online to check all those names. Meaning is there, so they can pick it up. With regard to pronunciation, that is something, it requires a lot of work, so that to get it done with the audio file attached to it. But when the name is up there, you can pick the name and you can ask somebody, how to sound it correctly. So this is something we can continue to enhance, to build on it. With that note, maybe I will yield the podium back to you, and we start posting the link. If somebody wants to come to say something, please allow yourself to come in. And when we gave those examples, please don't take us literally or personally. We meant you. If I made fun of your name, Taban, wala ظروف ولا مشاكل. I have a cousin with he name ولده مشاكل وبنته ظروف. Okay. Like I just scratch my head and I look at him. Seriously, this is the best you can bring to your home. ولد مشاكل وفعلا الولد become just a troublemaker. قد عجلة بتاع منو فلق راس جنا منو عمل شنو مش عارف ايه and when you see ظروف يعني a 14 years old girl انقرتها اكل كله قرقر كله ما يا ظروف ذاته شعر بدا قرقر من الراس ما you bring it upon yourself. Okay, what are you doing seriously? inshallah كان ظروف عندك. Okay, لكن be positive about it. No, life is beautiful. Call your son hope, call your son grace, call your son your daughter blessing or something, and God will grant it to you. Again, when you call جانا ظروف ولا سجن ما سجن بلاقي نفسه في يوم من الأيام he end up in سجن because this is who he is. Okay, why في شنو كويس في السجن seriously يعني انت تسمي جانا سجن في شنو excited about it معلش something weird ما أعرف لو إذا أهلنا في البلد كان لقوا فرصة يمكن إنه هيسموا عيالهم ذاته هيسموهم فيسبوك
ولا يوتيوب.
إذا سموه ورقة وسموا ورقة وسموا ناقوشة وشنو مش عارف إيه ما يمكن يكون فينا فيسبوك ذاته
That's for sure.
Something here, now meeting, so now miraya, so now soafa عندنا now miraya that is very popular. Okay, in the Sunday عندهم, in the Baka عندهم, عندنا بيسموه ناس ندوغو ولا منو بيسموه ناس soafa. So this is something. I saw something online. We talked about it last time. Twin kids, corona and virus.
Virus.
Virus. You name your child virus. Come on. Anyway, the podium is yours, brother, and maybe we can start sharing the link. Yeah.
Thank you. Just on the note, just want to make a quick reference to the note when you were talking about the accents in writing names. They are important, I know. For instance, something like this. Soka kulo. So, loita barf accents quiz. Someone can read it quickly, even they are not Balanda. You notice those accents. Those accents has reasons for it. Either it's raised the sound of the letter, or it lower it, or it make it deeper, or it neutralizes it. All of that are there. So you can. I know also, like what our brother Dong has said, it's different. Venezuela, the Dinka. I know a C in Dinka is pronounced as a ch, so it's no longer C. So yes, these are all there, and this is where you get a chance. Even on top of that, the Dinka names, you can write a blurb as to highlight some things. When you notice, when I put up that there is the Z and the J in Balanda are interchangeable. There are people who will pronounce one word with Z, and then the same word in other parts of the Balanda will pronounce it as a J. For example, the God's name, Jockey. Sharia Tani bigul Zoki. So it is that first letter that is interchangeable, Z or J. So things like that, little notes like that on top of the document itself, makes it much easier for you to then follow what is happening. Now, earlier when you were talking about the names as to the beauty of having the names fully, Masalan Ismi in full is Ndiranda, Li, Uguru.
Akuna Bilal Zahra ala fikra.
Bilal Zahar. Okay. Ndiranda Lee Ugur. It's exactly what you see in the with Nigerians. You see someone by the name Emeka Chukwu Yeremukwa. And that's 2 names only, first and last name. So it might become first an issue to pronounce the Chukwu Yeremukwa. But because it's your name, it becomes easier. It has a meaning. And I'm not just making up that name, because I actually have one of the friends here who taught me how to pronounce those names, and I got to know who they are. So these names are good. ولا خواجه مجبور يكتب بقى. خواجه قام فتش ديكشنري قبل لقيت حروف في كيبورد عشان يكتب الاسم الطويل من 15 حرف ولا 9 حروف ولا كم ده. وفي النهايه خواجه بفضل اني ينادي اميكا الاول ده لان الثاني ده طويل خالص وبيخليه. But it still is good. It's good to have that. Have it. Get known by it. Like somebody like myself, I'm contemplating removing all my other names off, and that includes removing my father's name, which is the Kawaja name, out. But then the question is, now I'm still studying how does that impact on my children, because that means I also have to remove all their names to match my name. Because right now they're taking my name, which is a Kawaja name, and my father's name, and then my last name, which is written in the Kawaja way, but I want to write it in my native way. But that's the process. It all happens. So we can do it. And you can see, I know a lot of us watch Aflam with a Nigerian. Can I look at the credit? Look at the names. تجي تلقى يا لقيت برنس فوق في كورنا يا لقيت patience في محل. Otherwise, in majority, it is all حاجات That's it. And it makes sense because it is their name. It's their native name. وانا متاكد كان مسكت واحد من الناس تلقى عنده اسم ثاني المرتبين ناس جيمس برنس شنو حاجات ده كده حاجات ده كله مرتبين لكن that they use those names in high class when they become عندهم قروش ومرتبين نفسهم باو they live in Lagos in high apartment محلات ما في زول ساكت بخش فوقه شوارع بتاعه بنضيفوا زي بتاع خواجات هنا بلاد خواجات دل they change their names to prince and the princess فلان وفلان 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 او ولد chief ولد chief قاعد هناك دي خلاص حاجاته بغير اسماءه كله براو بعد في جو بلد كان بكتب برصاص بيكسر لانه انت ما you're not quite sure. So it is really important what we are doing. Yeah, we make some fun here and there, but it is really great to have those names up. حتى لو you haven't changed it in your أوراق رسمية, but find those names. Not إنه تقعد تسمي نفسك, but can you find out what was the name that was given to you? What does it mean? Great name with a positive energy, you start using it. My Facebook is the first place that we started a revolution of Benna. I used to have my name as Daniel Lee, but then it dawned. Now Daniel Lee is Maruf, but that's our isn't the document. So I have my original name. I have my name that was given to me by one of my grandmother, Ngori. I used it before, but that is the name that was controversial in the family. Then I decided to use Ndiranda because that was the name that was now across the two families. So I omitted Ngori, not because I don't want it, but I use the name that is now has a peaceful, connotation through the two families, and also it has a lot of energy for me personally, Ndiranda. So that's how I got my name up here, and thanks to Facebook in many ways, because it now sticks. People see Ndiranda anywhere, they still reference me as Daniel Lee. I didn't have a problem with them, but that's the name, Ndiranda. You struggle with it, but then at the end of the day, you get it. I know some people are still struggling with it, pronouncing it, but at the end of the day, they get it. That's why we have this Mawsua, Khatena Barahinak, so that we all have to participate. And like I said, all of you can participate with anyone that even not here. Exactly. My name in Dinka is Dong. Yep. Is that correct? Dong.
Yeah. So
Dong or Dong.
Dong.
So,
And it
yeah.
is.
And that last character is the
And
NG.
it is,
Yeah.
yeah, like
You
we
don't find
have,
it quickly unless you have installed that software that have that N with the done up program. Otherwise, you
like,
use the NG. Yeah.
like we have no, and we
Yeah.
have be.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's what it is. It is, you can see it is important. It is not something to brag around and say, oh, na ZööMTV ده ما فاضيين للشغل ولا ما عندهم شغل اصلا ما لاقين حاجه يكلموا في ويك ده من قال لك ده والله ZööMTV عنده حاجه كل اسبوع يكلم فوقه. هسه ممكن نقلب الموضوع نطلعه في سايت ثاني. You will be so sorry about it. But this is important. We believe this is important. It has an impact. It has a long impact. And somebody was asking, is it going to be put on the Wikipedia? Wikipedia is to find out information, but this is an information that a data that will be made public as soon as we start compiling names, Kulana, with your emails coming in and you start working on it. Then I will have to put it public so anyone can come in. But hatta nasal who are not compiling it now, they can start coming in, because I would love to see it at the beginning now that people who are coming in to do it, compiling these names, they are genuinely coming to compile the right names and put it with a good heart. I could have put it already open publicly now, but guess what? Because they don't feel it. They will just come and put anything. مرور الكرام لكن لما زي يلقى محل محترم الاسماء اسماء محترمه وكله بمعاني جميل وكله حاجه, guess what they do? It will encourage them, whatever the 2 or 3 names they want to add, when they go through, they will add the correct names that has great names that anyone, like I said, and my co-host also emphasized on it, that names that any one of us can pick up. ما مشكلتنا في الجنوب مش قبيله, مشكلتنا في الجنوب انه القبيله فرض علينا. يعني كل زول لازم ده يعمل ده وبري من فئات معين ده يعمل الكلام ده, لكن اصلا كقبائل ما that's what makes جنوب السودان a rainbow. That's what makes جنوب السودان a rainbow. That what makes جنوب السودان colorful. All these different قبائل. So with different names, no, انت ما ممكن تقول انا ما داير اسم كوكو لانه ولا انا ما من كوكو. Okay, how did you pick up the Justina ولا دوناتو ولا مارك؟ انت منهم؟ That's the logic. You need to logic something before you start jumping around and saying انا ما داير اسم ده. So ما بالك انه you now have the real gist of this is what it means, even if it is in a Kachipo name language, which means something beautiful, and it has a nice meaning, and it has a positive energy. ولا انا بسمي الجناية ما عندي مشكلة. انا بدي فراس جناية على طول, كان ولد ولا كان بيت انا بسلم الاسم, because it will ensure. You know how Kawaja asks you sometimes, what is the origin of your name? Why do you think Kawaja asks you? Because I simply said Ndiranda, and so like, oh, okay, what is that? Lanu dawar fi jorasu Italian manafa, shunu manafa, Chinese manafa, Spanish manafa, shunu kula jadal kulu majama nafsu. So why they have to come up with that one question? What is the origin of your name? See the pride when you start explaining the origin of your name and what it means. See, you become professor straight away. Within that 5 minutes, now Kawaja realizing there is a world out there that they have never tapped into it. Just جرب انت باسمك اللي بتبلد ده كده خلي خواجه بس صعبه كده يقول لك what does that mean? See how when you're explaining the meaning of your name, see the power you have. You have that power over the kawaja. Kawaja بس بطلع زجاجة صغير عندك. You become the master. وكان وقع في راس ناس زين البلو الروادي صغار ده ما موضوع منتهي عند خواجه اساسا. خواجه موضوع بيكون بايظ. خواجه مش بيت راسه قبل يلف في اسمه. كمان كان وقع انا فهمت اسمه ده معناه شنو؟ انا بقول له your name this is the meaning of your name. I'm not quite sure why are you so proud having that name running around, carrying it around with you when this is what it means. Don't tell me because your dad gave you the name. That's why you have laws in your country, in your system, that allows you to change your name. So you go change your name.
Let me say something to Kokoro Estella.
Yeah.
When you think about Asame bita Kawaja al-Bara hinak, like you know, pick name like Gorbachev, okay, and present it to somebody for Africa, for Gaba with Africa Henak. Okay, what is this? They will make fun of the name. At the same level, you have to trust the name that been given to you and present it with, especially when it has a positive meaning, or present it. And I will give you example of my father name. The Gbaya name is Bubu. It is spelled B-U-B-U, which is mean the globe, and at the same time it mean also it could mean the earth or the ground. Bubu. I decided to name my son with the name Bubu, and it is easy to make fun of. Okay, so like somebody can flip it, will make it into something else, Bubu or whatever. But since he started the school, every time, even the teacher, when he was young, the teacher will ask how to pronounce what is the correct pronunciation for the name. Okay, so because they don't want to sound it weird. So, and what does it mean? Oh, that's it. Okay, now wherever he go, as a young man, with activities doing in a church or whatever, you know, if somebody going to announce his name, they will come and ask him, how do you pronounce it? And they make sure they got it right. So you have to force yourself and make it a reality, okay? Because now there is a lot of respect. There is no bully around, nothing. It is a different setting, but it goes back to you, how you carry yourself, how you feel proud. If my child is not proud about the name I gave him, unless it has a negative meaning or negative connotation, how he's going to explain it, okay? Then that will be the challenge there, and that will reset me so that to think about something positive. But since it has a good meaning, it has a good energy, I have to maintain it, and I have to encourage my children, be proud of who you are, and this one will set you apart than anybody else. You have a unique name, be proud of it. It is very important. We have to, to convince our kids to use a logic. If they rejected their original name, now what is going to happen? This is whereby they will tell you, please, mom, or please, dad, when you are visiting my school, don't come with those African gown of yours. Ma khalas, yani, عايزين يبقوا خواجات بقوة. So that is something, it is our collective responsibility. We have to force Kawaja al-Assassin to sound it and to learn it and to rewrite it. And it is good when you give them their name. How do you spell that? Yeah, you have to spell it out. Begi Kawaja Balid, or whoever you are dealing with. Like when you say Moses Benjamin, he write it. But when you give them those weird names, they are not, it is weird to Kawaja, but it's what identify you. So we have to continue to present ourselves, to bring ourselves to the global stage. We cannot sit back always in the background, okay? Coming to global stage with some weird name, like whatever their name are, those of with all those Western name, wala asame bitat Arab. So we want to start presenting ourselves to the global stage, make those names popular, make people around the globe to know this is a Bari name. Just think about it. A very popular name in the Bari people, Wani, Ladu, okay, for example, okay? But Gulay Fiatu Gabila في جنوب Sudan mindu isim John, okay? Or they don't have a name Christina or Mary, okay, or Moses. But للأسف الشديد you find a name Ding, it is within Dinka only, okay? ما في زنداوي ولا كرشاوي ولا بلنداوي بيسمي Ding. ما في دنكاوي ولا فجلو ولا what do you call it, will name a name what is a beautiful name just to present it, for example KG, okay, to other tribes. If we start cross-referencing, sharing those names, what is wrong for it? My name Ladu is more closer to me than Moses or than John or Richard, okay? Walla hatta Sabit, walla Sunday, Aleno is very popular to us. So it is our responsibility, al asas انه we have نفرض نفسنا, okay, to make ourselves, we live in a global village. So therefore, we have to project ourselves on a global stage and to say, we are here. My name is Modi. I am proud to present myself as Modi. Okay, I don't have to feel shy about it unless that name has a negative connotation to it. This is whereby by doing so also we will avoid them. لكن ده مسؤوليتنا على أساس إنه الأسامي الكويس ده ما حتى that is why كواجات they go to books, or sometimes you find كواجات بيركبوا 4-5 أسامي because they are looking for something unique. And we have seen it with the royal family in UK, okay? The new generation, their kids ما في جنا ماشي باسم واحد, okay? بركبوا الأسامي whoever, like you know, they make it up على أساس إنه to identify that child, because Charles, everybody knows Charles everywhere, even Amir Charles, and we have Charles Itahili, okay? So Charles is everywhere, so they have to come with something different. Like imagine somebody with open-minded like Megan, if she managed على أساس إنه to get a beautiful and African name, she will push it, okay? Royal family, it is not in our record, but if the other family are coming with those weird names, what is wrong with it? We need to present it and to make it available. لأنه حاجاتنا ما مكتوب. That is why no reference to them. Nobody is sharing even our African proverbs. We have a lot of great proverbs, okay, which is, it is related and there is a lot of wisdom behind it, but nobody's sharing them. This is something maybe down the road as Junubin Kaman, we have to start to think about compiling them, okay, because those proverbs, there is a lot of wisdom in them. Are we proud to present them? No, nobody's doing it because, and nobody know anything about it because it is not written. So by having something written, tangible, that will make a lot of difference. So we encourage our people, let us present ourselves as a global citizen and make ourselves present on global stage. Mushinu nago adwara, and you know, we hide. You have a comment on the screen, you want to say something, so bring it up.
Yeah. That goes along with what was her name was saying, that some parents are this comment. Some parents are afraid that their children may be made fun of at school, and that sits well with that comment. The comment from Sister Favor, that in Netherlands there's a new guy whose name is called Lul, I believe, and also Lul in Dutch means the private part. So the children at school are making fun of his kids. So because of that, he decided to move to England. So you know what? It is an assertion. There's nothing like an assertion. Bernard is a lion. Okay, I'm quite sure when they start using Bernard, which is which is German name, by the way. I'm quite sure at the beginning there was a fun being made about it, but the assertion and parents kept giving these names to different children. Before they know it, they forgot about the meaning of it. It just becomes a name. Bernard sounds beautiful. So with that, that's what I'm trying to say, is that what you've explained there to our sister, I believe that was sister, is that correct? Yeah. Kokora Law something, that Gibel, sister. Right?
Yeah.
That was correct. That was correct because we just have to, it is you as a parent who will get a school كل في رجلهم. بعدين خواجات بيخافوا من كلامنا. لما as a parent انت توقف مدرسة كله في رجلهم عشان الطلبة أو التلاميذ في فصل should not make a joke. The one thing مدرسة ماشي عمل is going to send letter to parents تيال تنندل خواجات دل إنه are you trying to cause us مصيبة ولا شنو? Because if you actually decided to sue the school because the school is not taking care the well-being of your own child in the school, guess what? The school is going to be so sorry. And ما في حاجة بزي الخواجة زي إنه يعملوا sue Lord sue that they know من خسرانين فوق أصلا 100%. لأن خواجة لو لقى فرصة فوقك خواجة will do it. But now خواجة knows if you come with that one then it's going to be so assert yourself with the name of your children. Go to school, talk to the principal. خلي principal أكسل هوا خليه يمشي فور مدرسين بتاعه فأكسل هوا يخلي المدرسين ده يكتبوا جوابات لفاميلي ستات يال خواجات دل you'll find out it is stopped. It will stop. So it is مشكلتنا إنه أنا قاعدين في بلد ناس we know the system and we're afraid to use the system. We know the system and we're afraid to use the system. Or sometimes we don't know the system, and when we have someone who is talking to us as if they know what is going with the system, we start mocking that person. No, but this land, they made their system. Their system is a good thing for them. It's a bad thing for them. So once you know their system, you can use it. You can use it to ensure it's a guide for nafs level. So that's all I can say with that name.
Let me add something quickly here before Brother Dong Malwal come in. Those who are following news in the United States of America, there is a case. Right now it is before the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Okay? Freedom of speech. A girl who was a member of a cheerleader in one of the schools. She was upset with the school. She went in and she swore, okay, using F word, F the school, F whatever on her Twitter account or Instagram, okay? So people, the student, the teachers, they saw the comment. So the school decided to punish her, okay, to remove her from the cheerleader school cheerleaders team. She wasn't using access of the school. She wasn't in the uniform. She wasn't in whatever, okay? So now under freedom of speech, if the school got the right to punish her on her private time, okay, while she was out there doing her thing. So how many kids are out there, even including adults, that on their private time, they swear, okay? They use the swearing word, the F word, whatever. So do the school have the power to go after people in their private, but you are on basketball court or you are playing with your friend in the backyard and you swear? Do the school have access because you are still a student? They can punish you to that limitation. Look, this is just a little case with that. Freedom of speech went to the Supreme Court. How much money, how much litigation gonna go through it so that to clear it? Fama balak, when somebody bully your son or your daughter because of their name, and that thing didn't stop, and you have to take it to the next level. It is our collective responsibility. We share knowledge, we enlighten ourselves, and this is whereby we can project ourselves on a global stage. Because if it happened in Western Hemisphere, and now this case went to the court, media will pick it up. And that will be an educational lesson to people around the globe to listen and reset and adjust themselves. Brother Dong Malwal, good to see you. The conversation is going on. You have been following from the very beginning, reacting with us. Bring it in. You managed to download that keyboard that enable you to write Tongmonjan properly. So that is a positive thing. Yeah, come in. The microphone is yours. Unless Daniel want to say, Ndrinda want to say something quickly.
Yeah, just before you come in, I just want to say to my brother Dominic Akwai, yes, that's true. That example you've given, and that's what we're trying to stick to. That example, it is a great example, and of course, you remember when we had an episode back in November last year about the names, the positive names for Junubin Wajadel, that we needed to compile it. We were going to launch it in the near future. As a matter of fact, we've taken some time because there are so many things happening, but now we've actually decided to launch the document.
No, just a little correction. Actually, It was John the Baptist.
Okay.
Because is that the priest wasn't talking, but he wrote the name, and they said this name we don't have it in the family. It was John the Baptist. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's we decided to launch it now with a temporary name, because remember we were dedicating it to your grandma name, and we didn't pursue you to get the name off you until when we launch it today. So if you get a chance, you might send a name to us somewhere in the inbox, or when you get a chance, come on, you can come up and you can add some more to it, because we're trying to refresh our memory and to the importance of why it is important that we all have name. We have the document, that the Google Doc already sitting up there for everyone to start editing. So we've asked people to bring in their email, to send their email to us, so we can give them access so that they can fill up. They start editing their documents. Brother Dong here did a wonderful thing. He downloaded the Tongmonjang keyboard, which is available on Apple Store and Play Store.
Android, yeah.
Play Store. Yeah. So if for all the Tongmonjang out there who wants to go to that file and edit all the names and add in new names, you can probably download that. And if I get a chance, I'll put the link on top of that file. So if you come there as a Tongmonjang, you want to edit before you can click on it. So it takes you either to Play Store or Google Store before you can actually work it out, and that will be great. Brother Dong Malwal.
Sorry, let me steal the mic from Dong Malwal. Why we decide to dedicate the record to Brother Dominic Grandma? Because we have this trouble of and why that specific grandma. Because simply, during our conversation, we are against those names with the negative meaning or negative connotation. And the message of Dominic Grandma, God have mercy on her soul, she made it clear to her entire family. She rejected all kind of a name with a negative connotation. That was her message to the entire family. Loiza ay jana, they named Jana the Kef, she will reject that name. So her message was she was against any name with a negative connotation, negative meaning, or will bring misfortune to the family. That is why, based on her principle, core principle, we dedicate that specific موسوعة for her, because she is an exemplar, encouraging her entire family على أساس إنه nobody have to use any name to name a child with a negative connotation. That was just for clarification, because those who didn't attend the beginning, the first episode, maybe, oh, what is special about Dominica Quay grandmother? So that is the reason. So, brother Dong Malwal, good to see you. The podium is yours. You can take it from there.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys. Good to come on the show again. I was looking forward to the weekend and to see which topic was going to come up. Yesterday I saw the topic and I was excited. So because I'm very passionate about our culture and history and like ancestral names, and I really believe I'm an advocate for us to use our indigenous names, even in diaspora. So it's something that I'm very passionate about. I really like it. I really love the topic. And when I see people using non-indigenous names and us losing our language, I call it a cultural genocide. Because if we lose our names and language, and then we all have English names, we all speak English or Arabic, or have Arabic or Arabic names, what do we have left? What about what our ancestors left for us? What is our heritage then if we lose all that? So it's a bad thing for us to lose our names. And I had a few things that I wrote down here. One of the things I wanted to mention is something great that we have in our culture that people in the West don't even have, which is the way we memorize the names of our grandfathers or our ancestors.
Yeah.
People in the West, they have to go to the city hall or town hall to find out their ancestry. But for us, we memorize the names. We teach our children the names of our grandparents, and we memorize them.
Yeah.
That's one of the things we have. So
correct.
So like for me, for example, so like me, for example, I can trace my lineage up to 12 generations back, and our lineages tell a story of a history. Like for example, my lineage, I can trace the Dinka migration from Upper Nile coming to Baragazal to where we are today. So I trace my lineage going back to the Dinka around near Malakal, the Dinka Padang. Some of my ancestors, their names Padang and all those names. But we've Rumbek today. We are Dinka Agar today in Rumbek. But the names show the history of migration and the different stories. So my name, for example, is my name is repeated. So I'm named after my grandfather, who is my dad's dad. So my grandfather. So he was born after girls. So my name Dong, it means to remain and continue the family lineage. And his older siblings are all girls. So they did like a sacrifice and for the
so Dong, is it pronounced Dong or Dong?
It's pronounced Dung.
Dong.
Dung. Yeah.
All right.
So my name is kind of, it's a bit rare, but the most common one is Dongrin. Is Dongrin. With the RIN, you find that one very common, but it's the same meaning, the same name. But that's why is that because somebody born after girls, or somebody just to continue the family name, because the boys continue the lineage. That's how it is with us. And my great grandfather was born during the Turkish period, when the Turkish came.
Yeah.
So his name is Riyak, Kajipin Riyak. So when the Turkish came and destroyed the place, so the Turco-Egyptian rule that time, 1820s, around that time. So that's why he got that name, because that's when the war started. So there was war with the Turkish, and our names have meanings. A lot of them are negative. Some of them are negative, like that name Riyak. I could never name that name. So there's negative names, and there's some of them are positive, but a lot of them have meanings, very powerful meanings. But if you look at Western names, some are South Sudanese, they name Western name, but what is the meaning of it? What does it mean? What does it mean to us? It doesn't mean anything. But I always there's another thing I had an idea about that we should have in South Sudan is an institute of indigenous languages. We need to have like an institute where we preserve the languages and develop our indigenous languages to preserve them, because some of our languages are being replaced by Arabic, like even Arabic Juba is replacing languages. Languages are going to disappear, some of them. So we should have, and if we had a government with vision, we'll have Institute of Indigenous Languages and to preserve our languages and to develop them. One of my friends from the Nuer, he told me that the Nuer in Ethiopia, they have science subjects in Nuer language in Ethiopia. That's how far they've developed it there. So just like the Amharic, the official language of Ethiopia, you can go to university in that language. So they've developed it. So if they can do that there, why can't we do it? We can do it and develop ours. So that's all I can say for now. I can let you guys say something, and then you can come back to me. I have an idea of something. Yeah.
Brother Dominic is here. Before you go, just on that note, a lot of names are related with event. And for example, I have my elder sister that I came after her. Her baptismal name is Antoinette, but her bio name is Lumgasa. Okay. Lumgasa mean my escape companion. Okay. Because she was born during Anyanya 1. And that time, my mom and dad were with the family running to Central Africa, and they had Antoinette on their way. So that is why she was named, this is somebody that my companion that we escape or we run with. So definitely it is easy for her. I was born during Nyanya, and my dad and mom were, on their run, and it happened. So those are things Kawaja will never have, but always we have to look for something that makes sense and it has a positive connotation.
Yes, it's history. It tells our history. Yeah.
100%. Stay put. We have a lot of space on our screen. Hang on tight.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay. I'll stay and continue. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah.
Brother Dominic is here.
Nice to see Dominic. Yeah.
Hey,
good to see you. We start the conversation, and you were there in the beginning. You know what it is about, and it is a good idea also to greet the viewers, bring your perspective, and also it is good to give us a little bit of background about Haboba. God have mercy upon her soul, because it is something for generation to come. We have to showcase our elders that they show higher level of intellect, higher level of they see forecast what will come around. I believe I share a shorter version of the background about Haboba, but maybe you can tell us a little bit about her and how the family continue to follow her directive. So Daniel, if you want to say something quickly to Nasib Dominic as well, so welcome him, and then we give him the podium.
Yes, brother Dominic, welcome. This is it's great to actually have you while we're launching this, because I was looking forward to see when are you going to turn up, because this is a fulfillment of a promise Zoom made to its viewers, and we commit ourselves into trying to fulfill whatever we say we want to do. It doesn't matter how long it takes, but we still come back and do it and try to make sure that it is there, because we don't want it in our record saying that itu gutu dartamul kama hajat wala itu amal tu wala wa sakit. No. We say we want to do something, we sit down, we review the videos. It's okay, there was a promise somewhere there. It was about this. When can we come up with that? So that's one of those promises. So it's good to see you here. And while I'm saying welcome to you, a viewer, John Toot, is here. Welcome, brother John Toot. I believe you were here in Queensland with me. Probably you moved to Melbourne or something. But yes, the link, I'll post the link when you get a chance. Please click on the link. It will bring you through to the studio so that you can contribute to our discussion here. We need good names. This is what we are trying to make here. So, brother Dominic, you're welcome, my brother.
Yeah. Good morning from my world here. My brothers in the studio, Nasib, Kirukuju, Nderinda, and my brother Dong Malual. Let me say hi to you and to the esteemed viewers of ZööMTV. It's my pleasure and honor to be here with you discussing this very important topic regarding the names. And I must really test and say that you guys are doing a very great work that will cement the foundations of the new South Sudan that we all wish, because names, like what Dong has said, it reflects people, it reflects where they're coming from. And that is why the example that I have mentioned earlier was about the fact that when it goes both ways, to Jesus Christ or to John the Baptist, it doesn't really matter. But even those people who are there were able to really ask, as to where is this name coming from. Now, if somebody started naming himself Nderinda or, for example, Kirukuju, like what you guys have alluded to, it will really, direct that person to a specific, group of people, and I know there are shared names. It may mean one thing to another, and it may mean another name to another people. I have seen a lot of examples being posted here. For example, the Chinese, they have Deng, Dop, and Chang. The Nuers have the same names like the ones of Chinese. And so when the Chinese who came to South Sudan during the times of the exploration, they were very comfortable in pronouncing other names because these names are there in their own country. I wanted to commend you on what you guys have done. I think this is a very good promise that you have made to yourself, that you guys were going to launch this Google thing in order to now document the names. And now this is the second episode of whatever you guys have done. I think you guys have to keep up. I just came here to encourage you, because what you guys are doing is really very great. We need to keep it up, as a matter of fact. Yes, you asked me of Haboba. Yeah, Haboba is called Maria Banioti Karsas. That is the name. It's the wife of my grandfather, the father of my mother. Apparently, Antoinette is also the name of my mother. She was born in the 40s, like 47, and you can just imagine, Antoinette Marie, that French, very famous, So
let them eat cake.
Yeah.
Let them eat cake.
Yeah.
They don't have bread.
Right, right. And so our grandfathers were also intellectuals in their own unique, ways, yeah, because they were able to relate to the world histories and some of the things that are happening. So probably, just imagine from the times of the 47s, somebody who can really name her daughter in that name. Yeah, Haboba is also an admix of a Greek and a Mahdi. Yeah, we grew under her wings all the years until 1990. She moved to the UK, where she apparently died, and I was there to lay her in a resting tomb in Edinburgh.
Amen.
Haboba, yes, she refused the names that have bad connotation, and I must really attest to you that in Mali there are certain names, when you translate it in Arabic, it is really very bad. Not in terms of sound, but in terms of the meaning. That is why when Dong Malwal was talking about names that are having meanings, what does the meaning of a name means? If you are trying to, for example, name your son, what does that name means? What does that mean entails? Because you don't want to name your children with a name that will bring them bad omen. This is basically the premises from where my grandmother was actually, refusing those names. For example, the name Oboleyo, it doesn't have any problem. It sounds good. But if you look at the meaning, it says that tomorrow there is a problem. And that person is going to be really a problem tomorrow if he grows. For example, the name Unzi. Unzi is basically a bet. So if you decided to name your son Unzi, that person will be tomorrow a bad person. The name will follow him. Like you have mentioned, Zuruf, Zuruf or Hida. The other name, for example, my son was born during the 2013 war in Juba. Now, as per the Mahdi name, I'm supposed to name him Oya. And Oya means fighting. Yeah. Guess what? The child will be somebody who is a fighter. He will fight.
Yeah.
So when we send a message to Abuba, and by the way, she said this thing and she could repeatedly say it. And all the children that are born, she had to name them Joy, if this is a lady, Anzo or Anzoa, because this name can go both ways. It is just like Acheng, Uchang, you have a Luo or whatever. Because I'm also a Luo. For example, there are other names that can mean, for example, Onyango, I was born during the times as a Etmash and Nyango. Somebody is born Uwer, he's called Uwer. He's born in the night, and so forth and so forth. So names are so very important. So when my son was born, they said, no, Abuba said, that this name must not be named to children. And every generations of people that are being born now, whenever people are trying to name, they will say, no, Abuba said, should not name those names to children. Why? Because names may end up following people's acts thereafter. So in a short brief, that is what our grandmother is. May her loving soul rest into peace. She's a very wonderful woman, a lady. We will continue to miss her, but some of the good deeds, one of the good things that she cooks, when you go to her, even her in her old age, you can really eat like there's no tomorrow. And people, because of the slimness of this world of ours today, they will say, no, Abuba likes to cook a lot of food, so let's not go to Abuba. He'll make you eat, But if you love eating, you just go there, you'll eat. And you'll eat the best food that was cooked by a grandma. So we will continue to miss her in this present world, but we believe one day we will meet at the feet of the Lord in his kingdom in heaven.
Yeah.
One thing that I wanted to say it is that, and I agree with Dong, and that is a tragedy with Junub Sudan. I'm not saying that we are so very bad in keeping archives, and this is what Johnson has said. Douglas Johnson, yeah, one time say South Sudanese are really very bad with keeping archives. But there's, even way back in Juba, there's what is called Summer Linguist, SIL. I don't know whether you guys have heard about it. Grinda probably. It has also Juba. We have just more SIL, Summer Institute for Languages.
Yes.
And this Summer Institute for Languages is actually documenting. If you look at the books that were written about Bari, which is about Mahdi, about Acholi, about this church thing, because it was a church affiliated. And by the way, the church has played a great role. We need to also give credit to them. They have played a very great role in trying to document the Bible. The sun is getting out, so that is why this is the Netherlands. It's always like this.
Mm-hmm.
So the church has documented a lot of books, and like I said, we need to give credit to them. But what we're doing now will also contribute into the objectives. Now, your objective is we wanted to really document the names and see to it that, and I tend to agree with you, because names, unless you give a definition to a name, it will mean another thing to another person. Okay, like the Lul thing. I mean, it will mean another thing. But even the Hawajat of this time, they will wanted to ask you what is your name and how can I write your name. So when you look about these characters, Madi call it Godo, put on letters.
Yeah.
You need to agree, because in languages something can mean something, and how you write a word may mean another different thing. So as South Sudanese, we really have a lot of work, and I think it should be the responsibility of each and every individual community to start to document those things, and the Linguistic Institute will be there to help, because there are some people who are really very good in language. Today I'm learning Dutch at my advanced age, but the good thing is that those materials are there for you to really learn, and you start to talk about those languages, and before you know, you can speak these languages. Even if you don't speak these languages 100%, or just as a native is, I think you can still, with a degree of confidence, communicate, because that is the objectives of any language. One of my teachers back then in Comboni is from Scotland. He's called Mr. Waters. He said, "Hey guys, we are teaching you English not to become an English person, but in order to communicate." And I tend to agree with him. All these years back, that I will keep my originality, my accent, as a South Sudanese, But the objectives of any language is to communicate. So going forward, and as much as I commend you people for this valuable work that you guys are doing, I think we need to encourage South Sudanese across the board. And we have to look at it from a positive lens, because South Sudanese have been hit by tsunamis, isms. And sooner or later, they will always, deviate and try to turn the thing to mean another thing, objective differently from whatever you people have said it. Because, for example, the Luos knows their name very well. The Pari knows their names very well, and how these names are written, and what does this name mean, and when will you name a person, for example. That is very important. The other thing that I would wanted to leave with it is the nicknames, because over the years, I think nicknames have gotten into our original names, and they have replaced our names, and generations that have come after thereafter has has continued with these same mystics. And I will give you the example. For example, we are Pari. The tribe is called Pari. But people are saying, oh, these are Lokoro, Lokoro. And Lokoro has been continuing there for almost a couple of years. So sometimes when I tell people, hey, I'm from Pari, they will say, which tribe is this? I'll say, it's okay. The tribe is called Pari. But if you look at Lokoro, this is also a nickname. And like what Nirenda Ali said, people are now trying to understand that, you know what, now you are like this. And once you have something like a Google map, like what you have done or what you are trying to do, and you have documented it, then they will go into the archives and see, does this name Okoro exist? No. And that is what we have done with the census bureau, that guys, you have to put the name. And that is why I was not very comfortable with this SPLM thing when they started changing the names, Budi, Lopa, you know. I said, what animals are these? How are we going to dissect it? Give names their originality. Give people their original name. So, for example, my son is Noel. People are calling him Nono, Nono, and now the Nono is continuing. I mean, what does this Nono mean? But I have an uncle called Nono. So I say, it's okay, now you are Nono. This is your name after the uncle. You know? And if you ask me, what is Nono? I'll say, Nono is uncle. People call him Nosh Nosh. You see, Asami Bala, it has gotten to us. So we need to also be very careful with those names. When we give these names to people, it will change. Yeah, and if you want this baby, Zol Kebir. If you you have to check his baby. Check the baby. So, Azalda, may God rest his soul in peace, baby. It's Henry. And we were saying, how comes that we call him baby? We should not call him baby, because we call him Bobby. You know, we change the whole thing because
the sound.
Yeah, the sound, Bobby. And then Bobby can mean anything. Even if Bobby, people name
a small dog or anything. Yep.
Yeah.
But you don't have to call him baby because he has all these babies.
In the 70s, Bobby used to be a very popular name for dogs in across South Sudan.
Yeah, and that is one thing we need also to be very careful by naming our name. And Mawa is the name of a person. You see. Lakin Mawa is like let Kelina Halif. Mawa.
Yeah.
You know? Let Kelina Halif. You know? And so names may mean a different thing at a different time, at a different people. Let us not assume. Our problems as Junubin, we try to assume a lot of things. For example, you as a Balanda or as a Viri or as a
before you proceed, Dominic, what is happening if somebody is upset with me like Rikuju? They will go and name their dog Rikuju. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Fakida. You know, you wanted to appease yourself, and because my brother Hakimo, you know, is there. As Hakim is Hakim, Itakuto Hakimo, you know, it will end up Hakimo. Like somebody will be very comfortable in calling him Hakim, you know. And
Hakimo is a celebrity name.
It is a celebrity, yeah.
Dominic, Dominic, sorry to interrupt you. There was a name you mentioned earlier. I think somebody born at night. Was it Aware? Aware, yeah. But with I have a cousin called Aware. I think because he was born at night. I think it's called Aware. We have it in Dinka because I think you're from the lower groups.
I'm from the lower group. Yeah. I mean, there's name, for example, Achan. Achan. We have also Achan. Uchan.
Yeah.
A Tong. Yeah. A Tong is also there. Tong.
Yeah.
So I mean, there are certain names that are so very common, because if you start to trace ourselves from the anthropological point of view, you may come and find that we are so related. You know, in one way or another. It's only that geographical movements of the people and the environmental artifacts have managed to change, the way people sound things. For example, the Made Muru groups, they are basically the same group, and that is one thing. If we were to go and dwell on it more and more, to now look at our lineage, the very big blocks of the socio-anthropological groups to where we belong. I was talking yesterday, and people were saying, all these people, all the tribes of South Sudan belong to either you're a Hamites, or Nilo-Hamites, Sudanic. It doesn't matter, but these are Hamites and Nilo-Hamites. And then you have the Luo groups. So, for example, in the whole of the Equatorial, people are basically related. When you take into consideration these Sudanic groups, the Hamites and the Nilo-Hamites, it is only the Luos, the Acholis, and the Pari who is a bit different in that community. And so you may not be surprised that there are certain names that are really very common among us. And the other thing is actually the names. For example, I will name my son Krikuju, because I've been with Krikuju. I know Krikuju for some time, and I was like, what? This is a good friend of mine, so I will name him after my son after him. في واحد عربي زمان احنا كنا معاهم في نمرة 3. انت بتذكر طبعا دريندا زول بتاع جوبا، هو بيعرف انه في احياء كان عرب دول فوق مليان، يعني هاي ملكال واحد منه نمرة 3 ان هاي جلابه وكده. انزول سموه لاغو، جوزيف لاغو عديلي كده، لكن لانه هم ما قادرين ينادي لاغو قالنا لونغو. And the name continues like this. It is a Mundukuru Chal. So sometimes names are like this. And I said that if you white man of Hinafi, I just Lokose. Lokose is not a Nyangbara name, it's not a Kakwa name, it's a typical Bari name. But Liano Abu Khan Sahib, why it is Lokose? Fahuwa Gam Sama Jenao ala Lokose. So in a nutshell, let me thank you guys for whatever you guys are doing. I think we need to continue to encourage ourselves and the communities of South Sudan to continue to bring up those names, document it, not only document, but tell what does that name means, as a matter of fact. And by so doing, now we can create an archives where, like you said, generations of children that will come will find names that are indigenous to the people of South Sudan, and good enough even, and I would like to thank our Cardinal Zubair Gabriel Wako. He was actually so very instrumental in the African Synod. It's like, it is not in the 60s or 70s when the European came in the forms of missionaries in Africa. They will not wanted to give you the Italianic name Torquato, Jacinto, Musharraf, Onorato as their names of a baptismal name, and all the saints, with the exception of Bakita, are all actually names that are so foreign. And therefore, when you wanted to baptize your child, you will be baptized according to one of those saints. You have to select. You don't have a choice. Either you are baptized or not. But now with the African Synod and the church that has been renazed, I think it is time that we must encourage, for example, African names to be a baptismal name, because there's nothing wrong. There's nothing satanic about it. That is what Jaramogo Oginga was refusing. It's like, if I have to baptize my children, if my children has to go to hell because of those names, so be it. Because he was able to refuse those names. What does it mean to not to baptize your child, for example, Kurukuju or Bago, for example? What is wrong about it? Last but not the least, I just reminded, why people are, the concept of birth, the reincarnation. The Indians have this belief that you will be born again. And when you're born poor, you have to do good so that you are born rich in the days to come. But we have also these incarnations. For example, when we are encouraging our children to get married so that they give birth to children, it is because you wanted to bring the death into life. How else are you going to bring the death into life? For example, you name your son Bubu. I name my son Bago. Bago is now here in the real world. I brought life to Bago.
Yeah.
So the Muru will say Avuru Miradi, Avuru Miradi. The death to which your name is who? When they will say, what is your name? Avuru Miradi. That means that there's somebody who was there living before that you are named after. And that you need to tell us who that person is. And by you being named according to that person, you have come to life. You see how beautiful it is. That is the meaning of marriage. That is the meaning of continuity. This is a marriage of ancestral. So once you are named after your 7th or 8th generation, that person who was dead there has come to life. I was named after my another paternal uncle called Akwai. You see? Yeah. But I named my son after my father. I've brought these people, when they see, when the children of Akwai sees me, they call me their father. Baba. And when I see my child, I call him after my father. I don't go, okay, Baba, Tamam, Talina, what's wrong, all this kind of stuff. So, thumb ups to you guys. You've started a conversation, and the conversation, I believe, will continue to go. Language is all about agreement, and that is why initially I said every community must agree on what a spelling means or how you can write something. Then only we can be able to, to
make sense out of it.
Make sense, right, out of whatever I said. Let me close this current a little while. Okay, thank you. I'll let it at here.
Thank you so much, Brother Dominic. Just before I give a chance to our brother Hakimu, Brother Limaza, it will be great if you just write down that full name, because when you were mentioning our grandmother's name, Maria Banyote Carisas, I'm not quite sure whether I've picked up the last name correctly, but
Carisas, yeah. Maria Banyote Carisas.
Carisas. So that's Karsas.
Yes.
Okay. But Banyoti is Banyoti.
Yeah.
Good. Not a problem, because I wanted to make sure that I'm getting that folder's name correctly, because I don't want to put it as a wrong one. So if you're still morning, you're going to have some breakfast or something, or otherwise go have some coffee or tea, because we have in the house, our brother Limaza is here. So brother,
now he will by the way, he will ask Abijaki into Limaza. When honestly, and then a few wahed zaman and Nagadino Gulo Limaza, and oh, well, Limaza, it becomes a nickname Lahadasa. Oh, well, Limaza. Lahadasa is Anthony. Apparently, he's from Podiluka one. Yes, okay. So it will end up with being his name.
Yeah.
Okay, let me prepare for this guys.
Brother Grikoju, welcome our brother here.
Hakimo, welcome to ZööMTV. This is your place. And Azema Bigulu, when you look at all those celeb, okay? Bizat al-Fananin. Kulu zol bekun into name. Snoop Dogg, Snoop Lion, Lil Wayne, Musharif. So, like, there is a celeb name, right? Yep. And Hakim, Ma'afakam Hakim Hasaf Junub Sudan. Lakin, when people hear Hakimo, that is Brother Limaza, right?
Uh-huh.
It set you apart, the uniqueness. So you have been following the conversation. If you want to greet us, feel free with Brother Dong and Dominic here. But if you don't want to greet us, just greet the viewer, and you can bring your perspective. The podium is yours, brother.
All right. Thank you guys so much. I greet your audience, plus the people who participate. Deng in the house, Dominic, and my brother here, the host of the ZööMTV, Korkuju. It's a good topic, because my name is Hakim. When we come to Hakimo, the lagab. Let's go to Hakim. But I have my name of my tribe, because I'm very special. I was born in hospital, Some of you are confused. Some of you never get the injection. I born in the hospital, and then
What injection, Raja?
I get all the injection of the good son.
ويا على فكره الجنوبيين من ورا ده كله من لقوا.
No. Ma, listen to me. If you don't get it, please don't be jealous about me. I get everything. I get everything. Please, for the sake of God, not everybody in Junub got it. I'm very lucky. So most of us was born under the tree in the villages, but I'm so lucky. I was born in the hospital.
Jana Medina.
No, the truth might be said. The truth might be said. I'm not faking here.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we're all the same. But I'm the luckiest one. I'm the luckiest one. I was born in the hospital. I get all the care.
Yeah.
And then the doctor.
All the immunization.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
All the shots. Yeah. But
اسمع انت عنده علامه هنا وهنا
بسموه قراء.
I'm
لازم
telling
يكون
you.
علامه هنا ولا بيمين واقف في ايده فوق هنا كانت ما عندي عندك مشكله.
Asma, I'm telling you, where does this name come from? Tell me. From where? From heaven? But because I got it. I got it all.
So what your people call the Dinka people, they call Mustashfa Panakim.
Panakim. Now. Panakim.
Okay.
So anyway, they were just Medina. Like, let's go to our traditions. I have my name of tradition. And this topic is good. We Pojulu, we don't name people just for sake of naming. We name them with reasons. Mafe isim bodile Pojulu, best bodile isim is okay. Asa, my name of Pojulu is Kenyi.
Okay.
Kenyi de will do Venusta Nasawin. Naswanga perpesa na gaigera Kenyi. So
صار الكلام ده شويه في نوستا بنات ولا نوستا نسوان؟
نوستا بنات ما في بيت نوستا بنات. So ita en ter al bugulu logwin ter logwin de o kan gurwa o rajil bes nuswan ko warato wala nus nuswan ita mo ter
King of the ghetto.
No, I'm not lying. Even but ter ita mo ter al bugulu logwin ter burakira nuswan yuro ko warato
يعني تاكو بنات.
ma de makidip de kalam ta giga.
We are learning.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's true. But for some of you will think Hakim they being kadap. Yeah,
No, you good man. ما في كذب ما تقعد ونس نسيا.
Okay.
So we're learning that.
Rolle Pojulu, Kenyi de ونسو ولدو فنوستا بنات.
يعني في بنات قدامه ولدو قدامه بنات برا.
Oh, فنوستا بنات بس Kenyi.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was surrounded by women.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when I say by the ter, ter buguru logwin, ter gura kera no swanku barato. When the about to will. I don't know if he talk on nag when there, I don't know. So
Maria Logwin na be are ter the
Aiwa. So my name Pojulu is Kenyi. Siba Hakim de Taziptalia.
Okay.
Masal Hakim, Wolduma Dictor, de Haja Hakim de Mauruf dictionary. Au Zol Dictor, Hakim Zol Quiz, Nagra dictionary.
A wise person.
Aiwa, Sibu de Nagre. Let's go to Pojulu, Kenyi. Isn't that Kenyi? Lakin, I don't want to use too much because it's very big for me. So I end up with Lagap Hakim. Lakin, my family members call me Kenyi. They call me in the house Kenyi. Lakin, ma letter on the media here. So we have a name with meanings. Lukudu de kef, Lukudu. Pojulu kulu bam Lukudu le zama motoro. Lukudu de Goldu zama motoro. Motor kan nazi volta Lukudu. And we have our grandparents. Iyal tay kulu. Ako lobor result takeyan fi Pojulu. Takeyan. They our grandparents. My son is called Lobor. Lado. Hey? They kulu history tarik ta ancestors. All my kids, they have a name of my ancestors. Anama Basibo. We need to repeat those names to carry their names. Le Nasana Kobara al Fat. I know it's very tough when they go to school, it's bully. But I told them, okay, don't worry about it. And I explained to them, sometimes those names is mean rude. For our school within the Western world, there's a bullying, okay? But I keep them strong. Don't worry about it.
Mm.
This is your grandparents. This is your grand auntie. My daughter called Tokosang. They auntie they Kebir. We need to keep the names. We don't just give names just for sake of nice names. Eh? Clement, Justin, John. You feel good. Eh? You feel good because about the name. No, it's not about the name sound good. It's about our ancestors. Yes, I believe they will feel a lot of pressure in the Western world. And then we give them a Christian name.
Hakimu,
Yeah.
there's a question on the screen for you.
Yeah.
What does Kiden mean in Pojulu?
What does Kiden mean?
Mm.
This person asking me, oh, Pojulu, oh, when they.
Well, is that a Kiden? Is Kiden a Pojulu name?
Kiden is the last born.
Mm.
Oh, Kandera na Borlo. Kiden is the last born.
Okay.
Pojulu is the last born.
I believe that's what they wanted to know.
Binia.
Ajil sama bitu kideng bamana inu mafi plan bitat inu adding more children. That's it.
No, the last born, Kiden. Last born the family. Maduruli mafajana bejala ken mo sama Kiden le. Maybe automatically he feel like this is it. I'm done. Kiden. And then anamakaman deep on culture. Anamagin fibela zaman to will. I'm sorry if I never answer very right. You might forgive me.
Abu Leila will come and correct it later because Abu Leila promised us. Go ahead.
Aywa Kidende asa zolla kalim do wara woko tai Kiden. Ma Kiden jawara tai. It's my sister. And this person is targeting me. So it's okay. I like it.
No. There's no targeting here. There's few people who are trying to get the meaning correctly.
Okay. My sister called Kiden.
Yeah.
She came after me. Oh yeah, so I mind the muscular cano go to no, if I say targeting, magalon muscular my sister's called Kiden. So anyway, maybe it's very genius. It's okay.
It is.
Yeah. So I will say it like this. Most of our names have meanings in Pojulu. Our nickname, the Hakimde, it is Zeptalia. My name is Kenyi. Kidende is a name of tradition. Like when this into the Kenisa. So what happened to us as Africans, as Junubin, we have Christian names. So the problem here, we took Christian names very important than our culture names. Yani, you get baptized like Dominic say. You went and get baptized. They baptize you with a name. With the disciple, with the Christian names, John, Peter, Wani, no, John, Peter,
Paul, Moses,
William,
Jacob,
Justin, Christian names, but we don't baptize our people with our own names of our traditions. So this is the problem here. I agree with Dominic. So we're being fooled. Okay? Now mostly we're using our name of Christians. Our name of our traditions is not longer there. Okay? But I feel bad because our names sometimes sound bad. Okay? Now our kids are suffering in the Western world. Kurukuju. Your son go to school, Kurukuju. They will bully your son. No, let's be honest here. Our kids are going through mental problem in the Western world. They will bully. So when we decide to put those Christian names, we need to give them some air. Because you don't want your son to go get bullied. Some of them are very bad. The accent is not bad to me, to you. But in the Western world, when they call that name, they bully the kids.
But Hakimu, تفتكر when you are naming your baby Diranda or Krikuju, give the example you just given. Itakum في بيت طبعا جرى لسه عنده سنين على بال ما يوصل المدرسه but itu kan ente habibu يعني خلي يعني هبو اسم دورة اسم تاكي mana to kida ista yao kida isim take giava majana dela manimshi min bet malian بكلام الكويس ده في مدرسه بدك واجره كان في يالدا روبا نادو كيف قبلنا قلنا الكلام ده you as the parent كان جانا يوم تاني جنب المدرسه قال اول يوم الثاني المدرسه قال لك بابا ولا ماما انا اروح مدرسه قبل عيال تانيين جاني اتاكوتك في اسم تاعي it is your role now to walk to that school through the gate to the principal خد principal فاتها في الكرسي بتاعه straight away اجرب بودر برا لا انت كان عامل نايم ولا ماما عامل نايم ما في حاجه اسم تاعك كويس don't worry ما في حاجه جانا هناك ما هو في different environment don't you think it is role بتاعنا our responsibility as the parents to ensure انه عيال دل هيبو اسم تومن ده منو من سكرين ده
ما كنت هي brother you are dealing with Western world okay I'm telling you we love our names but it's very hard every day your kids being bullying by different kids I'm just telling you it's very hard you will correct it you will go to principal it's still they're bullying him even your kid will become very mental I'm telling you brother I have kids
you sue the school
what do you gain
you sue the school
what do you gain from there? So if
you get a lot. You change the whole country, come on.
Colors. Anyway, yeah. I'm just saying we need to give our kids some comfort zone. They're going through a lot. I'm telling you, we can do our part as parents, but it's very tough in Western world, my brother. I love our names, I love our traditional names, but our kids are going through a lot in this Western world. You will do your best, but it's a lot of work, my brother. So I never disagree with you, but our kids are suffering. With our names, we love our names, they're going through discrimination. So I never disagree with you. I will end up here. I name my boy Lobor. Even sometimes they bully him, Lobor. Lobor is a great man in Pojulu. The guy is a very fighter. It's our grandparents. Lobor. Now he's going through a lot, but still I struggle to help him out. So it's not easy. It's not easy, brother.
And that is what is important. Keep doing it until we tell about menu. They will be happy.
Yeah, it's not easy. So I'll rest my case here.
That a feeling of backup in bed. Can you give me abu to give backup is for grandmother sir? She is good or he is good. He will continue with it.
Yeah. So it's not easy, but I feel pain through our kids. The name is not bad, but they're getting bullied. So I will do my best, but I don't want to put our kids to be in pain. Because they're getting out there through discrimination, through bullying. So I will say, let's do our best. Like for me, it's very tough. You will win the case, but still they're going through a lot. So it's not easy. It's not easy.
Hang on, Hakim.
I just want to respond to Hakim.
Hang on, Hakim. Well, yes, but we are gonna keep you for a moment. Let me say this before bringing Brother Dong in. Just hang on, Hakim. Unless you are in rush, you want to go. Let me say this. There is no such thing called Christian name. We need to correct it. Okay? Because we talk about it in the beginning. Those names in the Bibles, even those names from the Bible, they are Hebrews name. And they name those people accordingly to their environment. So there is no such name. Because thanks to our sister Favor, she said Jacob. Jacob is a bad name. You know, meaning of Jacob mean the deceive. Because Jacob deceived his dad and he stole the blessing. Okay? So Jacob is a bad name. There is nothing called Christian name. Those are colonism name. They want to colonize us. They left, we kicked them away. So we continue to carry on with the name Moses, Daniel, Dominic, whoever, okay? Susie, Mary, Jacqueline. This is wrong. There is no such thing called a Christian name.
Now your name is Moses. Why don't you refuse, Kurkuju? Your name is Moses.
Yeah, my name is Moses. But Moses, I related the story when I used to name you Moses, okay?
No, it is your dad just hang on. I mean, you see, you became Moses not out of your choice. It was the choice of your parents who decided to name you Moses. Okay,
Yes.
but guess what? You also have, you know, your name, your indigenous Kiresh name, Yaukirikuju. Okay,
Yeah.
but these Christian names is just a fallacy of the mind. And I like what Kirukuju said, because the Bible is actually a Jewish history, you know. And if we are basing our, especially the Old Testament, it's all about the kings of the Jews and how they rule and their wars and all this kind of stuff. You know, it is only the promises of the Messiah that came thereafter and the birth of Jesus Christ that changed. And it is actually recently that the people were called Christian, especially after the works of Paul. You know, it was in Antioch in Pisidia that the people were first called Christian because they are following Christ. So we're not following the Jewish tradition as a matter of fact. But because Jesus Christ is actually a Jew, you know, it is the promise of Christ was actually a promise that is coming from the Jew lineage. That is why, you know, they were asking. He belongs to the David lineage of family, and God blessed David because David was an abiding, loyal servant. Although he has some of his mistakes, you know, we don't want to go into Christianity because that will also change our narratives of our discussion. But what I wanted to say is that, you know, some of us, I become Dominic. It is the choices of my father. So I have to respect them. You know, people tend to respect their elders. I mean, they are old people. But I have a freedom of either calling me Akwai or calling me Onyang or calling me Dominic. And it goes to people who knew me a long way back. And Nasal Benadone, Dominic, I will, and if you call me my name from Juba, then I will know that this person knew me from a long way back. But a lot of people call me Dominic. That is what is in my documents because I wrote it like that. So we have the freedom of changing it. Not that there is anything bad with this name, but again, our cultural name is not satanic, as people may want it to allude. And now that goes to how we can be able to educate, you know, the Western people. And I like what Malwal said the other time. Anu, we can trace, and we are so blessed that we can trace our generations to 12 and 100 years, to 6 to 7 to 12 generation. Khawajat, they have to go to a Google map to trace their lineage, you know, based on their DNA and an ancestry, whatever. That is not happening to us. So we are so very crude as South Sudanese when it comes to our cultures, our traditions, something that we need to be very proud of it and keep it up to that rolling mood until, you know, generation that will come after us will appreciate. Children have a very certain tender age that we need to correct them thereafter. Once we were able to correct them, I'm telling you, the moment they get into this world upright, they will be able to now appreciate and understand that, you know, there is a meaning in their name. And that is why we said earlier, you know, you don't not just have to name children just for the sake of name. Give them the meaning. What does it mean? If it is an act, for example, Lobor was somebody who is a warrior, somebody who is actually a very a great person, Lugar Petia. For example, if I'm naming my son Lugar, then I will have to tell that, you know, this Lugar was once a very great chief. He has done this, and we wanted the spirit and the legacy of that person to continue. Then the child will appreciate. He will want to live to the expectations of that great person. When I name myself Mandela Nelson or Madiba, for that matter, it's because I have seen in Madiba something that is so great. Now, when I name my child Madiba, I wanted my child to emulate. And that is what we are saying, that the spirit will tend to follow children, indeed, to their names and to their deeds and to their greatness, and because of our great things. So let us leave these concepts of being Christian, that we must, you know, hate our religion, that our names, our Africanness. We are just wanted to tell the people that, I mean, at a certain point in time, it was also Christian and names were used in order to decolonize our minds. And that was what was done, by the way. You know, and the first Christians were not really Christian. These were soldiers. I came and knew that some of these people who came to us as missionaries were actually prisoners and soldiers. You know, that flew from the World War. And so their Christianity is not so pure to that extent. So the concept of God and not knowing God was not alien to us. It is not alien to us as South Sudanese. Sorry, Anna, I took a little bit long, but as Nesip, it is not also good to tatactive kalam in kachum Nesip.
No, that's okay.
Asma, Fogo Garama, don't worry, Garama is coming.
Yeah, it's Berinda.
Asma, anak wala nar.
Let me add a couple points, and I will allow brother Dong to come in. Our situation is completely different. For generation of our father to be registered at the school, there is a stipulation. To be baptized, you must have those, you know, Benjamin, Joseph, whoever. And this is the situation exactly with my dad and his sibling. One of my uncle refused to go to church, refused to be Christian, refused to go to school because he rejected those names, okay? And he died with his name as he is. But in our setting, it's completely different. Our fathers, they decide to follow suit, naming us, giving us our traditional name. Either it is something related to a specific event, and I gave example of my sister name, and my name even Grikuju. My name Grikuju came out of, my dad was involved in an accident. He had a car accident, he broke his leg, he was being hospitalized, and then my mom gave birth. So he sent a message that, let this guy, the boy, to be named a broken man. So this is the meaning of Grikuju. But to be baptized that time in Central Africa, still, I must have a name. But he named me Moses with the hope that, you know, one day there will be settlement. I will go back home to the ancestor lands. But with our children, the setting is completely different. First of all, you know, we have to share our real example. My kids, they are so happy because of their uniqueness of their name, especially when they come, they want to create an email. Okay, so they will throw their name, they don't have to add anything. But imagine with the name Moses, if you want to create an email, how many options Google or whoever the email provider will generate for you, or if you have a name John, or if you have Michael or whatever. Also, we said we are a global citizen. We have to project ourselves on the global stage by introducing our name, our culture. What does it mean? What is the meaning attached to that name? Yes, they may will sound weird, but I gave you the example of name Gorbachev earlier. For an African Haboba, Gorbachev. Huh? What is this? Okay, is it a food? Is it a machine? Is it whatever? Okay, Klanchenkov, this is a name for somebody, like a Russian name. And the other weird name, Elizabeth, or whatever, you pull them. Now, we have to convince our kids, okay? Dominic talks about the reincarnation. Who is, for example, who is Marodama? I have to give a background about the name, the meaning. And Marodama, for example, mean, it is a little bit a teaser. Marodama mean you are imitating me, or you are copying me. Okay, so whatever I am doing, so you are trying to imitate or trying to copy the way everything that I do, like Gata Hakini, okay, Gata Galitni. So, and a child, such a name, a child will feel proud. And as I said, no, he's something very superior or very different or very unique. Now, why we have to push those names and to eliminate those Western names? because our names are very distinct. It will set us apart than anybody else. You can tell the name of South Sudanese, many of the name of South Sudanese, this is not a Ugandan name, this is not South African, this is not Nigerian, this is not an Arabic name. Also, it makes so many things much, much easier. For example, we have, I will take you quickly to Egypt. For Egyptian are identified by the name of their mothers, okay? Because especially for name, you will find how many Muhammad Ahmad Said or whatever the name, okay? Atris Burai, whoever. There might be 1,000 of Egyptian up to the fourth name, they sound exactly the same. This is whereby on they are piece of ID, they add the name of the mother. So this is where we'll distinguish Burai Atris Hassanein than Burai Atris number 500, because there is no way their mothers are Saadiya or their mothers are Suraya or whatever the name, or Fifi, okay? Now, in our setting, we have a unique way how we name our kids, including the order, okay? The kids that came after twin, they will have a different name. Girls that came in the middle after boys, or boys that came after girls, or when there is a child that there is couple kids ahead of him or her, they pass away, then the name will be reset. So it has specific significance. And this is something very unique. Even those who understand like English culture very well, there is no such thing in English name. With my limited knowledge, maybe somebody who is aware can come and share it with us, okay? So this is what is set us apart. It is very important to Brother Hakimo, although he took off, we have to encourage those names to make our kids proud. Forget about the bully. And I gave example of my son, Bubu. Bubu easy can be turned into something funny for kids to, you know, to make fun of him. But because of his understanding how proud he is with his name, everybody who want to call the name, they have to make sure, hey, how do you pronounce your name? How do you spell that? Okay, that is a very special position. You project yourself. And wherever it goes, somebody want to call your name, they will make sure, or even if they fail to pronounce it properly, sorry if I did not pronounce your name properly. So they appreciate you, they recognize you, okay? But if you have a name John, easy, anybody can call it like Isim Bitakadis wala Isim Bitakalib, what is it? Okay, no disrespect to anybody with the name John, but it is very important we have to project ourselves so that to distinguish ourselves, where is your original? Because we live in a global village, okay? In 50 years, racism will go down with a simple logic, okay? Because the intermarriage, people are marrying from China, from, you know, all nations. But how am I going to tell this child their ancestors are original from this part of Africa or from China? By their name. But if they end up with the name Johnson, and the child become Cafe Ole in the middle here, there is no way you can trace him or trace her to their original, okay? But if this child got the name Dong, okay, boom, this is not a Chinese, so it's half caste, half white, half black, huh? Where are you original from? Easy to trace you. It is different than the time of Kunta Kinte, that he was being pushed, being whooped to change his name to Toby, and he refused. Okay, look at that guy with that mentality, because he believes he's a Madinga man and he doesn't want to get lost. You know, they travel with him months beyond a bigger sea, but still one day his ancestor, the spirit of ancestor, will trace him and will locate him in this far land. Sorry, Zema, my co-host Begul, we swallow a small transistor, little radio. So when we open up, we just keep going. Brother Dong, I believe you have a lot to bring to perspective. Let me bring you to the center so that you can. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Unmute.
Sorry. Yeah, it's been a great discussion today, and yeah, I really enjoyed it, the discussion. And I just wanted to add that even my dad has a Christian name as well, but my name there, my last name, Malwal, is my dad's name, and he's named after the bull that was given for my grandmother's dowry when my grandmother got married. So
Okay.
so that bull that was given, he was given that name by
Malwal.
Yeah, so it was a brown bull.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and then when he went to school during the colonial times, during those days, you for you to be allowed to go to school, you have to accept the Christian name and all that thing. So when he got married and he started a family, he refused to accept those names because those names are colonial names. So like myself and my brothers and sisters, we all have like Dinka names, no European names or whatever, Christian names. And I remember there was a time in 2005, some of my cousins came from the village. When my dad was in the government, he was a minister. Some people came, some of the kids came, some of my cousins, and they had these Christian names like Joseph and all that, those kind of names. And then my dad made sure they were taken off. Those names were taken away. All only indigenous names. So that was a good thing. I wrote a few things down because I have a bad memory. I always forget.
Take your
yeah.
time.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to respond to Hakeem and tell him that the thing about names and the thing about bullying, it's all about how you carry yourself, and knowing history is very important. To know history because history gives you confidence. Is the way you carry yourself, the way you walk around is different when you know who you are. So it's good for kids to know how to respond to certain bullies. Or for example, if you're bullied for being dark skinned, sometimes even me, I got people call me names for being dark skinned, but when I was that age, I never knew how to respond to it. But if it was now, after knowing my history and all that, you can say the reason why people get bullied for being dark is because they think that being light skinned and closer to the slave master makes you superior to someone who's dark, but it's not true. Someone who's dark is more original. So I'm more original than them.
Good one.
So that's the best way to respond to them and make them keep quiet. And indigenous names, our indigenous names have meanings. Their names have no meanings. You can tell them my name has a meaning. I know my names. I have my own indigenous language. What do you have? You have no indigenous language. You have no. What is your name? What does your name mean? So that's a way to respond to those people who try to bully us. And it doesn't always happen. It's not always like that. It's not really. So and what I was gonna say. Yeah, I was gonna say that the discussion today is about preserving our names. So I believe preserving our languages has a strong connection to preserving our names. So if we embrace our language and preserve our language, our native languages, that would preserve our names automatically because it's related. So if we just allow our language to disappear, and then we say we have to keep our names, how do we keep our names? How do we know what it means if we don't know the language?
Correct.
So it's important to know the language as well. So we have to put forward the same energy to preserve our languages and to preserve our names as well. So it goes together, I think. So it goes together in terms of like preserving it, helping us preserve. And I just wanted to mention that there's a on Amazon I found there's a book called Jeng Names. So there's a guy who wrote a book about Dinka names.
Okay.
So he wrote a book on Dinka names. There's a guy on there, but it's not South Sudanese names, not all our names anyway. But when this thing is done, the Google document that you guys want to make, I'll add to it. I'll add the Dinka names because I know a lot of names that
Fantastic.
names that have meanings. I'll put some down there for women and for guys as well.
Yeah.
If they're not there, so I'll add whichever is there. And I just wanted to say that I like the way you, Kurkuju, and Induranda have your names on there, because I'm not really familiar with the Fertit names. I don't really know, but just when I saw that the way you guys write your original names, I was really happy about that, and I feel like it's a great thing that you guys are doing. So that's all I can add for now. And yeah, I'll come on next time. I'll watch from outside the show, and if I need to add something, I might come back in. So if you guys want to say something, I'll let you guys say something before I go.
Don't forget to email us, inbox us with your email so that we can give you access to the Google Docs. So yeah. Okay. Then do you have something to tell Brother Dong?
No, I believe he's done well. That was the last thing I wanted him to do, and also to remind all the viewers that if you want to participate in giving names, and even when you get into the folder itself, if you don't find a file with your tribe's name, it is not that we don't know it. It is just put it there. Create a document, new document, put your name of your tribe. I'll come and look at it, and then you start working on it. Just copy the boxes that we have there, all the rows and blah blah. All this stuff. Just copy it, delete whatever in there within your own file, and put it all in there. So that's all that I was going to say. Get your emails, send it to our inbox, unless you're courageous enough to make your email public. Then you can put it in the comment here. But otherwise, I would suggest send it to the email. To our inbox. One thing you're okay, Brother Dong. If you want to take your leave, that's fine.
Okay.
The one thing that I wanted to put in before Brother Grikoju, before you greet our brother Gigi Lam, is that I want to put up this one. Of course, a lot of people, if I don't say anything about it, a lot of people are gonna just miss it out, and that has to do with all these names that we're talking about. This guy Antoine Christophe Agbepa Mumba. Who is he? A lot of people would not even know the person. They will swear they don't know this person until he himself decided to chop off these two first names and put a name in his native language. Then people start going like, aha. All right. So when he chopped it up, it came to this. Then when he became famous, he chopped it down to this. So if he was to be this guy and he decided to just go Antoine Christophe, I don't believe anyone would, hatta local Congolese music they can give. No one would have gone for it really, because this name is a bit weird. But he was clever to come up with his native name. And as he became famous, he shortened it to this one and force it. You got to know him by this name.
That name, I don't know. When I looked at it first, I don't know. That was Kofi.
Yes,
Kofi
that's what I
Olomide.
said. Everybody will swear they don't know this person.
Yeah.
But the moment you look at the name that is always at the front there, that's where it becomes what the name is. So that example I gave is to highlight exactly what we're trying to put up here. We're trying to make our people to come up with their names, compile it in such a way that there's not nothing wrong that your real name that was given to you, just like what our brother Dominic has made earlier. Your father gave you that name, be it a baptized Christian name or whatever you call it. He gave you that name. You grew up being known as Daniel. All right. I went through my first schooling known as Daniel. At home, I'll be called Deranda, or I'll be called Nuri. But I know my name is Daniel because for the Harkarasindi is Muktub Daniel. For Madrasa is Muktub Daniel. Mudarisin call me Daniel. My friends for street, call me Daniel. All right. Najibet, my father called me Nuri sometimes, or my mom called me. But always it is the grandma who will call me with that name. Then I'm like, okay, maybe that's their name. That's the name they know me by. I never knew the significance of that name. But as I grew up now, I'm a man. Then I start understanding things. Or like what my father would say, the water in my head has dried out. Now I can really see things. The cloudiness that was in my head is gone. Now everything is clear, pristine, high definition. I can see. I can zoom into anything and bring it close.
Sure, I understand.
Okay? Zoom into anything and bring it close. I can see it. Then that's when I'm like, my name is Bella Dewenu. I want to make use of it. And if I start giving my names give names to my children and Asmap Tabelet, then I find it my responsibility now to start explaining to them what it means. Because nobody kept explaining to me what those names meant. Ndiranda or Langori. Nobody was explaining to me. It was just I was just being called. It's like you name a dog and you never put the dog down and explain to the dog why I'm calling you Bobby. The dog just every time it hears Bobby, it comes running. Especially it links it to a familiar face or familiar people that it knows that it lives within that house. عشان كده كلب اسمه بوبي ماشي في شارع جاري ساكت لو عايز يزول في شارع قال بوبي it will look but it will continue going wherever it's going. It will never come back.
بيقولوا من ما يقولوا ده كلب بتاع منو بيقولوا ده بوبي بتاع ناس منو.
Things like that. So that's where I start pondering on it, and I knew my name, and it is my duty. If I give a child of mine a name that has a meaning, I got to keep massaging. I'll borrow my brother Dominic's name, phrase. I'll keep massage that name with the meaning of it to my child to understand what it is. And it is my duty as a parent to stand behind that child's name against any bullying that happened at school. If there is bullying, Khawaja is not ready for the school to be sued, because it let go of a bullying talubat. Khawaja is not the law. Khawaja is not ready for that part. Ashenkida, we make use of their system to make sure either we're all equal or not equal. So that's how it works, and then that's what prompts me to bring that in that coffee's name, and to make people go like, "Wow, who's that person?" But then at the end, they're like, I know the person, but that was the person's name, Antoine Christophe. So I believe, Brother Krikuju, you can now bring in our brother, welcome him and bring him in, Gigi Lam.
Brother Gigi Lam, good to see you. You are here. Dominic, inta gatata kalam pras nasib gibel. Ma izin namshu kalam kasurbet. I got beravas. Yeah, I don't know what to think about it. So hang on tight. Lam, good to see you. You have been following the conversation and getting to know you. Such topic, you will be somebody with a great interest to come in and bring your perspective. So the podium is yours. Feel free to bring your perspective. Thank you.
I would say it's thanks to the Lord and thanks to the ZööMTV and all the horses, all the crew. And I would like to say to the audience, this platform without you, there is no any production. Therefore, I really appreciate your time wherever you are. And I'm so delighted with the topic, and I would just say, wow, the light is coming to South Sudan, or to Sudan. Realization, discovering is the most important in the society. It's a very great topic discussing about the definition of the name. Therefore, I would just add to this, South Sudan now is getting independent. Now, brother, bring us this movement that many people have lost focus. The name has a lot of impact. Therefore,
Brother
thank you
Gigi,
for
now,
welcoming
if
me.
there is a way to turn your device up a little bit, we are getting a little bit complaint that your voice is low. Please and thank you.
Thank you. Now, can you hear me better?
That's better. Good.
Yes. I'm saying I'm so delighted to be here, and the topic is great, and it's something appealing for our society in life. And I had to that discover and share with your society is so important. Why it brings up a very special and very helpful topic. Because the topic, if I may be wrong, it's about the impact of name in our society or individually. If I may be wrong, I'm so attractive. Our brother earlier on gave some description about the impact and how it could be useful onto us. Like myself, I have to start with myself. Can you see Vigilam? G, the first G is mean Gabriel, the other one, Ball, and Lam, in where means prayer. And Ball is an event that happened during that time when I still in my mom's womb. There is a certain disease came over during those times.
Yeah.
My mama will survive because I was while she was pregnant during that time, and that disease is very terrifying to especially those pregnant women. After survival and gave birth to me, they had to remind themselves is like a miracle. Okay, let us just remind the name of that substance, wall.
Yeah.
And that means that is the meaning of mean wall. Remember the event. That's what it means to us.
Wow.
And then Gabriel means that is a Rasul, angel Gabriel. That one I think either one of us knows about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those lamb it means prayer because during this old time is after generation because my grandfather used to be preacher, especially during the dry season when they eager to seek rain to come. When that my granddad normally come out and pray to the God in the sky, God in heaven. They need rain to come down. Actually, miracles do happen. He normally pray and the rain normally come down. And that is something that the prayer that is stand for. Therefore, they remember for that.
Before you proceed, quick question. Is it just people, however they spell it, or there is a difference between a lamb with 2A and with a single A? Is it the same name or different within the Nuer names?
Yes, great question. Thank you. Lam, it depends on the accent of individual, but majority would naming with one A. I view there's some other name with double A.
Okay.
I think it will be entirely show to those individuals, but it will be still mean the same name, the same thing.
Same mean,
But,
which is mean a prayer.
yes, it could be a different type of prayer.
Okay.
Therefore, you could be sometime in all time, because our people, they believe in prayer and they believe in God, but not in Europe, not in a form of European way.
Okay.
Sometimes when somebody, for example, if the girl or mom take long time without getting a baby, sometimes the elder, they can come together and they have a prayer that to asking God for blessing her or to blessing them, that family,
That's the home.
yeah. And then after that prayer, if that prayer successful, and then they can come after that, if that bliss has been forward to them by the Almighty, and then they will remember that prayer, and then the lamb can come about as well. Either one, I may be wrong, but that I have the confidence of what facing with Islam that I just said. It has got a different formula, but pray is mean the same thing, prayer, lamb. But it depends on what type of prayer you stand for. The same thing early on. Yoga is very very important. We are all brothers. Because I call it through the show, there is a name Akim. Akim is the same thing here as well. I think even Dinka. But the matter is what you call accent, the way people name it. To us, they put it Kim. Just Kim with K and I M. Kim means doctor. Sometimes it could be your mom gave us in a hospital, as Brother Kim said. Sometimes if your mom went through certain circumstances that forbade them to have to get the womb blessed, and then those treatments, the doctor who gave the treatment get success and succeed for those treatment, and the result become really, and then they won't hesitate to remember, and that would bring the name Akim. For example, a boy is Kim, and when it's a girl, Nyakim.
Yeah, Kim.
Yeah. When it's a boy, Kim will just, there is nothing there. Or they can put M, A, which sometimes the name Luer and Dinka, they have similarity, but it normally changes from M, A. If you have Makim, but yeah, but it's not actually often, but if it's a boy, it's totally it's just a Kim, without A. Maybe Dinka they can put A, Nuer Kim. Girl mean Nyakim. That would come with N Y A, and then Kim, then give it Nyakim. That is also. Yes. Thank you again. What I would also add to this, the impact of this include even the mess we have in Junub. There is impact of name and language, include education. Because for instance, the way we govern ourselves, we are using someone model. And all the principles, we never come with our own model. Because I don't say we lost the way, because the system that has been found there, that's what we just follow. But it will be a great idea for us, the generation. Even we are not going to impact a lot, it's better to realize and continue to research the better way. Even I could, if you look, could come up with ideas, follow the way our ancestor or our grandpa do, govern themselves, and bring those way of governance from each community because they got a value there, and put them what each community do value, and put it in a one piece of paper and utilize it to be a constitution of Genoa. I think we would have less problem today. But because we follow someone model, it always it also brings contribution to the mess that those countries. It's not just only in Genoa. The language has got the impact because the language itself, there is a lot of barrier. The way I can express myself in my own tongue, it won't be the same. And the meaning won't be the same. Therefore, I find the language is not a problem. The problem is the concept of education that we take in. Therefore, I won't say the way everyone may want to hear it, but I think education also we need to focus on it. We need to define education, what it means for us. From my point of view, if I'm educated, I know somebody language doesn't mean I'm better than anyone, but that will give me more awareness, improvement of how other society can behave. But it doesn't mean I'm very important because I learned their language. That's what I can have, and I just need you to correct me a little bit, or if there's something that you need to ask me about the name. Besides that, the low name, all of us we are one people. Let me say that. Because, for example, like Chiang or Chiang means son. And the same, because Brother Dominic spoke earlier, there is what they call Chiang means something. Chiang means son in Nuer. And Chak and Ring are all the same to us. We mean that we are linked in one way or another. Could I just, if there's something that you want to have, it will be great. And if there's something that the audience don't hear, it's okay to ask me, because I'm here to learn from you. And if there's something that you spot from me also, it is a blessing. And thank you.
Wow. Brother Derinda, you can come in, allow the podium to Dominic to bring his perspective. I'm getting a breaking news from South Sudan. There is reshuffling for the government.
That's good.
Yeah.
Wow. That's okay. We always expect things happening there. All right, Brother Gigi Lam, thank you for the elaborate explanation you've put in there. I'm quite sure you would love to participate in making this document becomes flourish into a living document. What I would say before I forget is, if you are able to send in your email address, either to myself or to Grikuju, or to the inbox it to ZööMTV page, we will be able to get it and get it through Brother Branches here. He's looking for a link. Sorry. Yes. So because it is really important to have an input from all who can come up with those good names that has, as we keep repeating, positive energy and positive vibes to it, because we know in all our discussion now we've realized that names that have negative connotations has negative impact on the children, not necessarily when they were too young, but as they grow up, they go through, now they're adolescent and they become teenagers and blah blah blah, they become adults. We start seeing the impact, whether those names are negative or positive. We start seeing it in them. There are children, for instance, who are named Sigin. Their life, they are in and out of prison all the time for no good apparent reason. So the only reason that we can track it back to who would be their names, because you cannot say this is their behavior. No, those behaviors stem from something, something that has been instilled into them. Amshi nagita zol saket ya sigin. Demune ashara de sigin. Demune adaga filan de sigin. So ajere because it's a good thing. It started like a good thing that they're keeping it up, but then it becomes real life for them. So I'm quite sure you would participate immensely into putting in Nuer's names, and with all the accents and what it means, and why is it a good name, and that there is a space for it. You'll be able to generate all these names, and other people will come in and add too. There are the Nuers who will come in, just like the Balanda. I'm not the only Balanda. There are thousands of them. They will come also in and put in their add names. If it is doubled up, then we'll just make sure the whole thing is cleaned up, so that it is only one name, not doubled up, the same name doubled up and all like that. Because our aim is to see to it that these names becomes good names, that if there is a good Nuer name that I found there, there's no, I won't have anything to stop me from using that name to name my child, provided that it is a good name. Right now, people are just shying away from other names because they are not sure what it means. So everybody's just moving away from it. But at the same time, we have John, we have Daniel, we have James, we have Harlem, we have all these names that we had some. In most cases, we don't even know what it means, but we're going for it straight away, without even in a blink of an eye, without even thinking why we're going for it. It's simply because we are following the fashion. But what we're trying, I hope that the trend we start here, it is a trend that we will try to all pick it up. Zaylaman, when you go and look for babies' names, this one pops up for you as well. Bizat the Junubi, this pops up and you go like, what does it mean? And you go through it, actually name, Balanda name, Kuku, Kaliko name, all this stuff. Then you pick up one of the names there without even asking yourself, why am I picking up the name from Murle name for my child? You have a meaning for it. This is what it means. It's great, and it's sort of working out, in weaving that. It works. It helps to get that social fabric that we keep talking about of Junubin, to weave it nicely, smoothly and beautifully, rather than just karakasham zemanda for anything. This the best guide sambala. It's not nice. So we're trying to weave it nicely. Let this also help as something that will make it look good. That's all I wanted to say to you, brother Gigi Lam. Yeah, you want to say something? You might need to unmute yourself. Yep.
Yes. Thank you, brother. As your request is well received, and I think I would just pass my email, and then from there we can take it, because it's a national contribution. Name has got a lot of impact. As I discovered this back in 12 years ago. There's somewhere I just went, and then they asked me, what is your name? I tell them I'm Lam. And then they asked me again, what is the other name? I tell it's G, which is gold. They said, you don't have the English name? I said, oh, English school? I said, okay. From that time, I think I have learned something. I don't want to say about what it is. From there, I began to think. What I want to urge my fellow sister, brother, if you are not yet reached your stage to being a father, mother, there is nothing wrong to being a Christian with your original. There is nothing wrong to being a Christian with your original name. God needs your heart, needs your submission. God will not reject you with your original name. What actually almost happened is about indirectly changing the society culture. The name and the language are the agent of the society. And don't afraid with your name, doesn't matter how negative. What is most important is about who you are. You be confident of yourself. Doesn't matter who have stereotype on you, who prejudice on you. Just be confident in the Lord with your gun or your ancestor name, and the Lord will help you through. Since from that time, as a testimony, after I have my child, from there I give the original, the traditional name. I don't mind whether they say that and that, because I believe everyone is equal in God's hand. And therefore, there will be stereotypes and prejudice, but as a dad and mom there, you are confident, you know who you are. Just continue. Praise our children to be confident they are human like any other human being. Like the name I get is Zil. Zil is mean determined, somebody who can be somebody who can tolerate. And therefore, our names are great. And don't shy away from yourself. And that is what I picked for your topic today. Is a great thing, and it's a new light coming to. It's a new light coming to South Sudan, and I will much appreciate what I will try as an individual. Whatever I can contribute to that, I will. And if I have a friend also, I would love to share. If they would facilitate into this, because we are dealing with the history. And what also I would also share with you, let us, as Southerners, as Junubin, let us think of something that would belong to us. Language. Let us forget about this, what we borrow. Let us build something gradually from now onward. You see, when we are looking into those 64 mothers or more, they got a very special thing in their community. I was told if we pick one very important vocabulary from each community, and then we give to those our blessing expert girl and boy, who can also build something that will be called Junubi Rotana, which will be having a ball, which will simulate to each everyone will feel at home that their view has been accommodated. I think that one I just put to you as a deal. Each those mother of 64 tribes, there must be a very important valuable word or a vocabulary. They can pick from those 64 and they put together, they can create alphabet out of it, and that is the beginning of the journey. Let us not turn away from being something. We say something, if we believe it, it can happen. God is good. I really thank you again.
Thank you so much, Brother Gigi Lam. I appreciate your input, and we look forward to receiving your email and also the editing that you have to do to make onto a Nuer. Like I said, if you don't even see a Nuer file there, create a new document in there called Nuer file. You will know exactly the format. It is easy. So that's not a problem. We'll look forward. You can take your leave if you so wish. Not a problem. It's good to always have you on board. Brother Gabriel Pios, that's definitely the aim, to have a database that's a living database that sits on the internet, so that when people are looking for babies' names, they have to come across South Sudanese babies' names. Ma mumkin bes laman type in babies' names bejigile as John, as Edward, Jamadel. Malo anehna malo yani. So this is our ultimate goal, that we, even Junubin, should be able to go like, this is a place where no discrimination. You go in there, you go through all these different names of these different groups that are in South Sudan, okay, or different nations. People call it nations or different tribes that comes from South Sudan. You will pick up a name that you believe in, because it has a nice meaning to it, and it sounds good. Not necessarily. I keep giving this example. If I decided to name my child a name of a Letuko or a name of Dinka Agar, that has a good name, I'll name it. So that's what the aim of this, yes, and it is with the participation of people like yourself, Brother Gabriel Pios, that we will make a difference in our social life, and even we can change a lot of things in South Sudan. Dominic, you keep putting your hand up, or that's just my eyes looking at it? Sifir, you look like you want to say something.
No. I was just rubbing my hair as a.
Okay.
But anyway, if you wanted me to talk, I will talk, because I may also wanted to get out, because I need to be doing certain things here. I don't want to nasal hindum. What do you call microphone?
Resistors.
Transmitters and transistors. We will come and talk Paka last. But of course, we need to give time to our kids and do some errands here and there. But let me say thank you guys, because the initiative is so good. Bob Marley said, you have to know yourself in the abundance of the waters, because the pool is dirty.
Yep.
The world is not fair. There's a lot of things happening that we need to very quickly pull or gather ourselves together.
Just before you proceed, let me tell Brother Barach, we are not ignoring you, but because Dominic been here for a while, we want him to give his final thought, and we'll give you the podium.
I didn't complain about justice.
No. I know you will, even if you don't say it, because the tradition in the ZööMTV is that they will welcome you and make you feel at home, and so they didn't do that. I think
the attitude is different today, huh?
Yeah, that is in place. And sorry to have taken these things. So khatafta al-kalam min kashon bita Gerinda. I don't know why I'm doing it today like that, but anyway, that goes beyond said. I don't really mean bad, but I have to, at a certain point in time, also exit the show. Like I said, you see, let me start to begin with this, that we as South Sudanese, and I understand why people are talking about these kind of things, is because we've been engulfed in a long set of wars, tribal wars, that people try to look for a common identity, a common unifying factors, to the extent that people are talking about, creating a language that will try to bind the people together. For example, people are talking about Swahili to be introduced in South Sudan, but if you ask people that are aged like us, how long will it take us before we can be fluent in Swahili, before we can speak? when we know all that, we have a lingua franca Arabic, Bitanada, and then we have also our English, the way we speak it. It's so beautiful. That has got nothing to do, for example, with the British or the Americans accent or the Australian accent. I think we need to get out of our brains that accent is not necessarily an important connotation when you wanted to indigenify a language, for example. Because the Nigerians have their pidgin English, they're speaking so very well. I was talking one time in one of these places, so one of these West African person coming, who is this person talking grammar? Because the English you are talking is a grammar, but theirs is the pidgin English is a different, that's the language. And they have developed it over the time. So in searching for a united South Sudan, that does not mean that we need to abandon teaching our own indigenous language. That will be also a fallacy of a time. It will never make. The God that created us, Balanda, Viri, Mushara,
mistaken.
He's not mistaken at all. Indeed, he's not mistaken. What we should have adopted is that, and if we have a national conscience, which we need to draw, is that in our districts and regions, we have to teach the original language. For example, if my child I'm in Western Baragazal, and I know that the language that is there is many, very language. Now it depends on where I am. So this language the indigenous language must be promoted at the school. And that goes to the people who have mastered the language. So that at least at the end of the day, in an environment where you can learn. And if I come to an Acholi area, I have to speak Acholi anyway, so that I can be able to survive. And that goes beyond if I'm in a Bari land. I must speak the language. And that comes with education and teaching. So we need to promote our education curriculum to include those indigenous language. And that should be the work of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Information, to now see to it that materials are developed. Initiatives like this are very good. And make no mistake, because the work of Jesus Christ started by 12 people, but today we are Christians all over the world. So an initiative of this kind may find rooms. Now we have already said and given the green light for people to go into it so that they can be able to update those documents. I think they will update those documents as we go forward. Names, like I said, are very important. And I think all of us have agreed that how long will it, for example, take us to give meanings to names? And I think there is a general consensus and agreement here that we should really look and identify what that is a name mean. And a lot of people have talked about names of people, whether in a family, for example, what is the firstborn called, the secondborn, if you're born between ladies, if a lady is born between men, and so forth. Keji, Wani, Kiden, Kida, and those names are shared. Those values and cultures are shared among the different South Sudanese tradition. It is also in us. When you come after a dead person, what is going to be your name? And if you come after a twins, what will be your name? And if you're a twin, all these names are there among the South Sudanese culture. I mean, we must also be very aware of the competitive, especially for those of us who married from different communities of South Sudan. There's always a competitive nature between the parents, whether this is a maternal parent or it is a paternal parent. But at the end of the day, what partakes is that, for example, if you give birth to a child and the child is a boy, then this child will be named. For example, the right of naming goes to the man. And if the child becomes, for example, a girl, during that. Okay, that's true, Lino. For example, and that's a very good addition, Moara. Yeah. For example, if if I name, for example, I name my son Bago. If my second child was supposed to be a girl, then I will name my mother, because they say, Bago loves his wife, so he has called the wife. But if the child becomes a boy, then the right of the naming refers to the lady. That is why I'm trying to say, even in our marriage, our cultural artifacts and setups has managed to give everybody its right. And that is why you will find that one person has more than many names, because it's a competitive name. Ahal beta mara baji bisami hagum, and depending on who wins at the end of the day. Yani ana Gidi bitai kan wo bisami isim bitao, and he will call a lot of kids, give halawa to these kids, and then they will say, you go with the name. And before you know, that child is being named that name. Why I'm saying these things, because I have already seen that, and that could be the confusion. Because you will find one person will have more than 1 or 2 to 3 names. For example, I'm Akwaya, I'm Onyanga, I'm Adiema. You see, I'm Dominic, and if I have to go by definitely I cannot put all these names. So these names will end up being, these names will end up being missed along the way, because it is not either being used, or it is only for specific.
Or you end up being Ali Khalil Miri or Ali Khalil Marai.
Exactly. Exactly. And basically this is it. And wada amana kedas muluka arone naman huwa atana Islam dari na kayo risim bita huga leya rasul naman kan. And this is a very fundamental question. I like his narrative. Huga leya rasul da naman wolodo ismu munu gal ismu Muhammad. Naman atana Islam da khulu gajere yani khalifa bitat nubuwa da huwa bika nabi ismu kan munu gal ismu Muhammad. Gal tabeto azini na ghayr ismi le yani. Ma wana qabli ma tanet Islam ana Luka. Ana bigit Muslim ana Luka zay Rasul ma ghayr ismi. And that's why we must be assertive, we must be argumentative. We need also to hit to the bottom that we are not doing things just for the sake of and it krahuk fi ismak and isim beta shaitan. There's nothing called isim beta shaitan. Last but not the least, we need to be very careful about names bitat lagab. Gibelita guta lemaza biakhir lemaza. Fi wahid ana akhu ismu Aporo hasa dehna garin nqulu Aporo, lakin ismu Emmanuel.
ما تنسى العرب قالوا الاسم العجمي اكتبه كما يهلو لك.
ودي المشكلة ذاته. دي المشكلة.
غيروا صاحبنا لمدينة وادي النيل. مدينة ودا منيل. قلبوا قال مدينة وادي النيل.
وادي النيل. في عندنا أمنا كبير كده اسمه زول فقاهي جدا. هو كان مينستر في السجن. اسمه برناردينو لوي. من ناس تبوسا ده عرب ده قاعد يقول لي يا اخي ده يا اخي برامندينو قال لي هذول لا برامندينو انا جوا الدين ذاته قال لي برامندينو ده شنو قال لي انا جوا الدين لكن ده برناردينو لوي قال لك برامندينو لوي this were some of the things. واحد كده زمان كان بده ساوين في نمن ناس كيزان ده جاول sorry brothers. Barajo Jamal, I'm getting out. Let me just give you one this Abu Layla. As I was Abu Layla Laila. Zaman Kezan jo fi fatra al-awail da. Gamu taban jo matumwino kida lazim yeduna nas sawabino kida. فالزول لجا وصابون كان صعب يعني انت عشان تلقى الصابون انت بتلقى مثلا في السوق العربي بيكون في عملوا لك دكان كده وانت الناس بيجيبوا فوقه بالصف وبيقوم بيسجل اسمك طبعا شغل امنيجي كده لكن في النهايه انت مجبور يعني ماشي وقف قال انا داير صابون قال هاي اسمك منو قال انا اسمي اغومبي غومبريانو تكلوتي قال لي يا خديو صابون يا اخي قال لي امشي غسل يا خديو صابون قال لي امشي لانه بيكتبوا كيف زي ده والله ما انت قلت ده كوجو انك انت تكتب كما لا يعني شوف ودي المشكله ita بتكتب اسم ده زي ما انت قاعد تسمع.
Yeah.
You know, وده الاسم اللي عجبني. لا احنا لازم نوريهم انه اسم ده بيكتبوه كده. لو بكي جبال انت قاعد تسال لم ده بيكتبوه بواحد ولا بواحد. انت لو بتكتب بعربي انت بتكتب باجر، ما في فوق 2000. لكن عربي النظام انت ممكن تشده والله يا اخي في اثنين اجر ده، في اثنين اجر ده حروف هنا. لكن في انجليزي no, you have to write it as it is, I mean as if it is. Now الاسامي ده we need to now understand يعني and say هو بيكتبوه بألف واحد ولا ب2000 ولا 2 ألف ولا 2 we need to also understand and this is what I said earlier أنه language is all about agreement. يعني احنا زمان كنا قاعدين نسأل الأستاذ بتاعنا بتاع العربي ليه قمرة عنده صفة بتاعت مؤنث وشمس عنده صفة بتاع ذكر؟ قال لي شيء متفق عليه، يعني الناس اتفق كده يمكن عشان قمرة بارد بالليل بيخط الليل حاجة ده والشمس سخن عشان كده ده الزول السخن ده دايما زي الطخيان.
few syllables. I don't think so. That is why there is no syllables. لكن عندهم ميزان الصرف طبعا ده حاجة تانية مختلف.
Yeah. For that is what I'm trying to say. Even with this, in conclusion, even with this kind of work that you people were doing, and that is why it is there in the public domain, people will continue to correct. And that is why I'm trying to say that and somebody be given a Kalaman conferences. So those regional conferences are very important. And I think from this platform, we need to encourage, the different communities so that they can come up with their names and things that they can all agree on it and document it down, whether it is through because we are living in a time where you can record voices. We should be able to record voices, especially those living dictionaries of South Sudanese people da العايشين عندنا الناس الكبار ده العارفين التواريخ ولا عارفين الأهمية بتاعت أسامي ده خلينا نجيبهم. Let us all discuss these things. Let them talk to us. Let them give us what they have in terms of this rich history. Because life is always unfair. It is short. You'll find that somebody before you know he's gone, and that is a person that is going with a ton of information. So we need also to now be aware of these things. That going forward, we need to unleash those potentials from people. I wanted to leave ourselves with these issues of teaching of languages because other countries have done it. For example, in Uganda, if you are in a district of Acholi, you have to learn Acholi, whether you like it or not. When you're in a district of Lango, you have to learn. And when you go to the central, you have to learn Luganda. And there is a language that will unite people, that people will always talk. That does not mean that all these other languages are bad. For us to have a unified country, then we need to speak one language. No, the language that we have already is a lingua franca of us, is Arabic or English. We speak our English as it is, without adding 1 or 2, 3 to make it different. But again, we must teach our children the languages, indigenous languages. So Wakande beta Amara, beta Trajil. And that is why when we are crying for our beloved country, yana asa beled de lokan bekhair wa salam ukida. We don't want to build castles there. لكن بالوضع اللي فيه فوق السلام وفوق مستشفيات وكده احنا ممكن نرسل عيال في اجازه يمشي يقعدوا هناك 3 شهر زي ابو حد بتاعنا كان بيعملوا لنا زمان يرسلوه في بلد بس يخرجوا and staying there you learn the cultures, you learn the language, and when you learn the language you come with وانا دايما لما بمشي في بلد انا بضحك لانه عيال سكر the way they speak the language. أنا يوم كده واقف وأنا جيت بعربية واحد قاعد يتكلم وافتكروا أنا ما بيعرف تاني قال ولا يزول لك كبير سيسي أنا قلت له تعال يا ولد تعال يا أنا قلت أنا ما كبير من أنت في عمر لكن أنت برابع كبير زي ده. Tomorrow you will also be great person. and that is the thing that we wanted to leave in this country or in this world before we depart. So thumb up again to you guys. I will thank you so very much. I'll leave Abu Leila and Baraj to continue with talking. For me, I've really talked what I need to talk. With the issues of names, we need to be very careful of lagab, because lagab, tend to materialize so very quickly against the backdrop of those names. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Dominic. You can take your leave. ما في كسربيت ما في كرامة ما في أي حاجة. So you did very well, always articulate and bringing in your perspective. Let us work on piling those names and make it, already it is there, but as the faster we can pile reasonable amount of name, then we open it so that people can have access to it, so they can see it is a living thing. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Come again. ZööMTV is the place to be. Yeah. Let me welcome. Thank you. Let me welcome both Brother Baraj and Abu Leila. We will start with Baraj, who came in early. Good to see you, young man. Life is busy, but we hope, as Nas uncle here, Nas uncle Abu Leila, we can plant the seeds. We can lay the foundation. The younger generation, you can utilize the technology to put emphasis and to elevate us, to bring us to the global stage. And that is why we are launching this record as a reference for name Asame Bita Nas Bita Junub Sudan. You are part of this conversation when we started somewhere there, but it is very important. We have to present our best with its meaning. Alendo Indo Maani Jabia. Jana mumkin inu yamshi takian yقول إنه this is my name, I am so and so, and I was been named after my great-great-grandpa Nimrat Nashar or Nimrat Sittashar Hinak. And then my brother Dong talk about it. Especially, I can go to my 7th generation. Like in for Dinka, it is very crucial for a child على أساس إنه يعرف حتى نمرات ناشر لأنه ما يقدر ما طالما في ريبيتيشن بتاع دين كتير، لكن لما يوصل نمرة 9 و10 و 11 now relative easy they can distinguish على أساس إنه ده من عشيرة الفلاني we are related here. So, and those things never been written. This is something we have to be proud of it. Brother Dong talk about it على أساس إنه بالنسبة لكواجه he go to what do you call it, ancestors record. So leave after leave زي ما إنه بيعملوا دعاية بتاعه. لكن بالنسبة لنا it is completely different, because there is a distinct name. You might find it within a specific Kashimbet. Nobody will name that al-ism. So when you hear that name, you will say, this is where we are belong to. So Baraj, the microphone is yours. You have been following the conversation. Bring your perspective, and then we go to brother and uncle Abu Leila. So the podium is yours.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for you guys, and thank you ZööMTV. As usual, you guys present this topic, and thank you again for everybody who is watching now or ZööMTV fan. That's a very great topic today. You guys brought it up. This is not the first time if there is people who are following up with the ZööMTV. And I do believe you guys been talked about it before, and we talk about it as well. I think in the same platform. It's great, but let me start as usual, as the way I start. First of all, let me congratulate both of you. Ya jama, houses bitakum kida de look munawwarina lela. You guys have identical houses.
You have to come in and to tease us, Marshy. Yeah.
I like that anyway. That's good. It's good to be neat and tight, you know. That's a great move. So, but Munasaba, I think I will mix as usual, you know, but just sometime I
Take
go
your time.
fast, you know. Sometime I'll try to keep my sentences a little bit longer. Sometime أنا بقول كلمتين بعربي وتاني كلمتين بإنجليزي لكن I'll try to teach myself how to keep it up, you know, by لغة واحد أو لغتين كده keep meaning. But Munasaba, this topic is very crucial and is very important. And very important in one thing. I think أنيها كجنوبيين بعضنا أنيها دايما نتعلم أسامينا. بالمناسبة يا كركوجو اسمك ده أنا لو أول مرة أسمعه أنا ما بقول لك أنت ساوي سودانيز أو سودانيز. وأنيها جنوبيين سوا. في أسامي تاني في قبيلة تاني بنفس الشكل أنت لو سمعته ما بتقول ده اسم جنوبي. You know, so first of all, putting our names together. أول حاجة ده بعمل لنا تيج لنفسنا. أنا ده ما دا نمشي لموسوعة how we gonna import our name أول تريتو خواجات ونوديه حتة تاني. لكن عشان نتعلم في بعض الليلة أنا نمشي another country. If I see your name, I will definitely point out this is South Sudanese name regardless of his tribe. I don't care because name are identical. أي ناس بيقعوا في رقعة جغرافية واحد أساميهم بكون مشابهة. أنا مقتنع في جنوب السودان ده أسامينا كله مشابهة. لو في اسم ببدأ ب A, you know which group he start with A. B, you know which group start B. So الموسوعة اللي تخطيته ده it is very important regardless of people they're gonna see it in a different way. I think most of the time it's not all about criticism or it's not about criticizing, you know, because الموسوعة ده بالمناسبة ما عنده علاقة بالسياسة. حتى لو ناس جابوا السياسة فيه you know ده ما عنده علاقة بالسياسة. دي عنده علاقة for us actually to learn first within the local and ده نودي برا. الأسامي مهم ليه؟ الأسامي مهم كالآتي. I think أنا لو لاحظنا مثلا الإسلام والمسيحية الجانا ده أسامي زي ما قالوا قبل ناس قبلي اتكلموا كتير. أسامي ده أساسا because if we see the nature of religion where it's developed. لو شفنا في Christianity الرسل كلهم ما عندهم last name. If I don't know if somebody noticed that كلهم بنادي منو ناصرة كده وفلان بمدينة بتاعه لكن ما عنده last name. But do you think these people they didn't have their last name? Because the nature of religion who developed before even Jesus come in, it developed in a Jewish community. When a Jewish community دائما النسب بتاعهم لأمهاتهم. النسب ما بكون ماشي قدام لأبوهاتهم. You know? And then الثقافة ده جمع المسيحية وجلي قدام. So أنا هنا أسامي بتاع ناس جوزيف وجيمس وجاكوب أنا أجي لقينا وقاعدين نقولوا أسامي مسيحية في جنوب السودان. هم ديل ما أسامي مسيحية لكن طبعا الانبوت الليلة إنت لو if you selling something إنت لازم تجيه. When they come to sell, you know, the religion and then to exploit us قام لصقوا الأسامي ده بإنه ديل أسامي بتاع المسيحي. عشان إنت تبقى مسيحي لازم يكون لك اسم ده. ونمرة 2 بكون ساحل. هو بدل ينطق لك دين ولا كركوجو ولا نرندرا ولا أبو ليلى هو أخير ياخد جيمس ولا ياخد دانيال easy بالنسبة له. أنا شفنا برضو في أمريكا the slavery time معظم الأمريكان يا ساتر I think بعدين الواحد يكون في داك ولا كيف؟
كهرباء قطع عندك ولا كده؟
It's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So Asami is very important. الأسامي لو لاحظنا في السليفري تايم في أمريكا لما هم دايرين يسموا أسامي what had happened اسم last name بتاع family أو بدول السليف. هسه في فنانين مشهورين ما باسم بتاع الشهرة لكن لو أنت شفت اسمه الحقيقي اسم بتاع خواجة الصم. مين اسمه الأول ليه اسم جده الثالث اسم كله بتاع خواجة لكن أنت لما تشوفه زي ده بتشوفه ده زول أسود. لكن هم يشتهروا بأسامي different but that because the descendants slave the master used to give them their last name. We are going to do they like Andrew, Wang, all this kind of stuff, you know, Kurds, all this kind of stuff. ده كله أسامي بتاع خواجات ودوم le name. To keep your culture, it is very important. Name are very important. Now هسي ده مثلا أنا بمسك بجنوب السودان مثلا. لو أنت مثلا أنا بمسك من أي حتة عشان ما يقولوا مثلا أنا ماسك في حتة قريب. أنا بمسك مثلا في جنجولي ستيت ده عندنا كان بتاع المؤسس بتاع كونفرنس بتاع Islamic Council بيقولوا الطاهر بيور مثلا. You know, أنا سمعت باسم كده في غرب بحر غزال الراجل ده ما أعرف كان governor before اسمه علي تميم فرتاك.
Yeah.
You know, and then أنت شوف في إكواتوريا أنا ما أعرف governor بتاع إكواتوريا كان ما أعرف كان اسمه عبد الله منو أو عبد المنو كده. You know, شفت الأسامي ده أسامي بتاع because هم مسلمين هم قاموا غيروا أساميهم لإسلام. You know, والنتشة بتاع الإسلام ده لما عمل جروف في الصحراء ما يقولوا ناس محمد ديل وأساميهم يهم مشوا معهم ما جابوا اسم من حتة ثانية والأسامي ديل يعملوا لنا import. So the most important thing is this يعني هنا always I say we are indigenous people. The indigenous people within our culture is a self-contained culture. It doesn't go far. You know, that's why the موسوعة بتاع الأسامي ده is very important because now my name بالمناسبة أنا اسمي جوزيف باسم بتاع كنيسة anyway I don't know خليني نفك الشمار ده وأنا ده اسم ده أساسا
فكة يا عم فكة.
يا أخي.
والاسم ده سموني طبعا ما تشويس بتاعي ودوني كنيسة شايليني كده وقالوا ده سمي جوزيف وده هو راجل ميري ذاته. شفتها؟
Yeah.
So وغريبة in our generation أنا اسمي تمسكوا مين اسمي ليه اسمي جدي 12 اسمي برايو اسم جوزيف بتاع خواجة يعني بدأ مني ما بدأ ب my father or grandfather اسم بتاع الخواجة ده بدأ مني أنا ولو بدأ مني we are right now in this form to educate our people to educate ourselves because this name of course I have to get rid of it. You know, this name someone be وده اسم بتاع كنيسة ونينا مسيحيين وكلام زي ده. But at the end of the day, with education بتاع ourselves, اسمي ده ما جميل اسم برجة مثلا. You know, وده كمان اسم بتاع معناته what do you call حاجة كنا بنعبده جوك. You know, أنا لو بعبدونه أنا ما ده حاجة جميل في حاجة كافية ما في حاجة كافية. They اسم it will motivate me. You know, I have a very legend name. And sorry guys, I have very legend name, you know. So this kind of culture we need to embed it in our people mind. And again, أساسا الثقافة ده شنو؟ الثقافة من اللغة والاسم. اللغة ممكن يزحلق والاسم يقعد. The largest speaking people, English speakers, قاعدين في Indian. وده original ما English. ده يعني اللغة الإنجليزية بيتكلموا في إنديا أكتر من بريطن أكتر من أي حتة بتاع خواجة ذاته. So these are the majority people who can speak English. لكن أنت لو شفت أسامي ما بتلقى جون ولا جوزيف ولا تلقى جاكوب. No. أسامي ما تقيل ليه بتلقاه.
زي قربال مهندار.
بس بالضبط بتلقاه وأنت طوالي بيجي في راسك شنو؟ ده هندي خاصة لو بتحضر أفلام هندية ده بيجي في راسك ده هندي. You know, but they speak English, you know. So if your language disappear, your name will continue and will identify you and will actually identify your heritage, where you're from. Even خواجات قاعد تشوفهم ده أسامي ما عمل disappear بالمناسبة. ده أسامي جدودهم قاعد تشوفهم ده, you know, McDonald's, Wang, they trace themselves back like, look, اسم ده بيعرفوا ده بتاع Irish, اسم ده بتاع British English, اسم ده بتاع Gaelic, أسامي ده بتاع like, you know, Anglo-Saxon people, they trace that, they know them. We just don't know them, you know, but they still keep them. Even حتى لا لو كان عندهم أسامي بتاع German, the same thing, they still keeping them. والغريب شنو؟ يعني ممكن ينطوا لك أسامي بتاع German صح وده باللغة بتاع German ده خواجات. يلا لما نيجي لاسمي أنا ده بتاع أفريقيا ده بقعد بقول لي يا أخي اسمك ده أساسا كده ما تقيل لناديه كده. والعيب الكبير شنو؟ أنت بتقبل وخليك من تقبل. الطريقة الخواجة ولا الأجنبي ده بنادي بيه اسمك you flow with it مثلا خواجات مثلا ممكن يقول لك يا اخي لو انت قلت له اسمي قرن بقول لك قران. انت لو جالس تعرف لاي خواجه ثاني بتقول له my name is قران. So you pronounce it according to their understanding and كلام ده غلط. You know, that our flow. We always flow that way in order really to make things smooth. But it's not about the smoothness. It's about your identity and it's about your name, to pass your name on and so on. So عشان اسامينا يعمل spread, I urge most importantly for our own education. أنا ما بدعي. But in South Sudan, I don't know a lot of names, which tribe they belong to or what tribe they belong to. You know, the people I know, yeah, just all this little name. وفي أسامي بتاع الغاب كتير. You know, but if we bring things together, when we read, you will know exactly what is happening for our own education. Even خليك من استعمرونا وأسامي دي كله جا من برا ده فلت. أنا هنا عشان اللغة بتاعنا يتطور. The first point was to translate religion, Bible. ده أنا شفت فيه اللغة بتاع الدنكا. يلا وبعده أنا فتشت في تواريخ كده مثلا حاجات جدودنا كان بعملوا ما في زول كتب لي كتاب باللغة بتاع الدنكا. ديل كان بيعملوا في شنو؟ أنا مذكورين بس في كتب إنجليزية عاداتنا وتقاليدنا ده زول جد درسنا بإنه أنا قاعد نعمل كيف ونعمل كيف. لكن within us in our language to develop, we didn't even put our history down. We wrote it now. قاعدين بيعملوا memory. So لو عندك جدك أنت lucky. You will be lucky to memorize the names, you know, because you have grandfather, he knows before, and then he will tell you. But we don't have documented names or documented even in our culture what we do. Most of the research or most of what we know right now is written from foreigners who are doing their PhD. وكلام ده كله بينطبق في قبائل تاع جنوب السودان. ما بينطبق only في قبيلة واحد. انت ممكن تشوف اسمك وكنتوا بتعملوا شنو ده خواجه وصف. You know, ومشى وصفه بانجليزي. وانت for you to understand even the religion, you know, بس عرب ديل يدرسوا ما عملوا translation للقرآن بروتانا بتاع الناس. لكن انجليزي طبعا مفتحين. You know, so when they translate it to your language, this actually help. Religious help a lot to maintain our languages. And then we start
مترجم strategically for a reason. واصل. Quran ما ترجموه strategically for a strong reason. Yeah.
yeah. I do understand that, but it's still دقسوا طبعا. حتى لو ما ترجموا it's still دقسوا طبعا. I know دارين يغيروا هنا. لكن ترجمة ده بالمناسبة مهم. But at the same time ترجمة هو يساعد أساسا في most of the tribal or say that you know our tribes in South Sudan languages. Now I'm going to translate the Bible. So we don't have people who translate history by our own name or our own what do you call history, Mafi. You know, and this is what it keep your language actually. Plus, at the same time, we don't have any contribution around the world where our name can really fly high if you make things like you guys mentioned before. لو شفنا كلاشينكوف المجننة في أفريقيا ده, but it's a name of a person. You know, the guy who made AK-47, that's his actual name. This is a Russian name. You know, if you guys in Sudan, you guys, John Derry. You know, this is the guy who made that tractor kabir John Derry. Yeah.
John Deere.
Yeah, John Deere. You know, that's the guy name. You know, and we had this micro wheel. This is a French name. You know, في جنوب السودان ولسه قاعد ليهم الليلة الناس بيسموه مكرويل, you know, but this is actually like coming from French, and it's a French name. So at the same time, we don't have anything can import our name. My religion كده مثلا نمشي نعمل invasion لميدل ايست ونقعد نمشي وما عندنا رسل بتاعنا كله عملناهم neglected, you know. لو كان عندنا رسل شوية كده بنسمع غوندين بنسمع فلان عملهم neglected. only أسامين بيسهروا لما الخواجة ولا في كتب بتاع خواجة ولا كتب بتاع colonization of our history. So for me to conclude, this is what I say. It is very important for our own education as a South Sudanese to bring our name together and understand what is the meaning. And the most important things you guys wrote on top of this video, great name. Our people should understand that when you call it a great name, you know, you don't need random name to put it there, you know, but we need a great name where it can put hope and courage into people, because a lot of our people,
like this one.
Yeah, jeng at least bull name. Bull mind name بالمناسبة. Bull name ده أساسا أنت لو لاحظت ده ما اسم bull الحقيقي ده كلا. خواجات طبعا بيسموا باسم كلا بيقولوا green, blue, you know, white. These are all color name. If you come to bull name, bull ده أساسا ما عنده اسمه كده bull name. ده الكلا بتاعه بيسموه بو. So this color apply to any situation or even people. And I do believe in any tribe in South Sudan, through their own language, they name by color. You know, and this is Khawaja Zatu, into isim bita color. Sorry, good bita color. You know, they name their name by color. You know? So
right. It doesn't make a difference. Lois البول ده بقى كبير كويس كده او قرون بتاعه فتح نفسه تمام كده. Is it not supposed to be named differently than البول القرون ونسكم شوية قصير؟
والله الكلا يا the factor ده ما قرون ولا شكله. The factor, the real factor is the color. Actually, if regardless of how big it is your bull, if the color بتاعه ما كويس ما في much interest. حتى لو ناس بنادوا لكن ما في much interest، ما بشوفوا القرون ده زادوا. لكن when the color is very unique, ده بيخليك تشوف القرون، تشوف أي حاجة، تشوف bull بتاعك ده، you know. But the factor is not because the bull is big. That's why people name their name. But the main factor or the contributing factor here is the color. And this is, I think, applied to most of a human nature. They name by color, they name. So our names always, the way we draw them is depend on our nature. Just the only things because it's لو لاحظت هسه عشان خراب لقانا في أفريقيا وespecially في جنوب السودان ناس كتير سموهم بأسامي تحارب وما أعرف خلي ورا أمشي قدام you know ده اسمه حزين ده اسمه أسامي كده غريب you know because what happened to us, that's why we adapt all these many names. There's some more Mashakos, there's some more Filan, you know. All these names, we adapted according to our nature. But at the end of the day, my point is this. We need to teach ourselves as a South Sudanese really to know our name. Because it's very important for me to go across South Sudan and to understand the nature of name. But the most important things, Asami, I'll fear hope. Because like what you said, I can exchange names. I like name in other tribe. I will name my daughter or my son. But isim da lazim kun jasib and it has a hope in it. Ma kun isim bas sakit kida bugulu. Isim kida, you know, it cannot encourage the kids. And we know psychologically, the factor of your name sometimes it put you somewhere in your life. It play a big role psychologically in your life to name very important name. So our name, these are the last resort. You know, you can lose. A lot of people lost their languages. Even most of Jewish from around the world, you know, they come to relearn Hebrew again. But most of the time, there is some Jewish community in very big country. You cannot differentiate them between them and Kawajat. But only their name. You know, only their name there, they are Fuzol the heritage. So it's very important to learn our own name as a South Sudanese because it's a shame to go outside South Sudan and you don't know your other brother or other fellow citizens' name and you don't even understand, you know. So that's all I want to say. And I think if I want to say something again later on, I will say it. But this is all I want to just bring my, conclusion to. The most important point to me, especially on this documentation, it's to learn each other first, and then we can put it out. And then if we be selective out of this documentation, I like it is okay. We need the right name and the nice name and just put it up there. And kulul gabail ta Sudan, if they contribute in this, ما في مشكلة. لانه زادوا انا اسامينا انا قاعد اشوف الدنكا ده الناس بيقولوا دنكا قبيله واحد لكن انا باللغه الصح مفترض يقولوا قبائل الدنكا لانه هسي انا اسمي ده ما بعمل ريبريزنت اكروس ذا دنكا كله ده كله بس قبيلتي انا المعين ده بكون عنده الاسم ده وفي اسم مشترك لكن في اسامي كده مهم يعني شديد بيكون عايز الناس تعرفه وهي جايه من وين. Thank you.
Thank you, Baraj. That's great. That input, I don't have anything to add to it, but all I want to say is since you have the access to the Google Doc already, it will be official for you from today onward to get in there, and also to just alert you. Maybe you have the Jiang, the Monjang keyboard, but if not, we had an information earlier on that there's a keyboard on Google Play Store or on Apple Store. So Jiang keyboard, so that you can have those special character nas ngao hajadel. How to get it?
Is it the name for the keyboard?
Probably you can search for Jiang keyboard or Dinka keyboard or Monjang keyboard. One of them will bring that up.
Yeah, it's Jing keyboard. Yeah, it's available. A lot of people who speak Jing and who type Jing most of the time on Facebook they're using it.
If you can get it, that's great, and then you can jump in there, start adding the names, and also if you can put the link on top of that file, so that other Jing individual who comes in, if they realize that their keyboard don't have those, then they can click on the link and download it for themselves, then it start working. So I think that's all that needed. Like you said, this document, Jiang, Dr. Maker, I believe I know this name, but that's another thing. I'll come back to it. Jiang keyboard. But like you said, this is a living document. There is no politics involved into this. There is nothing involved in this. It is just collecting all these good names that Junubin Kulu, put him in one place. Someone Junubin and I know a lot of Junubin who, when their wife is about to give birth, they jump on Google. Baby's names.
Or they buy the book.
Yeah. So, or they go and buy a book in a bookstore. So I want them, when they actually jump on Google and type South Sudanese names, guess what? Balang. Ours jump up first, and then they go through it. A name with a meaning of it, a name with a meaning. And then let them yazilu. Kan dari yazil min gabila btam mubashir, wala dari make a combination between bitam ma gabila btam mara. Put it together. These two names can be combined together and become something beautiful. So that is something that I believe
creative.
Can be done. Creative, yes. So I believe that's all I wanted to say to you, unless there is anything else. But my friend, camera ده عليك الله امشي بيه وبرا في كشك كان فيري جيب واي تاني ايه كل شويه يضلم لنا ويطلع يوم يقوم يقطع لنا كله and in the middle of the best thing.
As Mani, I think camera there is okay, but it looked like the symptom of none.
Of ZööMTV.
No, of none.
All right,
of non-facials,
Non-facials. Okay. That is something you will have to deal with.
I will deal with it. Definitely.
Yeah,
you're right.
So I believe brother Emmanuel Juanita Fihinak, ita jit ligit brother Abu Leila is already waiting in the queue. So Malish, hang in there. We will get Abu Leila in to drop his perspective, and then we'll come back to you. Abu Leila.
Okay. Duranda.
شنو حاصل في الصورة يا
لا ما عندك كمان قاعد تعبني جامد جاي.
ما انت لسه اسمع في ملبورن لسه في شويه شمس باقي شمس خلاص من هنا خلاص انت عندك شويه شمس كان في الضوء شويه في جوهوش هناك كده
شمس كثير هنا ما بينتهي هنا. لا it's good yeah. So Kevin too.
Not bad, very good. Thank you, Dr. Majer. We'll get in touch.
Yeah. Yep. So it's a very good program. First of all, I would like to greet you all, and also I'd like to greet the audience who are now listening to us in this initiative. I'm also very clear.
You're good.
Okay. Yeah, this is one of the important things you guys have come up with. And when we look at our history, then the South Sudan, we tend to to rely on people narrating histories. They're narrating all the time without documentation. And when we look at us, South Sudanese, we have got a very vast history. And history تاعنا زي قبل خواجات ذات. لكن unfortunately طبعا our history إننا ما خدناه تاني. يعني هسه بقينا شنو في ظلام. يعني we are now in a confusion. You see that people don't understand each other or كده because we are not learning it. ما قاعد نقرأ الhistory بتاعنا. So it is important that you guys have come up with this initiative, and I like such initiative. Then I know when we are documenting things, we are not doing it for ourselves, but we are doing it for generation to come, and they will benefit from it. We should not all the time rely on Kawajat to tell us who are we. We deserve to tell also others that we are who we are. So yeah, it's very, very important. And for me, I like it since we have started this program. I think earlier this year, I really strongly support it, and I mentioned it clearly that I will be participating. I've now compiled about 120. That's what I know from the Fojulu dams with the meanings, maybe 90% of the meaning that I know. I've got the documents that you have sent, and maybe the access. I've asking me for access, but yeah, we will get through it. So yeah, from now, I'll be putting those names to our forum, the Fujulu community, also, and they can add some names. Learn of some ancient names that not for you now, it's still disappearing. There's some people who are out.
As matter of you can get in for ancient time.
Ancient time, yeah, of course we are there. we are there. We are there.
Yeah.
Man, we are the first generation to God. Ita ma simi gal fujuli amul aje marabis le Adam da. So we are there. So yeah. I'm going to put those names in forum bitana. Then people will add more names so that you can be meaningful. Yeah, it's very good, and I'm doing it just because I'm busy. The last 2 days I'm really busy, but maybe next tomorrow I'll finalize everything, and you may find the names are already there in the document. So it's really a very good initiative. And remember, and my grandfather used to be a teacher for Yulu Tabari, actually Bari language. And that guy in the entire Fujulu land, and Imam Fizol be Kalam Bari language like him. In the entire Fujulu, he was very fluent in Fujulu, in Bari. Like in unfortunate Tamaniao, because we don't document things, we don't write things down. As he died, and without any any documentation that we can see, as the third generation. Now, it's unfortunate. So it is good that this generation now, we started that we need to do something. My father didn't do that. So we have to do it. I'm really on that. I've done mine. It's just a matter of days, and you'll find all the names are there. Yeah.
Not a problem. That's all great. Thank you so much, Buleila. You have been there since we started last November. You've been there with us, and you've contributed a lot in that episode. Anyone can go for it. I think it was on 15th of November last year, 2020. So yes, keep doing what you're doing, and you have the access now. You can access it. Like we ask all the viewers, Gibel, that if you are willing to participate in this endeavor, text us or send us message us your email address into the. If you know me personally, send it to me. Otherwise, if you know Griguju, send it to Griguju, or send it to Baraj. Even if you know Baraj, he will transfer it to us. Otherwise, the easiest one is to go on our page on Facebook, which is a ZööMTV page. And while you're there, click on like if you haven't liked the page, and then send us the message, and we will get it, and then we will give you the access so that you can access that document. with the idea that I'm actually giving people access to actually edit that document offline. You don't need to be online to edit the document. Once you edit the document, it becomes available to you online. Offline. So that way you don't need to sit there on the internet and do the work. You can just, without connection, if you save some connection, if you're still in that world still, whereby internet data is being counted on you every 2 seconds, then you can actually bring the document offline, edit it, do whatever you want to do, then connect. It will sync itself back to the cloud. So I hope I made that clear. I hope I made that clear. Abulela, that's all great. If you don't have anything to say, I might have to jump to Emmanuel Wani.
Yes. You just want to say, thank you. Yeah.
Gentle reminder to Abulela, please. I think last time you were in, you did explain the significance of the name and its order. So if you can attach those information to those specific name, because it will be a great learning curve, and also will set us apart than Kawaja, so we can brag as in, look, this is what is in our culture, how things are done. So that is very significant. Thank you.
Yes. As I mentioned last time, for you, we name according to hierarchies. As you said last time. So we have that, and also we also name according to the season. Season there too we name, and also we name also according to the situation.
Sequence of events.
Or war events, it is a war and all these things. So all these things have got meaning, and especially all the names. Let me say, 99% the names are all with the meanings. Mafi Ishintari Jabu side we do meaning. So all the names are with the meanings.
Fantastic. You can take your leave. We appreciate it. The podium will go to Brother Emmanuel.
No worries. Okay.
Patiently here. So bring your perspective so that we have to start wrapping it up. Here we have been for a while, good 5 years. Yeah. Feel like it?
No, it will happen. You'll be here for 5 years.
5 years,
I will wait for your 5-year celebration of ZööMTV.
Our story will be like a story of Al Kaf. Yeah. Come in, please, Brother Emma. Greet the viewers and bring your perspective.
All greet you in the mighty name of Jesus. I salute each and everyone, our audience everywhere, and all the brothers and colleagues who have connected to ZööMTV. That is the second time that I'm connecting in today. I'm really grateful. So if you can let me about the topic about service, and I can preach into. Yes, I talked to, because I understand we're talking about the culture and the names and a lot of things. And for me, I don't want to go deeply in the culture because, and I have understand sometimes we have a names actually especially in my country, South Sudan, where you find someone Zolu isn't Taban, Young. So, this kind of, sometimes when you find out we start naming our children with those kind of, as our brother says, most of the names are named because of the war that happened in South Sudan. Maybe you were born in the war, and then they think you have survived in that war, and then you remain, and then you survive. And then we have also in my own language, Kuku, where you find out someone is named Yangi, Yangi is someone who you are born when actually the other one died, and then you are the survivor that they gave you that name Yangi. And then we have KG, because sometimes you have a lot of cattle and you're given that kind of name, and which is for me, I want to comment a lot about the culture, but my belief is that if we want to name, our children. People say we need to name others' name because there are kind of brothers. You find out all the name is starting by N, A, and all that. I cannot believe it is really a culture that name is brought from, because you find a son is called the same, the father is the same, the grandfather is the same. So all this goes. But I don't want to comment on that. But I believe I want to talk in my culture. In my culture, there are people believe in those days that they have to give the name according to the situation, according to the environment where we are born, because like you find out Yangi, Taban, Yogo, and all that, because Yogo is someone who, like, maybe you find him, I don't know what kind, because I can be able to explain this kind of name sometimes. And for me, I believe that I don't want to, because when you touch about the culture, there are some people who believe in the culture and they are rooted in culture, and they start politicizing about the culture, where I don't want to enter in, because we have seen how culture sometimes has destroyed even our own life. Because when you're given name Taban, you feel because you are Taban, you were born, your name is Taban, and the poverty that is looming and everything that you do in life because of that kind of name, you start blaming the generation, your father, your mother, and this kind of thing we have seen in society. And then you call Dumo, and then you find out, you start, thinking about Dumo and all that. Your life is really miserable, and you start thinking about this name that is given to me when I'm called Loko, in all these kind of things. So I don't want to enter there, because when we go deep about these kinds of name, Taban and Lodion, and it is really a lot of things that really you find out the same kind of name people, you find out these people are called Taban. Peter Ninketir Toman, they believe that because Anna Tabande, and then you find out the children also, you forget that the child Taban culture, the child is named by the name of the grandfather. Like me today, I'm called Wani, and then my son tomorrow, when he married, will also name, and that kind of thing. So if I have gone through that line of poverty, I am not educated, then so maybe because he never went to school, I could not go to school. And this is a time we face these challenges in our family. So what culture has really done, it is a lot of things, but we cannot break it. And Jesus, when the laws of Moses, when Jesus came, the Jews came and asked Jesus that Jesus was very wise and clever enough. He says that I did not come to abolish the law, but I have come to what? To fulfill them. And that was then. And when we took back in the book of Luke, when the law of Jews, and that is even in our country, this kind of thing is still happening. The law of Jews, when this woman was caught in adultery, then they say in the law, our culture, or the law in our culture say that the woman that is caught in adultery is supposed to be stoned to death, stoned to death. That is what the culture always sometimes do. And then Jesus was also clever enough, because Jesus says, because these people say this, they want to test Jesus. Because when Jesus said that, yes, do it, then they will know that Jesus believes in the culture. And we have known as what culture does. I don't want to, because I own the name, that will come from the culture, but it is also what I believe in it, that the culture, we as a church, we cannot destroy it, but we also need to know what a culture has done in our society and in our environment. Because when Jesus was to take that step and say, okay, stone, because that's what your law says, and then they will say that Jesus Christ and Jesus also is working with the culture, and that's why he belongs to that. And that's one thing that I love when Jesus says, whoever believes that he never, committed this, let him first take the first stone and stone this woman. So this is a tricky topic that when you go deeply in the end of the day, that the people who believe in a culture, they will come in it. And I believe we have seen how Jesus has answered to the culture of those people from Jews and then the Pharisees. And we believe that we have seen a lot of things that what the culture has done, We believe what is a culture. Culture, sometimes there are some people who believe in their culture. When you're sick, you're not supposed to be taken to the hospital. You're supposed to be taken to something else. Then you have to sleep there for how many days? And in the end of the day, this person died. And we have seen a culture. There are some cultures that believe that their children is not a girl is not right for a girl to go to school. And we have seen what the culture has done in our society. Number three, we have seen even the Muslims do not believe to send their children to school. And this is not a culture. They don't believe that the girls are supposed to go. Where I am currently in Yumbe, this is where Bidi refugee camp is. You find out the Muslims, they don't value, that because of the something that is put in the culture. I'm sorry to say that maybe someone among us, there is someone who is a Muslim and does agree with me. But in this where I am living currently, in the refugee camp where I am, the Muslim, when you ask a Muslim, why are you not sending this girl? He says, the Quran forbid us to send our girls to school because when they learn, they will, they'll start reasoning more than Muhammad, so they will not respect their men in the house. This is what they told me. And this is sometimes we found out there are a lot of things that we are dealing with it with the cultures. We find out there are some cultures even right now as we go to part of the South Sudan, deeply in other villages, they don't believe. They don't believe in other men. They believe in their chief. When the chief say this is what they're supposed to follow. And then in the end of the day, come us, how many people died when they're sick and because of the culture? And we believe that because of this culture, yes, we have to do something. And I cannot do something, but we as believers, we should also, put that the culture will have to keep the culture, to educate our children or to tell our children that, yes, we believe in culture and this is good thing about the culture has done for us. And this is what also when we came to understand about the kind of name, okay? Because you find out we need to give, because sometimes, yes, I believe one day I took one of a woman to hospital. I love what the people say. I took one of a woman to the hospital and then, after the baby was given birth, and then her doctor came and asked what is the name of the baby. And then the woman has her book. I don't know, he has bought some time back, kept in her bag. I never knew when I took her to the hospital. And the doctor, doctor asked her, what is the name? And the woman rushed to her bag, picked up that book, and they start, passing over. When I name my daughter like this, it's going to be like this. So this is a category of people we believe that if I give my daughter or my son a name, because of those great people that has done something. And this is what is happening. You find Gali Ginadi, Jose, Ibrahim, Moses, because of this Joshua, Joshua, Aaron. So because these men in the Bible, you find out they have done great things. But what will happen in the end of the day, you name your child Joseph or Moses or Aaron, and then in the end of the day, this person became a dull person. It's not like that man has done. Who will you blame? Because you blame yourself, because you went and put that name in the life of that baby. So I believe that we can go with those names that our grandparent have carried, and then add another name that the baby, your child or your son has to carry, because we cannot go about, because even those names, Abraham, we believe that it is someone has started that name, or Moses, someone has inherited that name. And we believe that it is good for us also to follow what our culture says in then giving names, and we can choose a Christian name as a second name. And I believe that. But I say in Kuku, we always agree, and I believe that the culture is there, and also God is there. We don't say that we have to go unique everything about culture things. We don't forget about our culture, because we learn more from culture, and we learn a lot of things from the culture. I think this is what I have to say. But if there is something else in the end of the day, I'll add. If it's a question, then fine.
Thank you so much, Brother Emmanuel. You've said a lot there. Yes, you added that you add a bit of an explanation in regards to the culture bit, into what we were saying. Of course, we didn't really delve into what type of culture, what culture is doing, but we all knew that all these names that are being given to children from very, very long time, we knew some of these names has negative impact on these children. Just like we have given an example of someone who is Taban or Kuliombes, even if they grew up, they are suffering. They are just sort of sitting there, not even doing anything about their life, but they are blaming their fathers for their father for naming them that name Taban or whatever. They just say something back there, but they are not actually doing anything. That's the power of the negative power on them because of that name. Because you would have imagined if their name was something different, and then they were getting their zuruf butam is getting their suffering, they would be more have more courage to do something else to improve themselves, you know. But because of their name, they're sort of believing that okay, that's their fate in this life. What we started here, that we started it last November 2020, was we start recognizing that there are those names out there that's really having this this notion, so this connotation. So we decided we will launch our collective initiative for Kulu Junubin from different tribes, no matter where you're from. We launch this the Google Doc whereby people come in and put their good names. We're trying to pick up the good names and put it out. Like you mentioned, that lady who picked up her book when the doctor asked what is the name to be registered. She has to look into the book, a book that she's been looking through. The name Takawajat, the man name Batao, correct? That was named Takawajat. So wouldn't it be much beautiful for that lady to have said, okay, well, hey, I've got a little bit of papers here. I've been compiling names from different tribes in Sudan. I've got them from where? From Google. You know, there's a database on Google online with names that been good names. You know, she wouldn't really care about it, whether she's naming this child with her own the name from her own tribe or from a different tribe in Sudan. You know, it wouldn't matter anymore because the name sounds beautiful. It has a great meaning. Why not? I'll have it on I'll give a name to my child. So that's what we're trying. This is the kind of a mission we are on now. It is a long trail. We know it's not an easy thing. We have launched it just for everyone now. Whoever wants to participate, they can send us their email, not in the comment, but into the page. They go to the page or to each one of us who's on the screen. We descended that email so that we give you the access to go. If you don't find the name of your tribe, you create a new document there and name it the name of your tribe, and you start putting the names in. And that's what you heard when Abulela was saying. He's already got the names. He's just cross-checking it manas group domination so that he knows that the names he's putting down. Oh no, the maisim tapojulu, the maisim tapojulu, the isim barao, so that he needs to make sure the names he's putting, unless it's a cross, it's a cross-reference names whereby you can find the same name in Pojulu, the same name in Bari, the same name in Zande, Muro, something like that. So that will be done. So that's the work that we have embarked on doing now, because we pride ourselves as to, if we have to come up with something during our show, sometimes we haven't even planned for it, but if it comes during our show that we believe in it, we will try to deliver that. And that it's all about delivering what we can deliver. And then once we have compiled, say, 200 names for each names that are there, or 300 or 500, then we'll make it public so that people then can find it and they can add some more. And we'll be monitoring it so that we don't see Nas and we'll stop that one and try to find out what is that. What does that mean? We'll cross-reference, cross-check it with Manasmin within those groups, various groups. But other than that, thank you so much for dropping your piece. That was great. But however, something that keeps stopping me. Since you start talking, I was looking at it. I wonder if you can shed some light on it. What's those image at your screen back behind you? It looks like cultural something.
Yeah, there is some gospel arena that we're trying to support some youth from South Sudan. That is what you see in the background there. That is not, and then those picture back there that you can see, it is in a screen. That is some group of the youth we are trying to bring up in the South Sudan. It's not about culture.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks like from an ancient time or something like that. That's why I was just wondering. I was curious to find out what it is. Brother Grikojo, if you have anything to add to our brother
Yes.
Emmanuel here. Yeah.
What I want to say, Pastor Ima, I think our society need a lot like you. People, you are a religious leader, but also you use your conscience so that to be political and religious correct. So you walk the fine line between those two. You don't want to, break it. And last time you came, the way how, you express yourself, and then at the end, somebody decide to introduce you that you are a pastor. Keep up the great work that you are doing, and being a religious leader, it is very important also. You have to be politically oriented. You understand the circumstances, and socially oriented, so that you can balance your message clearly. We cannot abolish, everything just, this is bad, and we flush it down the toilet and we pick. No, we have to try to make a new mix, and change. It happened gradually. It never happened overnight, because imagine if Jesus would have rejected teaching of Moses from the very beginning. Jewish people have conspired and nailed him, killed him long time ago. But he decided to be politically correct and socially correct. Sometimes when Mary come around, you are this child, you don't listen to me, she will give her a little bit, hey, woman, you don't know that I'm supposed to be where it is belong to my dad. Okay, the same thing. When they came with the brothers, your brothers are out there. They want to talk to you. He said, those who are listening to me, they are my brother. And the same thing he did with the woman, because if you look at it from another perspective, this is a man manipulation, and it is unfair. The woman committed adultery with who? Not by herself. Okay? There is a man who is involved with her. So where is the man? Because if it is just, both of them should be stoned to death, right? But they brought the woman, this is the teaching of Moses. And he sat down there, writing on the ground, doing her thing, and then just respond to them. Whoever commit a sin, cast her with the first stone. So now he corrected, and they felt embarrassed, and they walk away, and he sent the woman, go, but don't sin no more, okay? And this is where the repentance will come, because almost she was dead, but Jesus saved her life. But with the simple message, go and don't sin anymore. Do you think in that village, the Bible didn't give us a depth, do you think in that village, there is any man will go around and looking for a woman who is committing adultery, and they will bring her, they want to stone her? I don't think so. It is a resetter, because it is a new way of living. What I'm trying to say, we have a collective responsibility, and a change within the community, it never happened overnight, but our ideas, we put them together, we stitch them one by one. Everybody will add his or hers. This is whereby we can have a healthy society. You came in from your religious perspective, you look at it, and you will put the rest in prayer. Somebody will come from their philosophical position, they will give some recommendation. And this is where we start to correct ourselves. Because as a matter of fact, if you look around, you see those people with the name Sijin, Taban, Zuruf, whatever, always they have, they don't do well, because the name with the bad connotation will continue to hinder them. The spirit of feeling low and ana miskin, ana taban, ana jaan, like Abu Kusmu Manu, miskin, ma inta jala miskin, kira God sakit bajai. It is what it is. Okay. And some people with this aggressiveness, okay, when they name somebody like the name Fox, that Fox's spirit now will hinder them. Okay, they will continue, just want to do things Fox way. So we appreciate your input, and it is a huge contribution. Being in a refugee camp, making it, using your internet access, we know it is expensive in Africa. Okay, when we visit, when we use internet, we know very well. But to be effective contributor, you have our respect, brother. And you are doing it because you believe you have a message, and make your voice heard and make your voice recognized. May God continue to bless your mission and to allow you effectively to make your voice heard. And this is my strong belief. I keep saying, I don't want to be just another face in the crowd. This is a history. We are making it together, and we have to make our voice heard. With the little contribution, with the humble distribution, we need to bring it in so that to make change. All of us, we are agent of change. We don't have to look at, people who are with prominent position, or they have the megaphone only. Let us utilize the media that we have. Simple request. All our viewers are not Christian, but if you can hang on tight, we are wrapping it up. I will allow Brother Barrage to give his final thought within the next 2 to 3 minutes, and maybe we do our recap quickly, and we ask for, God present to enlighten us, because prayer, I don't think we people of South Sudan, we are that sensitive towards our belief. Christian, they go to mosque, they sit, they listen to Quran being read. Our brothers and cousins who are Muslim, they come with us to our church, they sit, whatever, so I don't think there is any, we are crossing line here. We need God in our present, and we need a message of encouragement. And always religious leader, they have uplifting message. And you did very well last time, so hang on tight. Let me go to Brother Barrage, if he can say a few words so that we start wrapping it up.
Thank you, Brother Kurkujo, again, and thank you, Narendra, if he's still there or not there, and thank you, Emmanuel.
He's in the back.
Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel Wani. Good to see you again, and good to hear your perspective. It is very crucial and it's very important in our society. I don't want to say our tribes, but our society as South Sudanese, to bring our perspective from all different walk of life. If you're coming from church perspective, your perspective is still very important in our society as well. But we need just to adjust it, to alter it a little bit, because most of the example we always take in religion, we always take exactly the example are in the Bible, and they're all a different name. When we install those kind of name in our people mind, it's completely, it's going to ring all the time in their name. But if we're trying to make those exactly example through our own name, And that's not you didn't alter the Bible, but you actually put an example at the same, but just pronouncing our name out there. And if I hear, a South Sudanese name, big name, doing this or send this message, it is a great attraction to me to hear that, and it will be admirable. For me, just to focus, I want to focus only in a few points exactly. Like I emphasize on we need to learn each other name because this is the first point I can see. Where we're going. Our name is very important, regardless of your tribe. For me today, I do believe tribe is not a problem. Since God created us as a tribe, but when we make it tribalism, that's where the problem is. But as a tribe, I think it's very important to know your name as a tribe. Is not because in a point of degrading you or putting you up, but it's good to know. It's a kind of multicultural within us. South Sudan itself now is multicultural. When it's multicultural, it's very important for us to know our multicultural and how it goes, because this will build our big culture to import it to African, to Western, to other country. Learning each other name, it is very crucial, and I like. We need to put a hope name because everything is all about psychological. Psychologically, if we don't hear our name all the time, I think we ignore them, and this is exactly what happened. That's how Christianity come through us. That's how Arabs come through us, and it's very hard now. Like for example, to find a major book, being teach in a school, for example, in South Sudan, has our name. Even our historical figures who come since the English time all the way up to Arabs and colonialism times, it's very hard for the generation who coming. Actually, they don't have it in book to study it and to know it. The only people who they know, the people who are just in YouTube, John Garang, Joseph Lago, شخصيات زي ديل بس بيعرفوا لأنه الناس عملوا لكن if you go back to our history, we're very poor of really putting things together as a people of South Sudan and to learn for ourselves. And then when we go outside, we can defend what we're talking about. At least we can import. If we think we have a culture, we can give it to other people. We can do that as well. And it is very, very, very important for people really to bring their name up and to name their name. I do understand when I say always we have a similar culture, the same ترتيب. أنا قاعد نسميه أسامينا في بيوت ولا في قبيلة معين، التمام بسموه كيف، البيت الأول بيجي كيف، والبكر والبعده. It's I think across all tribes in South Sudan that are really the same. If they are not the same, they are similar. Yeah, the only one thing is not there is for me going across to the end of the other or to the other side and learn about their name. So it is very important, this document, and everybody is good to participate. Plus, it's a good way really to connect through Google Doc because it's very important. You can work everywhere around the world about it. Plus, it will teach us as a South Sudanese. It will take us to another level, how we organize things and how we can really bring kind of this thing together and put it out that regardless of our critics, regardless of our political side, I think our name are very important. We have to hang on to it. We complain about our language, we complain, but this is لهجات ديل هينقرضوا هيمشوا اي حاجه يمشي، لكن الشيء الوحيد اللي بيفضل الجلد بتاعنا ده والاسم. لو الاسم فات الجلد يا بفضل بس، والجلد ما مهم اساسا. It's not very important to that extent, but it's very important the heritage of name, and it's very important. That's why we always need to pass those kind of name or the DNA to the next generation to carry it on and to leave the legacy open. Our understanding about name as a South Sudanese, we need to bring it as it is, very meaningful. Even the Rutana Tanas Del exactly, it has to be exactly the same thing. And the most important things I want to mention, because I'm learning, or maybe I will read in these documents, I need people really to focus on pronunciation, pronunciation of the name. If people who are going to put up some word in this document, I hope it will be exactly the way they pronounce it, and probably down the track things will develop, and then the exact pronunciation, maybe you will listen to it through a little microphone or whatever. I will give you exact same, because it's good to learn, or just to repeat it, to learn about this kind of pronunciation perfectly, because this is the matter. And the last things I want to say, Junubin, regardless of where you're from, even if you're in the West, in Eastern Africa, in any other country, please, if somebody pronounce your name wrongly, please correct them and tell them, regardless of who they are, tell them this is the right pronunciation of my name. Don't go with the flow. Don't go just because you want to make them feel comfortable. They have to pronounce it that way, and you start pronouncing it that way. You need to be precise. You need to stand, and we need our religious people too to establish those kind of culture, because they have influence on the ground in South Sudan, for example. And to mention a few names of our own heritage name as a South Sudan. Once again, thank you guys for giving me this opportunity. As usual, I think I just came late in today because I was doing a few things, but I still catch up and just participate and put my 5 cents through. And I'm happy to continue and really talk about these kind of things, because now I'm learning, and I like our names, regardless of what is happening. We have to go strongly. We don't have to apologize to anyone through our name. And even ourselves as a tribe, say the correct name to other fellow South Sudanese. If they don't know the first time, the second, third time, they will learn. Thank you a lot. And I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate your audience as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me say this, Baraj, you can take your leave. It is well appreciated. And we were thinking about to do our recap, excuse me, wrap it up. But we have two sisters with different perspectives. They want to come in. No women magalaya haja. So I believe we still have the energy. With permission of my co-host, Brother Ndirinda, maybe we can allow Brother Pastor Emmanuel to say a little bit a word of prayer, and if he would like to take his leave, because we don't want to burn his data for the internet. It's well appreciated. We have to encourage him to come in effectively, drop his piece, and he can leave, he can pray. And while you are sending a link to Sister Rita and Sister Amel to allow, because احنا قاعدين نتكلم موضوع الظلم. اليهود كانوا عايزين يظلموا والمرأة رجموه. رجال تعاملوا ضده. So we have to allow our sisters' perspective.
بالمناسبة, women are very important. Let them come and do this, because هم طبعا مظلومين في أي حاجة. أسامي قاعدين يسموهم هنا الرجال. أسامي دائما هنا ما في مرة عنده سي في اسم اللي بس sometimes بس بيشاوروا. لكن أساسا they don't have any say about all the names. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Pastor Emmanuel, you can come in. Final thought, a word of encouragement also, if you can put it there, because in our introduction with the Zoom decorum, we encourage people to stay connected, to call each other, to pray for each other, and because there is a lot people are going through it in terms of mental health. So come in, bring your message of hope and little word of prayer for the whole community and for our country. We have an official news that there is reshuffling happening right now in Juba for the government. Makwi is going as a governor of Jonglei State to Brother
Asma, this is downgrade, man. Makwi you governor Kevin.
Anyway, زي ما مصريين بيقولوا الكبر النهارده بفلوس بكره هيكون بالمجان. So let us wait and see the official when our sister, what is her name? Rejoice the one that declare the presidential decree always. So if you showed up on the TV, that is mean there is really it is happening. Come in, Pastor Emmanuel, please.
Yeah, you know, thank you very much. I really respect all your viewers and all. I think it's all about the struggle that we need really peace in our country. I want to put this to our viewers yesterday. We had a meeting, and this is the encouraging one. We have a meeting yesterday as the church leaders in the refugee camp. The whole day we even cried to God. We said, God, whatever, because one thing that we learned, we came out in that meeting was that we say that the problem of the peace in the nation of South Sudan is not Junubin, not the Muatanin, but there are key people in the government. That's the problem in the what? In this peace, because they are the one holding the key of the peace, and then they say Muatanin get a. In the end of the day, you go back home, you are killed. And we came out yesterday, we say, now as we identified that the fundamental problem that we have in the nation, that the key people that are supposed to implement the peace, they have failed to implement the peace, and they have put the South Sudanese down, the citizen down. The only way to go is for us to cry to God. In that meeting yesterday, we remember when the South Sudan was in war with the Sudan. We remember that the first visit was the Christian, the bishops, and the World Council of the Churches. They visited. Wow, that was the first country, state that they visited when there was war, and there was a relationship between the government and the church. They were there. But yesterday we said, God, we believe that if you have a hand in the nation of South Sudan, these people who think they've owned that seat, they've owned that government, and they betray the people, we trust it in you. But I was also very happy. The same thing yesterday, the same thing that you put, I was very happy yesterday night. I could not sleep. I was only praising God. Because I says, this is man that always speak things that does not come to pass. Let him go to be a governor in the state that you can put him. And we will see the move. Because we believe that he is also God. And I believe that in everything, we believe that there is a time. And my concern, my request to all South Sudanese, the old Junubin, Kenari Jalerabana, because the time when Jalaba Gisagla Maespele, people all ran to church, including the soldiers. People were praying. But today, when the peace agreement was signed in Naivasha in 2005, everybody goes his way. They don't have time for God, people, than especially we, the South Sudanese. We know that we need God in South Sudan. We have heard the sound of gun for years, since 2013. We did not see any gun silencing. Gun cannot bring peace to South Sudan. Gun will never return us back home. Gun always cause pain. Graveyards everywhere. There is a time for us to put our needs down to God. Let's reconcile each other. Let's come together as a nation, as a South Sudanese. Let's believe that if today things are very hard, tomorrow things will be better. How many years the children of Israel has gone through? They never give up. Ask yourself a question. When the children of Israel started their journey, did they have a new clothes? Many times I ask myself, when these people are walking, they did not have new shoes. They did not have new clothes. And they have walked for many years in that journey without water. But in the end of the day, we have that they have Moses lead them to the promised land. It's because of our disobedience that we don't want to return to God. We do not want God to allow God to move. How can God not be angry with us as a student? When there was war, they accepted the church leaders, the world churches, the World Church of Councils, the Sudan Churches of Council, all the bishops all over the world, they participated in the peace in the nation of South Sudan to see that there is peace existing in the nation. But after people achieve the peace, they throw out the churches. They don't even longer respect the church leaders in the country. And how will that? It is a time for us, no matter who you are, whether you're bishop, whether you're pastor, no matter who you are, because in the presence of God, we are all servants. It is not about the title. And this message goes to bishops and the leaders in churches in South Sudan. Let's not look at our position. Let's not look at the title. Title is nothing. But we need the handshake. We need that hand togetherness. And that build us as a nation, and build the peace. Let's try to reconcile the communities back to God. They have hurted us, but we need to come close. Let's go to the community. Let's tell them we need God, because gun will never settle anything. Gun will never bring any peace. We need God. Women who are suffering in the bushes there have no medical health. The children that they already born blind. Women, the mothers who are begging in the street. It is our responsibility. Yesterday we said in that meeting, we said, as no matter the government of Salva Kiir does not respect, does not honor the church leaders, but let's believe that that vision that was started before, during the war, that the church leaders never left South Sudan alone, even if the government had thrown them away. But let us try to reconcile and let's go preaching, because when we preach, God will change. Right now that we as in the camp, we believe that the only way to go back home is for us to come back, maybe because of our sin that we have committed before God. That's why God has brought us to the camp, to teach us, to ask forgiveness from Him, to forgive each other, and to forgive those leaders that have wronged us, so that when our hearts are prepared, we will able to go back home. And this is what we said yesterday. The Bible says in the book of Jeremiah that how terrible will be those leaders that they are supposed to take good care of their chiefs. But the good thing they tend to offer is to scatter them. And he says they will scatter them, and I will gather them together. In every part of the world, He will gather them. But God will not gather us together when we did not reconcile, when we did not turn away from our wicked way. Even some of us who ran back to the refugee camp, we have done wrong things in the country. We have even murdered others. We have sold other groups. But because they are hunting us, we run. So we need to return back to God. And we need to return our country to the first fruit, where the church leaders, if the church leaders, it was not a president, it was not when I read that document, it was not the president, it was not the general of army that visited Wow when there was everything, people died everywhere, but it was the church bus visited the country. And meaning we achieved the peace because God was there in the country. But when they throw the church leaders, and we are coming with the committee, we say we need to go back to the foot, and we need to mediate. We need God to intervene in that J1, and that is our heart. So let's pray. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We bless you. We are not worthy to be in your presence, but because of your mercy, you clean us and you wash us. Because of your Son, Jesus Christ, that was put in the cross of Calvary, so that we will be free, and that condemnation that should not follow us. Father, we come before you as the nation of South Sudan, where we have gone astray before you. Lord, bring us together to your throne of grace. You says in your word, when there is one sinner that confesses in behalf of the nation, you will reconcile the nation. Father, we pray for repentance. We pray for reconciliation. And we pray for forgiveness. Without reconciliation, without forgiveness, we will never see the fruit of peace in our country. Father, we need reconciliation. Rebuild our hearts. Rebuild our nation. Rebuild our mind. Because when you build our hearts, you will bring everlasting peace. Father, forgive those who have wronged us, oh Father. Even some of them, we know them name by name. But Father, Lord, we don't call any grievance against them. But it's only you that have a judgment, and you have the key for unforgiveness and forgiveness. Father, those wounds that have been put in our heart as a nation, Father, cleanse them and forgive them. Father, we ask this through your name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Hey, Father, Pastor Emmanuel, please come back again. And
Thank you.
you can take your leave. Let us allow the room for the sisters to come in and to bring their perspective. God bless you. Thank you very much. That was powerful. Yeah. That was Pastor Emmanuel. Greeting to you, Ambassador Amel. Greeting to you, Sister Madame Rita Logali from England. Amel is on her way to work, or she's at work. If Sister Rita, you can allow her to bring her perspective quickly, and then we can carry on if you are not in hurry, Sister Rita, because I know it is Sunday afternoon or something in England. If that is okay? Hello?
Hello? Hello.
Yeah.
I think the government also on the service of the people, if Miss Amel allow that. Can you hear me clearly? Hello?
Yeah, come in.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, if Miss Amel want to talk before me, if she's in hurry, let me know, because usually anyway, if she want to talk, she can talk first.
Yeah, you are in the studio before her, but her message
Yeah.
was clear. She's on her way to work. So, Amel, do you have some time, or you wanna come in?
Yeah, I just took my break so I could join. I'm at work actually, but I just took my break so I could catch it up
Okay,
with you guys before it's too late.
Sister Rita,
So
hang on
please,
tight.
if you could allow me, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, you can come in. I think there is a little bit mutual understanding. So please come in. Greeting to you, and good to see you. You have been following the conversation. So yeah.
Hope you
Podium
will
is
follow
yours.
us as well when I talk as well.
Okay.
Thank you, ZööMTV, and thank you, Sister Rita, our brother Brad, and everybody in the studio. According to my understanding, it's like if our name is like a cat, or like I really just came at the last minute, and I found our brother Brad was talking. That's when I just catch up something, but it looked like the name. I mean, you guys talking about the name. Our name is a cat, right?
We want to encourage the good names. So those bad
name.
names with the negative connotation, we want to try to abolish them. And also we are compiling South Sudanese name on a Google Drive, whereby we'll make it accessible with the meaning so that we can share those names. This is what we are doing tonight, because this conversation we started in months of November. Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. Thank you. You know, طبعا احنا كسودانيين ان الاسماء بتاعنا it's like we have different tribes. Why tribes عندهم different meaning of the اسماء حقهم ذاته. So it had to, like, if we Google it through the Google, they will give us the meaning according to the Google. Like according to that tribe, it will be differently. So every tribe have طريقة حقه بأسماء حقهم. Sometimes we repeat the same, like our grandpa. So like within my family, my grandpa name was Ngang. My father have to name Ngang. So it depends. You know, we repeat the same, and the cycle same names within the family. Like in some name, they really have meaning, and they may not even acknowledge the meaning. Like it's kind of a bad meaning, but in the Bible it said, when we confess that word, God will manifest. ففي أسماء يعني زي مشاعر, like if we translate it in a different way, machar is something like dark or black. I mean, just dark, because if you say black, it's going to be a color, but dark. So something dark. And when you're talking about something dark, so you're giving that person that name. So, so the person gonna manifest that kind of the same meaning, Mabior is kind of something white. So, it depends on the family and how الاسم بيكون المشهور في family حقهم ذاته. في أسماء بيكون حسب الموقف، يعني الحادث اللي حصل للفاميلي. مثلا لو ولدوك في زمن بيكون فيه حرب، فبيسموه على حسب الهذا اللي حصل which is really it is not something good really لأن الهذا اللي حصل ده ما حد but just يعني just to remind الفاميلي والهذا اللي حصل ده بيسموه على كده which is really هم ما عملوا دراسة كامل للحاجات زي دي في ذول مرات يعني if لو عرسوك والراجل يعني they insult you or like هم ما يحترموك بتاعنا يقول انتجور ففي الزمن الانتجور فوقه ده لو انت جبت بيت فبيسموه أجور which is really that name will add with يعني الاسم ده يعني it's not really a good meaning but you don't even know that you are confessing that thing you know you put that thing within your child and that child I mean that thing will manifest during the time within her عشان كده حتى في بايبل بيقولوا يعني like what we confess that what God will manifest في اسماء يعني انا I encourage اسماء بتاعنا يعني كسودانيين in general Africa في اسماء بتاعنا which really they are very meaningful and حتى لو كان بتاع اسماء بتاع جدي they have the meaning والكاس ما بيكون ذاته في الاسم على فكرة الكاس بيكون في الزول ذاته ما الاسم يعني مثلا عندك يعني في قصة كان زول كان حكى لي فالزول ده اصلا جدا كان يعني it was somebody بيحب مشاكل جامد فسموه على كده فاي جنرال بيسموه على جده ده believe it or not because it tend to be like altar لما يكون في altar بيكون في altar في church وفي altar كان كما الجنوبيين برضو كأفارقة عندنا altar whatever we worship so it will be another altar to us فقط يعني بيكون covenant through that covenant العيال اللي ولدوهم بنفس الاسم العيال ده بيجي يشاكلوا يعني اي جنة سموه بالاسم ده بالجرامبا بيكون يعني بشكل جامد فالناس لما رجعوا يشوفوا يعني history فهم لقوا يعني لكن كوفنن الكوفنن اللي هو عمله الجدو الاول ده فبقى something بيكون في يعني strong hold you know بيكون في البلاد لاين ف that's why the curse is come الكاس ما بيكون في ذاته لكن في الزول انت سموك بعديه يعني after that person لأن that person لو في حاجة negative that negative already will transfer لك انت لأن يكون في covenant والcovenant ده is one of the strongest thing really في Bible لأن when يكون في covenant الcovenant يعني انت عملت authorization في الحاجة الكعب والحاجة الكويس within a consequence or a result فلو في consequence أي زول family that will go under that consequence unless they deliver this is when they really أسماء بتاعنا فيه مشاكل لكن بيرجع للزول الأول اللي أنت سميت وراه لكن في أسماء they really عندهم meaning they are very meaningful فأسماء زي ديل يعني we cannot change يعني we are not gonna follow somebody culture يعني أنا I'm gonna like هسه عيال حقنا سمعت باسم بتاعنا but I was so careful فأنا I named them حتى أنا I try أشوف الهيستوري بتاع أهلهم ديل عشان أنا I don't want to name them الاسم اللي بتجيب لي مشكلة في النهاية الاسم بتجيب لك مشكلة على فكرة لأنه بيكون على حسب جدك اللي سموك بيه ف this is where people have to be so careful وفي أسماء له معنى فهذول ديل we should look into it والمشكلة بتاعنا إحنا كمان like كسودانيين المرأة ما عندها يعني you don't have a source تقول جناية لأن أساسا أنت عرسوكي أنت you will name according to the family
sister
فالفاميلي بتاع
sorry أنا داير أستأذن بس معلش and sister Rita أنا I will listen to you outside but بس before ما أستأذن رأيك شنو في اسم بتاع مودة مع السلامة
مو oh my goodness okay
ما مودة أكعب من اسم المرأة لأنه ذاته هي يتكلم عنه الاسم المرأة اللي هي يتكلم عنه أكعب من مو بس شيء هي ما ترجمته
كوز الكاس في المريسة ولا في الاسم ولا في الزول اوكي مع السلامة انا بستمع انا بستمع
المشكلة ما في الزول ده لكن المشكلة في الاسم سموه بير automatically it will be will manifest through you. لأن أنا سموني الليلة مو ومعنى بتاع مو الناس عارفين إنه مو معناه شنو. فيعني before it you know it you will turn to that case. لأن أنت سموك then you have to turn to that case of Mo. So you tend to be Mo really. Unfortunately دي الأسماء يعني أهلا they have to look into it really deeply. لأن أسماء زي ديل هم يعني ولو هم they could not even يعني يشوفوا حاجات زي ديل let them go back ويعملوا إحصائية في الناس اللي سموها أسماء الكاب ديل أسماء اللي هو المعنى الكاب وشوفوا behavior حقهم how they are behaving you know ولو legal behavior like they are أسماء سموها معناه في مشكلة في تسمى في اسماء زي ديل. ما في اسماء تانية برضه كويسه within the family لكن يعني المشكله كله في النهايه المراه ما عندها صوت في من الرسول ده يعني بيتك هم بيسموا على حسب بتاع اهل بيتك ما اهل بيت المراه. لو كان بده فرصه للمراه كمان هي تختار يعني تقول اوكي خلينا نجيب اسم من اهلي انا عيالنا ده يمكن بيكون في فرصه لكن اوتوماتيكالي الجرامبا ولا ابوه بيمشي يسال جده يسموا اسم منه ولو ما سموا الناس اللي في البيت ده كل واحد ما بيرتاحوا. كان مو هناك في بيسموا مو كان مشاعر فيه لازم جده الاخر ده مشاعر انت لازم واذا بيسمي مشاعر وانت ما بتعرف المشاعر ده في النهايه من مشاعر لمشاعر معناه في كل فاميلي بيكون في داركنس لان بيكون ده داركنس في darkness هيكون as well will bring like darkness with the family negative energy honestly يعني this is a serious case ان هم they have to look into it. والناس يعني انا ما بقول لكم خلوا اسماءكم انتم بتسموا بيه لكن الاسم اللي له معنى ثقيل الكعب ده think about it يعني ادي دراسه لعيالك ما خلي عيالك كمان to follow the same thing لان احنا لو انت ما وقفت المثل ده it will follow you and it will follow عيالك والمشكلة هيكون كده ما له نهاية. But that's why they will say that you have to break that you know that path. You can break it or whatever it is you can break that one. Let it start from you وعيال حقك لأن أنت لو ما عملت له break it will just automatically will follow في عيال حقك ومن عيال حقك will follow لأن حتى عيالنا هيكونوا مساكين أكعب مننا لأن إحنا we are the one who really aware of a lot of things. لكن عيالنا المولودين في البلد ده if we don't tell them the history they will be really lost completely and if they lost هذا ده هيكون ماشي ورانا we cannot change it you know. فده المشكلة في الحتة بالذات لأن البايبل بيدينا يعني في أسماء really المعنى حقه that doesn't make any sense. They are really harmful and because of that and الزول بيكون قاعد في نفس الديليما you're gonna be living في الharm that too and you don't know that هنا a lot of things we cause it to ourselves. We the one who really cause a lot of problem to ourselves. ما حاجة ده لأن the beginning of knowledge is the wisdom is the beginning of knowledge. So if you ask God for wisdom you will look into حاجات and you will start changing all these things you know. فده حاجة اللي I just want to add it في topic بتاعكم.
Thank you. Just I want to make a little bit of to give you an insight. When we said we are compiling those names on Google Drive, then جنوبين وقلنا أي زول when you put a name make sure the spelling is correct and also you attach the meaning. ده ما جوجل يا ماشي ترجمه. So مثلا في أسامي بيكون عند دينكا بور المعنى بتاعه بيختلف عن دينكا ملوال ولا دينكا أجار ولا دينكا توت. So بالتالي if somebody contributor who add the name will put the meaning بتاعت الاسم ده مثلا based on ثقافة بتاعت المجموعة اللي هو جايب منه عشان إنه ما يكون في confusion. لأنه في كلمات يعني مونجا كله بيتكلموا لكن في كلمات المعنى ده ممكن إنه أنت مجموعة تاني بيكون شتيمة. زي مثلا عندي في كريش we have subdivision within الديفيجن بتاع كريش ذاته في كلمات in the كريش بتاعت بورو بيعني شتيمة عندنا أوكي وممكن إنه بيعني حاجة تاني مختلف تماما. So ده الحاجة اللي أنا عايز أوضحه. بالنسبة للناس اللي بيسألوا what is Mo ده Marisa. So unless you know I'm getting something wrong. So Mo is Marisa or liquor. So that is why you name somebody Mo and so forth. So we appreciate your input, Amel. You can continue to follow with us. Nadi Fursal, Sister Rita to come in to bring her perspective.
Okay, thank you so much. You guys have a blessing. I think morning or somewhere for all of you guys.
Yes, it is. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Yes, hello, hi everyone. It's a nice topic as usual from Zoom TV, and I've been watching in the beginning, but then my phone but the battery got low, so I couldn't continue to watch. But it's great. It's great topic and it's great subject. And if we are about to, documenting it, as I understand, is a documenting is different from changing names. So it's just a documentation to tell about our different and diverse names, isn't it? So we talk about the names and how fascinating is the names, how funny some of them. There is some of them like Yawa as well. We name Yawa in Bari because Yawa is mean wine. So means drink. So that's kind of things. It's funny really. And some people name people Nyaweka as food. I don't know why, but that's how it is. But in the perspective of if we say in biblical terms, the names have meanings, and when Jews have names, they have meanings for it, and and also for us as in our tribe, we start with our cultural names with meaning for it. Maybe the names can have relation to accidents, relation to events, or related to kind of things that maybe happen in the family before the baby was born, and then they give the name. The crucial thing that within our tribal context is the laws and the application of the naming. That's maybe could be included in documentation, like for example, as rightfully Mandra say, his I say your name right, Mandra?
Dandara.
Dandra, sorry.
Ndirinda, sorry.
It's
Yeah, yeah.
Ndiranda.
Ndiranda.
Derenda, yeah. As Derenda say, there is some, we put them in order, some have meaning, and some have those kind of things. And then that maybe when we publicize it, it will be known to people what those names mean. And it's good. And it's a great initiative, because that can be subject to as a nation to know the names and put it in context of documentation is very good thing. And it should be appraised, really. I give you a kind of applause for the initiative that you took, and it's very great, and just supporting you in that, and very appreciative for it. It's for biblical background, whatever is connected on earth is connected on heaven. So whatever we put here on earth is connected. But also, as you said, right, as you said before, that the names have a implication true, because if you name someone Harami, he will become Harami. So so it's not something funny, but it's just gonna happen, because that child will hold a name, and will have some people are not happy with their names through, and that's a perspective that will make you also doesn't have confidence, and psychologically can affect you in many ways in your lifetime. That's in psychological thing. If you're not happy with your name, or not happy with that kind of things, names related to identity, and very crucial thing in this country, in developed world, that you have to have your identity known. So like if you are from Viking background, or from whatever background, you have to be proud of that identity, and that identity have to construct properly, and people praise it and sound for it. My perspective is now we name there is some tribes named the children with cows names. I don't know the future, how it's gonna hold for them, but this gonna change definitely, because that's how culture evolved. people will not take it. Yani. I heard a joke from someone closer to the circle of the government when they went to visit, the first time went to visit the White House, and former President Bush was there. Then President Salva Kiir told them, "We're really so proud of you that you brought peace, and even we name our cows in your name." It's a joke. It's not funny for President Bush, but that's for them maybe something nice to say. But it's not nice for President Bush to listen that I hope my name be named to the cows, not to the streets. So, oh, that's one of the
This
jokes.
is the recognition.
Exactly.
Bush.
And that's a friend
What color of cow is gonna be that? Just in my imagination.
Exactly. So that's one of the jokes. So anyway, that's a perspective in the future will not be there anymore. And also culturally, it's not something that's
Polite.
we Nilotic, we have been identified as people, and Nilotic is not just Denka and Nuer. Bari can be identified as Nilotic. Anyone live along the river Nile is a Nilotic tribe. So whether they have cows or not, so by riversides. And that kind of things give identity to what kind of things we relate it in names, we then differentiate in other things that happens as well, and in cultural background. So I love that, and I'm happy with that. The only thing is now maybe there is some studies about the even business perspective of people, of nations. That's also is very interesting about individualism, about masculinities, about femininities. Those kind of things is very interesting if South Sudan have to indulge is or Zoom indulgence too. It's very nice. It would be great.
Rita, I salute you for your level of patience and endurance. And this is one of the characters of mothers. Mothers, patience is inbuilt in them. It is part of their personality. And you said you have young boys that sometimes they call you Uncle Rita. So that is the story there. We don't have to elaborate too much. Too much about it. And we appreciate inputs of individual like you, always widening our spectrum, and will give us idea, will give us something for discussion. Also, I believe this experience of launching this Google Drive for South Sudanese name, it will be a unique project, and we can claim it is a nationwide project that maybe for the first time there will be kind of collaboration from all tribes بتاع South Sudan. لأنه since we start this conversation, there is no single individual that came out and object. And this is something unprecedented. It is unique because some people, some Genovian, just they will come and challenge and criticize for the sake of, they don't like Rikuju, they don't like ZööMTV, so they have just to come and challenge and push it around. But we are very grateful because with support of individual like you and the great viewers who are here with us for good 6 hours. Now we are approaching 6 hours to help us and to make it happening. And this is you know, a station in our history, it will deserve to be recognized and revisit very frequent, because it never happened, and we don't have to wait always for the government to do things, because government in democratic country, it is a government governed of the people by the people. So it is our responsibility to put ourselves on this global stage with our name, with the reference to those names, to make it accessible for citizen, the global citizen, to have access to it and to learn about who we are. I am doing my recap, by the way. I encourage each and every one of you, share the ideas with friends, with family member, with relative, with people that they have good background about the name, to share it with you, and let us, it is already there. There is a few names, and we are working on it diligently, and we are committed to make it real. And also, just to be humble, maybe at a certain point, we will have the bragging right of, this is something unique happened here, and it is sponsored and powered by ZööMTV and ZööMTV viewers. We are making history. So we appreciate your contribution. We appreciate your input. Thank you very much. I will leave the part of our normal disclaimer to Brother Ndirinda to wrap it up there. But before I pass the podium to Ndiranda to do our final recap and to do our disclaimer with regard to if we insulted somebody or we hurt somebody, I will give you the podium again. Final message, final thought. Also something, maybe if you can shed a light on it just briefly. Yeah, you talk about the feminism, you talk about all those different subject and movement. What is your take with regard to naming children? Because in most of our culture, the masuliya bata baba, the husband is the one, is the sole owner. Maybe with a little bit of consultation with the mother, like, what do you think? Because I believe a lot of those negative names, Zemana Gulta Gibel, if somebody is upset with Grikuju, a man is upset with Grikuju, can go and name his dog Grikuju, just so Grikuju, and then to tease that individual. Something about war, something about hate. People name their kids. If mothers are involved, to my understanding, it might take a different approach. What is your take?
I can just before Sister Rita comes in, Matthew Dudu, if you're there, can you press the like 20 times for me, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, the intake of women role in tribes is very weak, But there is a generation who coming to make that change, In families, they are very influential in their family that can share her opinion and make it happen in a good way, Because we are masculine community, we like to introduce men before women. We like to present men always. And also the same apply. We have even the government is very patriotic because of that. So they are like dominant to tell their own opinion and making everyone to follow. So it's a kind of leadership that is authoritarian leadership. and which is it's a kind of leadership, have a bad and good advantages. So, but for me, it's in a woman, her place in a family is essential, is important, and her role in the child upbringing is very effective and very evident. And it's clearly that women make more of the things to make kids grow up in a very good perspective. This the impact of women because of the situation we have gone for almost more than 20 years in war. Women make things happen for the family, and it's when unacknowledged, sadly, by government, by people who are taking initiative, taking by women representing in
Representation.
representation in the parliament or anything. And that to say even the widows are not being acknowledged, even then they are chasing after the government to give them their compensation, to get some small amount of money. That's sadly. But in a family perspective, there is some tribes I knew, because I got a friend from Wow. She's sometimes the firstborn. They give if you married to a lady from Wow, the first child should be named in her family name, just honorarily to give that. But then the rest of the kids can be the father family names, and that's amazing, isn't it? But in other tribes, no. In Bari, for example, is equally. The child will have two names from the mother side and father side, and each call according to their way. For me, I have two names from my father and my mom's side, and they are different now. We have those also. We call it Sibir. We have every Sibir, parents Sibirs is different, so you'll get different names definitely, and that will make it different names. For me, I have Lurid name is my father's side, and KG name is my mom's side. So it's different names, and there is other people who names different, like Sukeji, like Nakuma, like whoever. That's all our firstborn, and that's kind of names. So it's
Sorry, I'm not getting personal here. Your mom and dad both are Bari, right?
Yes, yeah.
But how is those two names fit within the hierarchy or within the rank? Because they sound completely different.
firstborn. Yeah, the firstborn have own names from different Sibirs. Have different names, but then they are first names. They are not for for the second-born children. That's just for firstborn children. If girls or boys, they have certain names, set of names, according to Sibirs as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, so that's what in Bari. It's very, very too. It's organizational. It's have orders and have organizational way that set up long time ago. It's never changed. It's just the same like that. And even they have a set of. It's strangely with Bari. They have like saying that they name 7 girls and they name 7 boys. So they like knowing that a woman cannot have more than 14 children. But because when you extend it more than 14 children, I think they give other names, which is not in the hierarchy. That's something in Bari.
Oh.
So they have set of, like a woman cannot have more than 14. They put it like that. I don't know. It's scientifically not. It's not, I think. Because I saw there is a woman in Uganda. She have 40 kids and twins as well. Set of twins on it. She have 40 kids in her own. She have give birth to 40 children. So
she's a baby machine.
exactly. So that's diminish what Barry thought. Yeah. So yeah. But yeah, in a way, those are kind of things. So there is orders, there is setup, there is some things that's supposed to be set up. That's
Quickly, for sake of educational purposes, if the woman have a quadruple girls, okay, and then another quadruple set of another girls. So how is this name gonna fit in the hierarchy?
yeah, we have like if a boy among girls, he have a setup as a firstborn, and at the same time, sometimes if he's in middle of girls coming after 4 or 5 girls, he will be named like the only boy in the among the girls is different name. So if he's the only boy in a set of girls, he will have a name Kenyi. And if he is the only girl in a set of boys, he will be named Kiden. So Kiden is a girl among boys, and Kenyi is a boy among girls. So he's the only boy.
Yeah, like what was Hakimo name earlier? Because they come in the middle of girls, right?
Yeah.
It's the same name. The same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's related, isn't it? Yeah.
Wow, we are getting more educated here, so understanding thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a kind of yeah, that's the kind of names people put it. And there is other tribal, for example, in the certificates, they put it in their dad's names, but usually, sometimes moms have influence to do it in a dad's in a mom's side as well, if he sympathize with what the name is. But sometimes they don't do that. Yeah, most of the time they don't do that. Most of the time.
Okay.
So it's great initiative. It's really great. I appreciate it very much. It's good. And for the aspect of business aspect, yeah, individualism is a kind of things in Europe and Americas. It's one of Austrian researcher have applied that model. It's a cultural, organizational cultural model, which is called Hofstede is his Austrian. And
Okay.
he said, yeah, there is set of 6 main characteristic of businesses according to the country culture, like a kind of individualism, who are promoting like individuals like to be doing initiative by themselves, or they are very low in individualism, in kind of waiting for the boss to do things for them. So that's kind of things as well. I think South Sudan is not being ranked yet, but there is things, other countries are all ranked. You can compare it online and check the organizational culture of that country, what kind of things are very high and what kind of things are very low. Is it the masculinity, or it is the individualism? Individualism is very high in UK, and individualism is according to like you talk to the boss easily and simply, and you can call him by his first name. And but other countries, in India for example, no, you don't talk to your boss that way. You don't come closer to the boss. You have to address the boss in a titleism. You don't do your individualism by yourself. You have to follow the hierarchy and things like that. So that's kind of cultural, organizational cultural values that the country have. And I think with the type of government we have, we're creating a kind of also business aspect, which is very seriously, very can be seriously affecting the way people do business in the future. It's a kind of corrupted, kind of not applying their individualism, hiding their talents, not showing their abilities, those kind of things. Those can impact businesses and impact the way people do business.
I think it is a great proposal for more conversation to come. So just we want to thank you for being committed contributor, regardless of what is happening. But Taria Mutu Hasal Shuno, still, you have to bring your perspective, and always it is well appreciated, and it is within the line of the direction where the conversation is going. Please continue to come back to enrich our conversation as an intellectual.
My pleasure. I told many people, my friends, I told them that I love that. I love this, to join in and have the chance to talk and Brother Durinda is really, thank you very much, and bring things on board like that, and I'm following.
Thank you. We don't want to cocoon you with representing. You are a proud South Sudanese citizen, so yes, you may carry the voice of our mother, sisters, daughter, but still you are an intellectual, so your contribution always there is a lot of room for it. Thank you. Derinda, you can take it from there.
Thank you so much, Brother Krikuju. I believe we are at the end here. We're wrapping up. But let me just say this. Earlier on, I asked Brother Matthew Dudu, because he popped up. I wanted to ask him so he can bring in. We want him to come in to participate and bring in the Bongo names. And I know I can go for so many other people, but he didn't turn up. I think he just popped in through and walked away. Also, Sister Eleni, just answering the question. Okay. Nakpeti is like someone unique person or the only one. They named me for that because I was the firstborn and I was the only child for 5 years till my younger sister came. Okay. Then they named her Jundogo. Okay. So it is kind of Anobes.
الجنة سهرة لأنه يقفل سكة ورا عيال ثانيين ما
يخرب الموضوع كله.
بس عايز يبقى جنة ماما وجنة بابا يدلع ياكل حاجات يشرب حاجات.
The only one بشكل دلع فوق ده النتيجة بتاعه. ده فهمنا جزء ده.
We didn't abuse nobody tonight, so جواقع في راسك.
Then the second part is Eleni's pure Greek saint name. And usually it is a very important name in Greek history because it's saint's name as well. It was a queen name that made the first war started between Turkish and Greek. But I didn't ask you about the Eleni. Good to add that one as a bonus. The name that I asked you about was the second name, which was here. Elenitsa. But it's good to Nagis Walashan because you're okay, that's a shortcut of it. Is that correct? I think so. Probably that's what you mean. Yeah. But the full name is Elenitsa. Teb malak ma dakhalu Elenitsa بالمرة. شنو إلاني نص كده. Elenitsa ده مكان كويس.
Elenitsa sounds زي اسم بتاع بابا كده زي اسم بتاع مرة عجوز.
عشان كده أباو. خلاص إلاني. ولا أجل جابك في آخر مصر. يعني نتيجة ده. Elenitsa is Dala name. Okay, that's great. So the full name is Eleni, but Elenitsa becomes a Dala? That's a bit confusing. Because I know Isim Dala bikun geser بالاسم الأصلي. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's great. Yeah, that's not a problem. But yes, if you can drop us your email address into the ZööMTV's inbox on the page and like the page if you haven't liked the page, because you'll see the like there. If you have liked the page, it will say liked, ED. But if it's not liked, it'll just be like socket. So click on it, and we'll be able to have a look at it and give you access to the document, and you can add the names in there. As we are wrapping up this episode, which in itself was really unique, let me, on behalf of ZööMTV, say this: if during this conversation, at any point, anywhere, we sort of saying something, myself or my co-host Grikuju said something that any of our viewers who were here or who are who just turned up and in the past few minutes and they found out that something that we were saying, they felt that it is offending to them, let them know that we are sorry for that. We didn't mean it against any one of you. Instead, what we did was we were trying to explain things in such a way that it is more clear to anyone to a listener and to a viewer. So it was completely as a coincidence. If that descriptions or whatever we were saying, the names we were trying to mention happen to be your name, then no, it is not meant, because we don't know who you are, judging from whether the comments or without the comments. So that was just pure coincidence. ZööMTV embarked on this mission, on its mission, from some time back, since last July the 9th of 2020. We have embarked with the mission that whatever we do, we try to do it with an openness, and we try to ensure that it is what we are doing that people will judge us by tomorrow. So we try to avoid putting ourselves in a position where people will say, you said you're doing this, or this is what you're doing. How come now things are the other way around? So that's why you see us, we try to be na'i, زي ما المصريين بيقول بننقي قطة، يعني بنلقط في طماطم، تجلي واحد تشيل الثاني وتلقط الثاني وتشيل الثاني, simply because we don't want that stew يبوظ. النتيجة بتاع لما نجي المحللين يجي يخشوا فيه يلقوا الحلة ده باظ، لأن في كان طماطماية واحد كان ملجن أصلا إن شلناه بغلط. We didn't pay attention to it because we need to have a diligent respect into what we're doing, because it is.
Let me say something quickly here. I'm sorry.
Okay. Come
I
through.
said I have to give the podium to you, but عايز أحيي كنا نيفين بيتر بيجي مرة بتاع بيتر لورنس. بيتر بيجي بيسلم on his personal behalf، لكن كده شوف المرأة ده وصل. بيتر was here earlier، لكن وصل سلام بتاع راجلها في الأول. اوكي، وبعد كده she came and she sent her greeting. Man, you women are always just embarrassing us, and I think it is a good lesson for Peter next time لما يجي في ZööMTV صباح. ومحتاجينه يوصل سلامكم الاثنين مع بعض، او انه يوصل سلامك في الاول زي ما انت عملت. This is all just what I want to say.
Thank you. Yep, I've noticed that bit. That's great. Salam to you also, Sister Nivin. It's good to have you here. Sometimes I want to have you up on the screen so you come and say something, and it's not just, I know it's a مرات بكون في شغل، لكن if you get a chance and you're home, please make it your mission to come up. As always, ZööMTV is your place, all of you, the viewers, those who have been here, those who are our regular viewers. ZööMTV is the best place to be. I can say that because I know it is the best place to be. That's why I'm here all the time. That's why my Grikuju, brother Grikuju is here all the time. So we know it's the best place to be. So he's here. So he's here. يعني اللي كان يقولوا نار من سايد تاني يعني أخوي بيتر لورنس. لا ده صعب خلاص. Yeah. So we know ZööMTV is the best place to be because we come here every week, and sometimes in the middle of the week with something that is important. We do deprive ourselves sometimes. I deprive myself of sleep simply because I'm doing a bit of a research for something that we need to present here for you, simply because we want the credibility to be there. We don't want to نقول كلام زي ما عربي بيقول كلام خارم بارم ساكت. No, we don't need to do that. That's why we take our time in what we select, what we discuss. Sometimes you guys get a little bit مستغربين الناس ماشيين وين وانا جايين بيتقرنا. That's because ما كلنا we have to follow the same suit. So sometimes we need to be we are unique in a way so that we think about other things. Sometimes you depend أدانهم ذاته بوجه من سياسة كتير لكن when we get a small chance بنديهم حاجات تانيين, things that we talk about, things that will elevate them and release their stress a bit. So that's the reason why we do all this, what we're doing. I think 6 hours, and that's definitely 6 hours and a half. It's been great, and I'm actually expecting people to send the message, their emails to us, so that we can. Yes, Thomas Deng. لا أكيد جمهورية بيجي في النهاية ده ما فوق مناقشة أصلا.
Send our condolences on the screen before you.
Oh, okay. So what do we have here? So, oh, sorry. I haven't seen this. Sorry. Please convey ZööMTV's greetings and condolences to the family, and especially to our sister Marlene, because I don't know the brother, but I know Marlene, and I'm quite sure all of us in ZööMTV and management, they know Marlene. Convey those condolences, heartfelt condolences to Marlene on the passing of the son of the brother,
nephew
of the brother, because her nephews, because I know this is difficult times that we are all going through. There is no day that will pass by in a week, or a week that will pass by without us hearing something. It's not easy. I understand. It is easy for me talking here and saying something, or anyone to pass on their condolence, but the real pain is with the family, and that's what is hard. Those people that we are losing, whether they are kids or whether they are elderly, and whether they are uncles or aunties, all of these people. Also, I heard, and I think I read somewhere today, just as I was coming through to the live, the mother of our sister Zainab Said has passed away also. So this is just also our condolences being passed on to the family of Zainab Said and her siblings. Yeah, and her siblings, because this is too much. When we talked, I remember we said something maybe a few days ago. This is too much. There is no day or week passed by without you scrolling through Facebook without seeing RIP, rest in peace. It is always there. And it's becoming so frequent to the extent that I believe it will come a point whereby you will just scroll through past them. You don't even do anything about it. That's just, we ask God's mercy on all of us, because we don't know what is this. We keep talking about the end of times, but ده بقى كلام end of times ده بقى أكتر من المطلوب يعني. What is going on? يعني الموت ده بيحسد الكبار للصغار للشباب كله يعني ما قا بيخلي. But with all of that ربنا يدي الرحمة ويغفر لهم خطاياهم. الدوس الناس اللي هنا عرفناهم ولا هنا ما عرفناهم، ربنا يديم الصبر أهلهم بذات أهلهم وأصدقائهم. ربنا يديم الصبر وينعم ببركاته، ويديم القوة إنه هم يقدروا يعدوا في الفترة الصعب ده، لأنه الفترات ده الفترة بيقيس تجربة، بيقيس مدى متانة بتاع إنسان لما يحصل حاجة زي اللي زول. I'm talking out of experience. I'm quite sure a lot of us who have experienced someone so close passing by, at that moment why not me? Just know, this thing, it is, that's الموضوع ده وصل فيه يعني. So
that is why we need to call each other.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, every now and then we need to. حتى لو زول ما قبل Facebook قوام, it's a good chance idea, even if you know that group اللي كان فوق مناز, try to get into it. السلام عليكم انتوا كويسين او otherwise individually get to these people instead of لما تقطع نفسك برا, انت ما في تليفون, انت ما في ماسنجر, انت ما في واتساب, انت ما في اي حاجه, في لمده شهر يعني. ايش عرفني انه انت لسه على قيد الحياه زي العربي بيقول. There is no guarantee. So you need to talk. When you say something to someone مباري ولا جبال, when انا قاعد اونس مسؤول, انا جبال انا كنت قاعد اونس مع فلان او كنت سلمت لفلان جبال, رسل لي ايميل مباري ولا عمل لي مسج جبال, ولا عمل لي ميس كول, لقيت ميس كول من فلان وانا رديت له وانا ونست شويه وكده. At least it elevates us from a million things, including our own personal level of stress. We can get out of it just by receiving that phone call. La qadar Allah, I was contemplating a million things in my head here, but that one phone call will, sort of listen to it, and I'm gonna you know what, then things are okay. Now I'm out of it, I'm great. So that idea will actually vanish. So that's why we've updated our Zoom decorum at the beginning to include the self-care and the well-being, that we need to remind our people every time we meet that they need to be doing, because it is important. We have seen the importance of it, and we are actually vigilantly making sure that we remind people. Since we remind people how to present themselves on our screen, then it is our moral obligation also to remind them to check on each other, to check on each other's well-being and self-care, because it is important. I'm an example, so it's always with my Krikuju here, brother here, that outside the broadcasting, we do chat here and then, sort of phone call here and there. So we keep it up. We keep it up because you never know what is wrong with the person. But as we keep it up, then we'll know, why do you sound like this? Okay, yeah. How about we do it this way? Did you think that's one? Did you think about this? So it works out. So it works out and makes you start realizing, okay, this is good. But if I'm 24/7, 24 hours or 24/7, no phone calls until next week, how would he guarantee I'm okay here in Australia? Maybe he might guarantee to some extent, maybe, but I don't want to be the second-hand information receiver. I need to be the first-hand information receiver, or maybe discover that something is about to take place, something is about to go down. American something is about to go down tonight or today. No, I need to pick that one up. If I pick up that message, I'll be able to crack it and crack the code and put it somewhere else and sort of change the way the direction you were taking. So it's just, having said that, it doesn't mean that I am or any one of us are trained psychologists. No. But it's just something that we feel that if all of us can do it, because these are simple things, are the one that get us killed, by the way. Junubin bizat. Simple hajat, that's what's getting us in trouble, because we sort of ignore it. مش مهم يا عمي، انا ما فاضله، انا ما فاضل فلان، ما فاضل فلان، انا زعلان من فلان، بس انت بس مكتر لك زعلان من فلان، ما فاضل فلان، زعلان من فلان، انت عندك قريب كمسو. انا قلت نعمل امتحان هسه، كل زول have to be honest to put a paper and a قلم ويكتب حاجات فاتها، كم ناس زعلان منهم. You'll be so surprised how many people انت زعلان منهم. You're not talking to them. The minimum you would have is 20. And when you start putting down the reasons why the government kuluzol, and you look at all these reasons, you'll realize, the dumbest reason is half of the 20 as to why you don't want to talk to that person. You want to fat the law. No, Life is not about that. Life is about we are all together. Yes, individually we can do some other things differently from other people, but we are all the same. We are all in the same boat. Now with Corona, Mash is a Tofan. Bible said that there was a rain for 40 days and 40 nights. This is our rain. This Corona is ours. We're experiencing it, you know. And the way we are going, if we are not paying attention, we might experience it worse than I am, but I know. I'm not even a theologist.
Theologist.
You know, I'm not even a theology student, but I'm just saying the little bit that I understood in my life. I'm just saying. I'm just sharing it. Bukura, someone will say, "Ola, indiranda kan gal kalam kire umdak, and kan ma fahim now." We thought he was just, making himself, but look at what is going on. It is important that we do that. That's what I think. It is important that we check on each other. We become friends with many people. We know what is going on, rather than just going quiet and then and I didn't. And then guess what happened? Now he's no longer there. Oh, ana mafukana duglo lakini ana salanzala minu kamza mande kulu. Ana shuftu umbara visuk shilta nefsibara shan mai salim mai shufni. No, things are worse. These are difficult times. We need to non-fish and start look at us ourselves as human beings, not creatures. Yeah. So this is what I can say, and I believe my brother Grikoju, with all that, I believe we have given it 6.5 hours. Great. No worries. We are all in here. That will be great. Of course, Eleni came late. Our brother Peter Lawrence can gibel fina uzahu, and just coming to ask him, are we finishing up? Yes, we're finishing up, of course. So we are done. We'll meet next next weekend, unless you wanna hasilna baden if you studio beside Tani, but that's it's up to you always. Anyway, if you wanna come for a chat after the show is off, you can come and hasilna. Use the same link. Come to us in the studio. You'll be able to see what's happening. We can talk. All right, brother Griguju. Good to see you, my brother.
Pleasure always.
Yep, and I'll see you. I believe it's a good morning to you in Canada. For me, we're going to 7, about a quarter to or 20 to 8 evening Sunday. We will catch up, of course, during the week, and we will catch up with our. I think our viewers are going to send us a lot of emails, so we're gonna have to make use of those emails and put it up so that they can access the Google Doc and keep us oriented. All right. Sure. Until then, ciao. Eleni, you have the queue there if you want to come in for a chat later, after body share much later. All right. And you too, Peter Lawrence. Yep.
Juba, Banat Kulu Abana.
Ana live for Juba, they why? Ana ma le gol bini alder Ana, gali Ana share.
Naponi na lopit, ita malo apani, na kiden na kator, ita malo sipana, tuna kosti, ita malo materana, na juan na kutele, ita malo apana, kakune na munuki, ita malo sipana, ita na lologo, ita malo jata ana, ten mama, ana biga ten.
Ya kwana ana bamu kushuru Raguna wuri tunzule hawa wada shahada de kan mafi musifa de kan mafi mali de zatu kan mafi ya kwana ita kumalu maana tete Raguna kala to kede jouzu kanshen wala mashen wala nyongoro zatu
wana piligomo
anarua fibulu kumba atalabara banate abana
anamashishe
banate sidwana satu filoloko banate jedana madaro shemi banate sidwana
Kapasita dukita kurudita kongaye tamaruta sibana Kapasita dukita kurudita kuduye tamaruta sabana Mangaye dokende malembe ona nino tika tikai Mangaye dokende malembe ona nino moya tikai Akina urokoji Una watata Una wajara Kala una warepe Akina urokoji Una watata Una wajara Kala una warepe Rogoji Rogoja Rogoji Rogoja Rogoji Rogoja Yeah Rogoji Rogoja Rogoji Rogoja Rogoji Rogoja Yeah Rogoji Rogoja Rogoji Rogoja Rogoji Rogoja Yeah Yaude nisima jaza ya mama Yaude nisima jaza ya mama Yaude nisima jaza ya mama Yaude Zede This my joke just bani akala bu muzika de zede Kumta kumpa wala bu muzika de Muzika de malu ya jamaa Mapi muzika da nijene Kanita dini bukunate ala buzede Kanita bukunja ala buzede can tell that this Major Jasbania. Jen, Isabel, Rita, Juan Fonsi Camania.
Baba mama